widespread adoption among HR vendors, job sites, workforce agencies, and the like. It's funny because when we declare victory on the completion of the JDX project, fingers crossed, most people won't know the project ever existed. And that's what it's all about, but they'll feel the impact. I like to compare it to the data that allows you to search flights, comparing prices and seats and arrival times. You don't know or care about the data standards that make all that happen, but you're sure happy it's there. In addition, this year we have had the honor of shepherding a group of 200+ organizations that are stepping out of their silos and voluntarily coming together to address a variety of tech and data challenges that, when addressed, will make the entire talent marketplace work much better. Talk about impact. The work of the T3 Innovation Network will build a data and technology infrastructure that doesn't exist today. And what does that mean? It means workers will have better information about the jobs that exist and the skills required to compete. They will own their own data and be able to communicate what they know and are able to do with real clarity. Educators will be better positioned to create a curriculum that will give students real career pathways. Employers will get job applicants with the skills they need. We've got a long way to go, but we're making progress every day. As you can see, we're way beyond the skills gap now. The work is about designing the new frontier of the talent marketplace and having the right people in the room ready for action, ready to make it happen. Thank you all for being here today and being part of this journey with us. I'm going to transition a little bit to some sort of just information you need to know about today and a little bit of logistics. Last year at this conference, we had about 750 colleagues in person and across the country watching online, and we learned a lot, and we learned a lot from you. One of the things that we heard from you as a priority for being in an event like this is to be able to connect with one another, and we wanted to make that easier for you all to do today. So we're calling the Lee Anderson Room, just across the hall, back through that door, is our networking room, sponsored by the Universal Technical Institute. We've equipped it with meeting tables and conversation pods. It provides kind of a quiet space in case you need to step out for a minute or two to take a call or chat with a colleague. We know there are a lot of people here, and so to make it easier to connect, we developed an app that brings all of the content from today's event to your fingertips, including a full attendee list. Use the app to make connections with peers, get information about sessions or speakers, and learn about our sponsors. You should have received an email about this to download the app, but if you haven't had a chance, there are cards sort of everywhere in the spaces today that look like this, and they give you all the information that you need to know about how to download, what's in it, et cetera. So please go ahead and do that. One of the really important pieces about the app is is sort of your way to connect with live Q&A with our panelists. And so in the app, you can click on the name of a session. You'll see a place where you can enter your questions. You need to do that about an hour. You can start doing that about an hour before the session starts. So get those questions in early. When we hit our networking break, or if you step out of the session for a snack, be sure to check out the demos next door, right in the briefing room. You probably saw them before the session started. Best Buy, UScience, and Zovio. You can interact with them and the tools and resources that are solving some of these pressing challenges that we're going to be here talking about on the stage today. In addition to all of these opportunities to get engaged, we hope that you'll join us on social media with pictures and what you've learned and your thoughts, hashtag TalentForward19. So let's get going with our first session. This past summer, the Chamber Foundation launched a project called America Working Forward, and it's a new project exploring employer-led programs that give those impacted by the criminal justice system the training and support they need as they re-enter the workforce. It looks like this. We have the America Working Forward magazine, and it is devoted to people who are building those pathways to employment. There are copies available to you. We encourage you to look at it, to read it, to learn about the employers who are leading in this space, and it is sort of a great transition into our first panel, who's going to dig into this really critical and important conversation. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. This room seems like it's full. I think my glasses are clean. Let's try that again and see if I might hear everyone's voice. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful. Welcome, welcome. My name is Tulane Montgomery, and such a pleasure to be here with you today. I am managing partner of the National Venture Philanthropy New Profit, the first philanthropy to bring the power of venture support for leadership and entrepreneurs into the philanthropic space. And I'm here with this incredible panel because we are a motley crew of folks who have come together to really unlock.
Who's the motley one?
We got the rebel over here, Mr. Plepler.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good morning.
He's
right?
a rock star.
He is, he truly is. Right? We have more than one rock star on this stage. So we came together to launch an initiative called Unlock Futures, which we're going to spend some time talking about. But I do want to just orient us a little bit into why we are at a conference about talent talking about criminal justice, right? And part of it for us is about literally the name Unlocked Futures is intentional. It's about that we as a nation have an abundance of talent, genius, and innovation that we have systematically blocked from not only entering but thriving in our workforce. And that is a reality and norm that we can no longer afford fiscally, ethically, from a human perspective, from a moral perspective. There's a real urgent mandate for us to get smarter about expanding our talent pipelines. And so that's what we're here to talk about this morning. Is that all right with you all? Works for you? All right, sounds good. So Unlock Futures is what brought us together. It's an innovative initiative that is designed to identify and support entrepreneurs who have been directly impacted by the criminal justice system. And we provide these incredible leaders with unrestricted growth capital and capacity building support to help them build and grow their ventures. But in addition to that, we also partnered with Free America in order to tell the stories of these leaders and the stories of their innovation and genius, because we know it's not enough to help build and grow their institutions. We also need to change the public narrative, the story we tell ourselves about where leadership and talent and genius reside. So with that, let's talk a little bit, right, about this. And I feel like my panel needs no introduction, so I kind of went ahead. So let me just go ahead and do it the right way and introduce, even though I do think really this panel does need no introduction. So we have to my immediate left, singer, songwriter, producer, philanthropist, creator, John Legend, and founder of Free America. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
To the left of John, we have my sister from another mister, incredible entrepreneur, activist, founder of the Ladies of Hope Ministries, Topeka K. Sam. Then we have the rock star and motley of the motley crew, Andrew Plepler, who is the head of Environmental, Social, and Governance at Bank of America, key partner in Unlock Futures.
Thank you.
So John, let's start with you. It's not intuitive necessarily when you're talking about talent and workforce to talk about criminal justice. Why are the two connected in your mind, and what brought you to do this work with Unlocked Futures?
Well, first of all, I want to kind of step back and say what brought me to thinking about criminal justice reform. Part of it was going to our schools, and meeting our young people. I've spoken with a lot of teachers, a lot of folks who run schools, and talked about some of the challenges that they face in some of our most challenged communities. And a lot of times, you would find that so many of the young people in our schools were dealing with having family members who were incarcerated at that time, people who had one of their parents who wasn't available to them to give them love and financial support and all the things that they would need from a parent because they were in prison. I've had family members of my own who were locked up and unavailable to our family in the way that they needed to be. And when we put so many of our community members in prisons and jails, we're excluding them from so much. And part of what we're excluding them from is their family and their community. And what we're seeing in some of these areas is the after effects of that, that kind of destruction and disintegration of community. And what I wanted to do was focus on freeing this human potential up and saying, how do we make the most of all of our community members? How do we integrate them back into the community? Say, you're part of us. How do we integrate them back into the economy? How do we make it possible for them to live and work and grow and love and be community and family members? And one of the most important ways is that when folks come back from prison, when they return to their communities, we make it hospitable for them to reintegrate and join the community. And what that means is they should be able to get housing. They should be able to get a job. If they have an idea and they want to start an organization, there should be folks around that want to help them, invest in them, mentor them. And what we did with Unlock Futures was to try to create an organization that nourished that kind of spirit, where we said, if you have a great idea and you're having challenges finding folks that will invest in you, we want to invest in you. We want to make it clear to this country that we can't forget about folks once they've made a mistake and spent time in the prison system. We can't throw them away. We can't exclude them. They don't go away when we throw them away. They're still here. And for us to make the most of our human potential in our country, the best thing we can do is invest in these folks, invest in their development, invest in their growth, invest in their ideas, and invest in the idea that we're all in this together.
Love it. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, John. There's so much in what you just said. I want to pull out a couple of pieces that connect to a question I have, Topeka, for you. You know, there's a lot of really important work going on right now around changing and reforming the criminal justice system. Some call it the American legal system as an alternative name. And what's sometimes missing from that work is the articulation of a powerful vision of what the new reality should be, right? And you talked about that, a world in which when people are incarcerated and serve their time, that they are able to come back to a community, to a life, to a livelihood that allows them to thrive. But Topeka, you know, you and I have talked about, you know, what I sometimes call hidden incarceration. The fact that, you know, the story is that in the United States, if you are charged with a crime, if you are, you know, required to serve a sentence, that you serve your time, you pay your, quote, debt to society, and then you come home. But that's not the reality. There are a series of negative impacts that people face when they come home from incarceration that mean in many ways the sentence continues long after. Talk a little bit about what do people face when they leave prison and go back home?
That's right. So thank you for having me join again, and thank you, John, Unlock Futures, and Bank of America. So I would say when we look at the barriers to reentry, we call them collateral consequences. And unfortunately, you think that once a person goes to prison, they do their time, that should be the end of the sentence, and then they should be able to start their life anew. But that's not the case. You have parole and probation, which is also another level of surveillance. And for the 2.2 million people that are presently incarcerated, there's 4.7 million people that are incarcerated in their communities. And those people who are incarcerated in their communities communities cannot get jobs. They cannot get housing. And if you can't get a job and you can't have housing, how are you going to eat? How are you going to get your children back if you lost your children, which women being primary caretakers of young children, typically 80% or 85% and growing of women going into prison are mothers. That now the children are getting lost. And to John's point, then the mothers can't be there to provide the love and the resources to the children. And unfortunately, that then can have a trickle effect on the communities and now over-policing of our children. And it's all of these different things. And so, you know, what we're doing, the entrepreneurs in the first cohort and now the second cohort, where's my sisters and brothers? I know you're here. I want to give you a shout out. Let me see you. Raise your hands.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah.
There they go. This is part of the future, right? Part of investing into formerly incarcerated leadership like myself and them and many others is a way that we're keeping communities safer, that we're reducing recidivism, that we're allowing people really to have the things that they need to transform their lives. And it does not start with just entry-level positions all the time, right? Like there are transferable skills that people have. Before I went to prison, I was in college. I was division chairperson for the union for Amtrak for New York and DC. I own 2 businesses. I come from a family of entrepreneurs. So I knew business. And for me to come home and be told that I need to take a 16-week Microsoft course in order to maybe get a job when I could have taught that course was really disrespectful, in my opinion. But also, when I was incarcerated, the fact that for women, they wanted to give us, for adult continuing education courses, knitting and crocheting, as if those courses would be transferable and help me to have a great life for myself afterwards, unless I wanted to start a knit shop, and that was not something I wanted to do. So in thinking about restoration of the Pell Grant, thinking about making sure people have access to these opportunities while they're incarcerated, so that prevents them from having issues when they come home, is what part of, I think, what we're doing here with Unlock Futures.
Yeah, thank you so much, Topeka. So in both John and Topeka's comments, you know, we heard about so many aspects of life. We heard about housing, we heard about education, we heard about health care. There's so many systems coming together. And even on this panel, you know, we have a real cross-sector network represented here. You know, when we had the idea to launch Unlocked Futures, and we were in conversations with Free America and John's team, we said, you know, who can help us get behind this work, right? Who will really invest capital, resource, and endorsement of what was to some a crazy idea? And I want to acknowledge Bank of America for stepping up. And Andrew, thank you for your leadership and just enrolling the Bank of America and your capital and your resources and your talent to support Unlock Futures. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And I am.
Now, do you want me to leave?
No, that's it. We're done now. That's it. Well done. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
We'll talk later. We'll talk later.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm a hip hop baby, so I'm a fan of the shout out. And so I have to give a shout out to my partners in purpose on this who are sitting right here. So Carrie Sullivan, head of Bank of America Charitable Foundation, thank you for your leadership and your work. And Danielle Campos, thank you also, member of the Bank of America Charitable Foundation team. Thank you for all of your leadership. Thank you. Because it really does take a village, a team, a squad to make this work happen, because we're working against so many systems and norms that really need to change. So with all that said, Andrew, you know, John and Topeka talked about health care, education, housing. What is the role of a for-profit business in this issue? What do you see as the role of the bank?
Yeah, this is sort of an exciting time, actually. It's one area that I think we can really share some optimism going forward. You know, you saw the Business Roundtable letter that came out that talked about businesses' role in society and businesses' role to engage various stakeholder groups, not solely shareholders. And that's an opportunity to get invested in the critical issues of society. And there's license now and actually an expectation that businesses are going to engage in some of the most intractable problems in society. It's no longer enough to just say we're going to go out and volunteer in the community. That's vitally important, but the expectations and the bar are now higher. People actually expect, our own employees expect us, our investors expect us, our clients and customers expect us to actually engage in some of the more challenging issues in society. And this is one. We have 2.3 million people incarcerated, 600,000 are coming out annually. What are they going to do in our communities where we work and live? And I think business is now more enlightened that this is an issue that we have a stake in solving. And I think the encouraging thing is there's bipartisan support politically, one of the few issues where you see that. Business is now overcoming some of the stigma around how do we put formerly incarcerated people into the workforce, and realizing that 95% of the people are going to get out. 50% today go recidivate. That is, from any business perspective, a bad equation. And we have a role and a responsibility in trying to address that. And we've done that both philanthropically through our support of Unlocked Futures, and we're going to now support the second cohort, which we're very excited about. But we can also invest in systemic reform, address some of the systemic barriers, and then as an employer, we need to get more engaged. And I think business is now realizing, and it's a complicated issue of regulatory and legal, and there are barriers, but now there's an understanding that we ought to engage with our stakeholders, including our regulators, to address why can't we also be an employer? We can help organizations in the community who are employing the formerly incarcerated. But if we can unlock our own hiring pipeline, us and other corporations, that's when we're really gonna begin to see progress.
That's exciting. You heard it here, right? That's really exciting. Unlocking any of the barriers to just opening the doors for opportunity for people who bring talent, innovation, but don't get the chance to get in the door. It's really powerful, Andrew. So I'd love to just, for a minute, just reflect on how we got to be here together, right? John, maybe let's start with you. You talked a little bit about why you care about Unlocked Future, care about criminal justice reform and how you saw the impacts of it, starting with education in schools. But what is it that led you to say, you know what, supporting leaders like Topeka is a way to impact this issue? How did you get here?
Well, part of it was through my own family. My own family and friends from my neighborhood. Me being someone that's high profile, that's come from a pretty small town, I hear about a lot of the issues that folks are having from my hometown. I grew up in Springfield, Ohio, and so many of the issues that people close to me, close to my family were having were due to the fact that society makes it so hard for people to reintegrate. And even people that I knew did something wrong and harmed my family. People who did something wrong and harmed people who were close to me, they were also part of my community. They were, in some cases, also members of my family. And what I wanted for them, after the time period where it was deemed that they were safe enough to return back to the community, I wanted for them to be able to get a job. I didn't want for them to forever be punished for doing something wrong, even though it was to somebody I love. I wanted them to come back and be able to contribute to society and not get into that same trap where they end up doing something bad again. And that's what we have to realize, that when we send people off to prison, a lot of times it's in some remote location, it's in a rural community, and they're kind of disappeared from life, disappeared from the community, but they don't disappear. They're just out of sight. And when they come back, the solution is not to completely exclude them from life. We have to figure out a way to make them feel safe and feel like they can contribute, because if the alternative for them is going to be worse for all of us. It's going to be worse for that individual, but it's also going to be bad for all of us. And so I learned that through my own family experiences and knowing people who came back and needed to be community members again. And I keep saying that, and I keep saying the word community because I want us to think of ourselves, even people who don't live in the same neighborhood as you, even people who don't look like you, even people who've had very different experiences from you, we're all community members, and we have to live together. We ride on the same subways, we work in the same areas, some of us go to the same schools, and we have to realize that if we're excluding people and casting them out, then we all pay the price for that.
It's a really important point. We do not go away. That's come up. A couple of you said, people do not go away. And so we must have a place for people to not just be and exist, but be seen and thrive and prosper. Someone was talking to me, I wish I could attribute the quote, about the fact that, we are dependent on each other in ways that we acknowledge, and in some ways we kind of pretend aren't true, and I hear you speaking to that. Topeka, talk a little bit about Unlock Futures and your experience, right? Talk a little bit about the impact that being in Unlock Futures has had for you. You have so many ways that you're contributing to your community and beyond. What role did Unlock Futures play in that?
So for me, it was really one of the catalysts that allowed me to understand how powerful my narrative was and how that can effectuate change. So when you have people who have lived the experience, who are actually the ones leading the efforts, who are then providing hope and providing inspiration to other people who've lived that experience, it opens up opportunities in ways that we don't even see for ourselves. And so being a part of this cohort and working with other formerly incarcerated or directly impacted leaders across the country was really exciting, because some of us knew each other, some of us didn't. We saw synergies in our work, and also we wanted to make sure that we were bringing those resources back into our organizations and or businesses to begin to help to change and shift those narratives. And so, when you spoke to the number of people who are coming home, 600,000 a year. And when you think about unemployment rates, it's I think 27% of all unemployed formerly incarcerated people is 5 million, which is 5 times the rate of unemployment. And so to speak to all of that outside of just, yes, we want to invest in entrepreneurship and leadership, because some people had businesses before they went in or dream to have a business. But then there's also ways that each organization, each corporation should invest in opening up diversity and inclusion, right? Diversity and inclusion does not just speak to those based on race, religion, gender equity, gender identity. It also is about lived experience. And when you think about a person, if I go to the doctor, I go to a specialized doctor for this thing. If I want to talk about criminal justice reform, I need to go to a person that lived the experience, because they're the expert. And I think that it's important that as we open and unlock these opportunities, that we're including people who've lived the experience at every single table. And that's why I think we're seeing a shift. Even when you think about the First Step Act, Jared Kushner, who himself had a dad who was incarcerated, right? His lived experience helped him to push and lead that. You think about the Unlock Higher Education Coalition, that one of the new cohort members, Sarita, from Operation Restoration, that's policy that they've led in a coalition by directly impacted people who've either had access to college while incarcerated, and or know the importance of making sure that people have these opportunities before they get out. So I think this opportunity for me also opens up the idea to everybody in this room that if you were able to invest in new leadership and new talent, that so can they. So I think it changes and it shifts people's thinking on many different levels.
I really appreciate your comments, Topeka, because we talk a lot in the Unlock Futures family that proximity is expertise. Right? I feel like you just gave several examples of that being true. Often when we talk about proximity and diversity, we can kind of, I think, inappropriately apply a charity frame, that proximity is about people who have suffered the most. No, there is suffering, but there is genius, expertise, and knowledge that needs to be unlocked and leveraged when we identify leaders who've been directly impacted by the system to design the solutions to change the system. So I really,
And it's all of our issue
That's
now,
right,
right?
that's right.
1 in 3 adults or Americans have experienced incarceration one way or another, whether it was someone that they know, someone they employed, a family member, or themselves, whether it was something that they went through as a child that is a sealed thing and nobody knows about, or whether it was something that they did that was an indiscretion that maybe no one knows and you never got caught for it. So I think that, when we're really honest with ourselves about the things that we've individually been through, and then we can lend some support and grace to other people to understand that maybe there's a different upbringing, maybe there was different circumstances that cause people to go down a certain trajectory, that it's also important that each person takes the full responsibility to help open those opportunities for people to change their lives.
absolutely.
Can I just say one thing to that? That's
Yeah, please.
such a great point, because, and your point about proximity is expertise. This is one issue, people are so stuck in their views today. This is one issue where impressions actually change when they have proximity.
That's right.
This is one issue where when people are exposed to Topeka and hear the story and stop and say, how in the name of any sense of fairness and justice should this person not be able to work in society?
Right.
And I think whatever your political views are, when you get proximate to a story like that, and when John came and spoke to our board of directors 3 years ago, a bank board, not always the most progressive of institutions. That was when we got permission to really examine this issue. And then, the visibility that comes from that to sort of reorient people to say, this is nuts.
Yeah.
This is about people having an opportunity to work and become taxpayers, as opposed to becoming a permanent drain on our fiscal budgets in society. And I think people then can get beyond their own politics and say, this is a smart outcome around fairness and around just being a good business decision.
Absolutely. So you started to speak to my question. I wanted to make sure I gave you the opportunity to say, how did the Bank of America come to get behind Unlock Futures in such a meaningful way? You talked about that board meeting and John's time with your board. Thank you, John.
Of course.
And, I'm curious if there is any highlight, Andrew, you can share from that conversation with the board, because it sounds like there was a real significant shift in the mental models, the beliefs that the board held about the value of supporting this community. Describe that to us a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's about, being comfortable with a certain amount of risk. And I think that's, banks in particular are, at the end of the day, manage risk. And I think being smarter and better informed about an issue gets people comfortable that this is manageable risk.
Yeah.
And being out front in society on an important societal issue affecting our communities is what our employees want us to do. And as I said, increasingly, it's what our investors want us to do. And I think a better understanding of what the end goal is, which is to get people employed and stable in their communities.
Absolutely.
And I think that just became, that's a reasonable risk, despite the fact that things can go wrong. And this is not necessarily a higher risk population, truthfully, than many other populations in our communities.
I might need you to repeat that, Andrew. Would you say that one more time? Say that one more time.
This is not necessarily a higher risk population than other populations we deal with in our communities.
Right. Yeah, that's important. Thank you.
Don't tweet that. That was off script.
I know. Yeah. You're going to get it later, Andrew, but thank
When
you.
you tweet it, hashtag Motley Crue.
Yes. Okay, it's a party. So, John, what would you say when you think about Unlocked Futures? What are some of the successes, lessons that would be relevant for this audience that is concerned about advancing talent pipelines in this country?
Well, one of the lessons and one of the powerful things we've seen from it is just the power of convening people together. And Topeka is part of our first cohort, and we've just brought in a new cohort. And one of the biggest benefits that they've had from being in the program is not just the cash infusion that they've gotten for their organization, but they've gotten to spend time with each other. And them spending time with each other and learning lessons together, learning from each other, learning from the challenges that each of them have faced in starting their organizations and leading their organizations and getting tips from one another has been such a powerful thing. And we've all learned from it too, from watching them interact, understanding what we can do to have the most impact on their organizations, learning what's of value to them that we can provide through our three organizations coming together. And it's been a beautiful experience just seeing truly, to quote the name of our organization, to see so much being unlocked and freed up for so many people to really flourish and maximize their potential.
That's wonderful. And Topeka, you touched on this a bit, but I'd love for you to just say a little bit more about, some of the unique talents and competencies that this community of leaders bring to the workforce, to help this group here in the room understand this is not about charity, this is about smart talent strategies. What are some of the gifts?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about the levels of education and experience that people have, period. And so those who go in prison, it's the same, right? Like you go in one way, you come out another. So I mean, I was incarcerated with people from doctors, lawyers, judges, senators, who have master's and doctorate degrees, to people who may have never had a job and worked and just needed an opportunity to understand what they could do based on what their loves and their purpose, what they felt their purpose was. I feel like there's a very interesting thing with understanding that you have a chance or a second chance. For me, it was 50 chances probably. But to think about coming home and someone giving you this opportunity, to your point, the risk is not as you would think for someone else who might have just left college and came to get a job, right? Because first of all, there's already the stigma, you having to go to apply for the job. Even though you may not check a box in many areas, you still have to consent to a background check. Mm-hmm. So at some point, it's going to come back. The conversation is going to be had. You have to relive that experience again. And if a person is willing to say, well, thank you for sharing that, and we're willing to give you an opportunity, what do you think a person is going to do with that opportunity after just working either for free or 5 cents an hour for the last 20 years, right? So thinking about just giving, again, it's really pushing to give people that opportunity. If you see something in a person and you have them in one area of the business, think about, well, maybe their skill set may transfer into another area of the business. We started a program recently at the Lays of Hope called Pathways for Equity, where we're partnering with corporations, organizations to give people, it's a 4-week internship where they start off and they get to move in different areas of a company to see what they like. And then once they do that, they are open to apply for any job within those different areas in the company. And we're working with Chanel, JP Morgan Chase just did the announcement, Bank of America, hopefully. Hopefully.
Come on, Andrew. Come through, Andrew.
But, we're open to all the opportunities with all the businesses and corporations because, the larger the pathway, the greater the opportunities for people. So I think it's just us thinking outside of the box, and also, you being that advocate inside your corporation for people who you are experiencing, right? We can't do it all, us coming into all these spaces speaking. Everyone who may have over 1 million followers can't do it because they have a level of influence and live the experience. It takes every individual and every single day to say, wait a minute, hey, I was at this conference, And this is what I heard, and this is what I learned. And I believe that we need to start implementing these practices within even HR or into hiring. So, thank you, girl.
Wonderful. So I think we have some time to open it up for a couple of questions from the audience, and I believe they will at some, they magically appear on the monitor. So what I'll do is I'll just read the question so that the group has access to it, and then we can have a stab at it. And I think, Andrew, I might want you to start with the first response to this, just to give you a warning of that. So, there's a lot of conversation about there being a broken talent pipeline right now in the U.S. That's a lot of what you all are talking about here. Millions of unfilled jobs in this country, and employees are looking for people with the skills needed to fill the jobs. Returning citizens are a valuable talent pipeline, and we've been making that case on the panel. How do we change the way that employers evaluate candidates to help ensure the success of directly impacted people in the workforce?
Well, I think part of what we're doing today is really important, because I think demystifying this topic and reframing the conversation around a pipeline and redefining who we're talking about. I mean, when you listen to Topeka talk about her experience and her hopes and dreams, you can't help but think that that is a wise investment in the future. And I think people bring to this conversation so many stereotypes and so much misinformation, and it comes from the demonizing of Get Tough on Crime.
That's right.
Decades in this country where we portrayed the criminal as a predator, and all of that had a consequence. And it formed some incredibly damaging impressions that people had of who we were talking about. And we have to redefine who we're talking about. And it's in venues like this. It's with John coming to our board. We're sponsoring Lynn Novick's upcoming film on PBS, College Behind Bars, which talks about the Bard Prison Program and what the hopes and dreams of those individuals inside that prison are. Lester Holt did a segment with John on MSNBC. That is really important. This has to be a public information campaign, in my view, because once people understand what we're talking about, I think everybody gets more comfortable with reforming the system. But we have to change some incredibly damaging and frankly, we have to come to terms with the damage that we did for decades in how we defined crime in America.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well said. When we talk about changing systems, which is what we're all committed to, we have to look at the explicit aspects of systems change, policy reform, where money goes, who we invest in, who we hire. But we can't ignore, to your point, Andrew, the mental models, the beliefs that undergird all of that. And if you don't pay attention to those mental models, you'll just recreate policies that perpetuate the same injustices. So I really appreciate your point. The point you made earlier about you can't listen to Topeka and, in any way question that this is someone who is an innovator, a leader, someone well worth investing in and supporting. And I remember, Topeka, I don't know if you may recall, in December 2017 when we were all together in New York, right? Where there was a conversation about the notion that you, because you are undeniable, are exceptional, right? This idea, are there more of you, right? Is there only one? And there's only one Topeka K. Sam, that is true. But however, this notion, right, that, you might find one or two folks who can really execute as exceptional entrepreneurs, but it's going to be hard to come by. And I remember the conversation with Cohort 1 where you all said, yes, we are undeniable, we are excellent, but we are not exceptional, meaning that there are many of us.
That's right.
You know, and I just want to underscore that because that's part of the belief system. We have to believe and know that there's an abundance of exceptional innovation and talent amongst people who have been directly impacted. There was a question for you we're changing questions. Thank you. Whoever's behind the scenes, I appreciate you. So this is actually, this is a question for Topeka. So how does your work, Topeka, uplift other people who've been impacted by the legal system and create leaders for others in the community?
So part of, I think, what we do, we have 100% impacted-led organizations. So everyone that I hire has been impacted by incarceration in one way or another. Whether they've been impacted themselves, meaning been incarcerated, they've had a parent who was incarcerated, a sibling or a friend, or even there's a woman who was a victim of a crime, and she went to court to actually charge the gentleman, and she saw what the legal system was going to do to him, and that pushed her to go to law school. So for her, it was on the adverse. I have someone who's worked in the Legal Aid Society, someone whose parents were sheriffs. So when I hire, I ask, everyone has to write an impact statement. No matter who comes, when they submit their resume, they submit an impact statement so that I can then see how they speak about the issue and how do they come to the issue. And even though sometimes they may come in and say inmate and felon and things that I don't necessarily like, we still talk about it. I share information that I've learned in order to help them in knowing how to be sensitive around the community that they want to work with. In addition, I'm on boards of Coalition for Public Safety, Operation Restoration, the Marshall Project, and bringing other people. If there's grants that are out, then I make sure that I share them widely, letting people know there are resources that are directly for impacted-led organizations. We have a speakers bureau that we're creating, which will launch next year, called Faces of Women in Prison, where we do media training, speakers training, so that women know how to tell their story to effectively lend to policy change and advocacy, but also get paid. Because so often we relive this trauma every single day, and yet we're not being compensated for our work, because public speaking is work, right? And so, how do you begin to teach people, okay, this is what my bottom axe needs to be. This is how I need to be compensated. And you don't necessarily have to be a celebrity in order to do that, because you are speaking from your level of expertise. That's another way that I lend to bringing that relationship to people. And then whatever I learn, whether it's, how do you tap into mainstream media, if you want to produce something, what does that look like? What my experiences were going on a set, pitching for a docuseries, and how everyone behind the camera didn't look like me, but they were the ones telling me whether I was relevant to be in front of the camera. So, how do we begin? I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know, how can I find out why aren't we behind the camera? How can we create opportunities in film and production for people who have been impacted to do, because that's another level of income or a different career stream that people can go through. So I just try, as I learn every single day, I try to begin to share that information, because the more that I share, and people may not want to, be full-face glam and wear makeup all the time. I do. But I like to create those opportunities for people if they want to, and tell them that it's okay, that you don't have to present yourself a certain way because people think that because you've lived this particular experience that it defines your life. I'm 43. I was incarcerated 3 years. So that's 40 years of a life that was outside of me just being in prison. And so when I think about, how do I want to brand myself? How do I want to define myself? Yes, this experience pushed me into my purpose work, but it doesn't keep me just there. Right. So that's what I do.
So to your point about pipeline and why this is so, why this is so important to pipeline. We all talk diverse and inclusive environments are better companies, different viewpoints, different backgrounds, different perspectives at the table making decisions. These are diverse backgrounds. These are diverse experiences coming into the workplace with a perspective on life that's really important, and it's going to redefine how companies think about their commitment to society. So the pipeline isn't always just a skills conversation.
That's right.
You know, the pipeline is a diversity of experiences and thought and perspectives conversation.
That's right.
And we ought to all be investing in that.
Absolutely. So another question from the audience is that many times the barriers to employment for justice-impacted folks is not an employer issue. It's an us, and it's capitalized and underscored. It's an us issue. It's us not wanting someone with a record in our homes and in our businesses. How are we working? And I'm going to direct this. I'll start, John, with you. You know, how are you working to educate the public in the same way as employers? Talk a bit about
Well, I
that.
think part of it is just getting to know the people in our midst. So many people, a lot of whom you don't know, have been in prison. So many people have been through the system in some way or another. And if we were to exclude all of them from public life because we're uncomfortable, we'd be excluding way more people than you think. And so what I want people to realize, we have to demystify this idea that these folks are irredeemable, that they're hardened criminals. Just as Andrew said, we have to take that mystique away and retell the story, because the true story is folks who are returning citizens are among us all the time, and we live together. Like I said, we ride on the subway together. We share the streets together all the time, and so I understand why someone might feel uncomfortable, but please realize that there are so many folks who have been in the system in one way or another, and if you allow the stereotypes you've read and seen about those folks to instill fear in your heart and exclusion, then we can't have a society that works, because there's so many people that would meet that definition.
Absolutely. Would anyone else like to add to the comment? How do we influence the broader narrative, you know, in the public?
Well, doing this in each one of your corporations, organizations, in your homes, invite someone to speak to the issues of criminal justice reform. Talk to me or any of the 2 cohorts that are back there in the back of the room to figure out where you can plug into the things that you are most passionate about. I mean, there again are so many ways to, you know, take down a beast. And so you can plug in the way that suits you. But it is so very important that we look from a spiritual place and just say, hey, listen, you know, but by the grace of God, there go I. This could have been me. It could have been my child. It could have been my mother, my sister, my brother, my aunt, whomever. And that because it wasn't, that I have a responsibility to myself and to my fellow community member to make a difference.
Wonderful.
And I always like to stress, because I think it's important that individual businesses are doing the best that they can, and individual nonprofit organizations are doing the best that they can. But that is not a substitute for us as a community coming together, as a democracy coming together and saying, these are policy changes that will affect entire states, entire nations. Those are the times when big change happens. I think when we do a project like this, it's more of like an example, an idea that we can show to the public that says, here's the kind of broad policies that this whole nation needs to consider, or an entire state needs to consider. And so I think it always needs to be combined with democracy, with political action, with policy change. It's not enough for us to do these individual pilot programs where we work with a few organizations and help a few groups. Those are great, and they will add to society, and they're great. And I personally have invested time and energy into them. But I also invest a lot of time and energy into getting behind law changes and getting behind candidates that stand up for issues that I believe in when it comes to this issue. And so I think you have to combine the activity of business and philanthropy with the activity of democracy.
That's right. I mean, and on that note, the call to action then is for each of us in the room to consider how we can unlock future and open opportunity in our work, in our community, in our civic life, in our world. Thank you to our panelists. Please, round of applause for our incredible panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under President George W. Bush and the current President and CEO of Goodwill Industries International, Stephen C. Preston.
Good morning. Wow, what a panel. I was listening in the green room. I just felt like the pictures that they gave us, the language they used, the ideas that we got from that group just sort of put a lot of us in a different place in how we think of these issues. And I think we had 4 people with star power up here on the platform. So I just think we should give them another round of applause. I believe that what we just talked about, although I'm going to go in a different direction, but I believe what we just talked about is really one of the defining issues of our time. At Goodwill, we see it up close every day. Goodwill helps hundreds of thousands of people who need a second chance. And we see people, while they're currently incarcerated, and work with them, people coming home, and people on that multi-year journey forward. And we know that there are good solutions out there. We know that with the right kinds of supports, in training, access to employment and other things, high recidivism rates plummet, and they're replaced by high success rates and hope for the future. So the investments that we make in that support has a return many times over, both financially and in the form of transformed lives. So I would actually like to start today with a story about a changed life that actually sort of tangentially related to what you just heard, because Chelsea Rucker's story begins in brokenness following the incarceration of her partner. And it also captures the essence of how a life can be transformed by equipping someone to envision and achieve a different kind of future.
The most important thing about being a mother is leading by example. What do you do when you have nothing? A year ago, I found myself homeless with my daughters. The whole shelter experience. For the kids, I kept telling them that we were just on vacation and waiting for the house to be ready. That's the worst thing I ever had to do. I grew up in the housing projects in East Nashville, so nobody ever talked about career paths. I didn't know what to do or where to go, but I kept saying, they're watching how you handle this. You have a serious example to set for these girls. Most people think that Goodwill is just a retail store, but it's so much more than that. While I was living at the shelter, I decided to reach out to their career center, and I actually got a job as an office admin for Goodwill. A coworker told me that Goodwill and Google actually have a program to provide IT training. The program is called the IT Support Professional Certificate. When I learned that I could get a scholarship through Goodwill, it was life-changing.
Chelsea is the kind of person Goodwill was designed to support. That's why, thanks to the assistance of Google.org, we started the Goodwill Digital Career Accelerator. Using tools and resources from Grow with Google, the Goodwill Digital Career Accelerator is focused on connecting more than 1 million people with the skills they need to advance in digital careers. The Google IT Support Professional Certificate was a great building block for this.
I joined the 4 a.m. club. I would get up while the girls were asleep and do my schoolwork. While I was studying, I learned that a Google representative was going to come and give a tech talk at Goodwill. I had to go.
Chelsea really stood out when I met her at the Goodwill event. She asked some really interesting questions, and the enthusiasm was tangible. So I asked her to send me a resume.
When I got my interview, I was so nervous. I wasn't sure if I was good enough.
During the interview process, Chelsea demonstrated not only the foundational technical knowledge that she developed, but her initiative. And that's exactly what we need for people that are working in our data centers. So we brought her on board.
I absolutely love my job. When I first got the job, my daughter, she was like, "Mom, you got this job? That means we'll have a house forever."
In the year that we've been working with Google.org, we've seen more than 250,000 people build their digital skills, and almost 30,000 people have gone to work.
A year ago, I wasn't sure where my life was going. I thought everything was falling apart. I feel hopeful about the future now. I want my daughters to know that they can achieve any goal that they can set for themselves. My goal is to be a developer. That's what I want to do. I've come this far. I plan to go to the stars. My name is Chelsea Rucker, and I'm a data center technician for Google.
Yeah. I think we need some tissue at a few of these tables over here. Little does Chelsea know that across America, people are seeing her story and reacting to it. So I would like to talk a little bit about Chelsea's story because I think her words mean a lot. She starts out by saying, "A year ago, I found myself homeless with my daughters." Things can change with the right kind of support. In one short year, Chelsea moved from not really knowing what was ahead, which she said at the end of the video, to a great job and a home. We didn't change her life, but we did equip her, and we gave her the support she needed to get through her training. I didn't know what to do or where to go. Nobody ever talked about career paths where I grew up. People don't have visibility into what's possible. They often don't have access to what's possible to make it a reality. And they need both before they can take that first step forward. The most important thing about being a mother is leading by example. The benefit of her employment went well beyond just the financial benefit, and it went beyond Chelsea. It gave her dignity, it gave her a place to contribute, a community, and it gave her family a new life. My goal is to be a developer. That's what I want to do. I've come this far, I plan to go to the stars. So this job is just a beginning, right? It's just a beginning because now she has relevant foundational skills. She has an understanding of what's possible. She has the support to make it happen, and what we say in our world is, I think she's become a lifelong learner, and she knows where that can take her. So many people really only know Goodwill for our stores, but our mission is to help people reach their full potential through what we refer to as learning and the power of work. Last year, 1.6 million people came through our door for face-to-face services. We supported over 30 million people through online support. We help equip people to overcome difficult barriers in their lives, as well as supporting people going through life transitions, such as veterans coming home, people who've been displaced, or actually people just looking to get ahead in their careers. Now, I want to anchor on the need to support people going through transitions, because the economic transition ahead of us could have a more significant and more rapid effect on our workforce than anything we've seen in our lifetimes. And how we face it could mean the difference between opportunity and despair for millions of Americans. The fourth industrial revolution is ushering in a new era where artificial intelligence, machine learning, autonomous systems will continue to transform workplaces and demand a new kind of workforce with new skills. It may be hard to imagine that today. There are over 7 million unfilled jobs in the economy today, many because businesses report that they can't find the skills that they need. But at the same time, we see nearly 6 million people unemployed, 7 million working poor, 38 million people living in poverty, as well as very low labor participation rates, which includes many people who've just stopped looking for work. So that's what it looks like in the most robust job market. As we look forward, the World Economic Forum estimates that 54% of people currently employed will need significant reskilling just in the next few years, and that by 2030, 16% of occupations will be automated worldwide, with nearly 39 million displaced workers in the US alone. Middle and higher skilled activities will continue to automate beyond that time frame. Now, there are a lot of different predictions out there about what's going to happen. Many of them are significantly less grim, and we also know that there will be many high-skilled jobs that will be created throughout this time as well. Nonetheless, we expect to see major job losses among incumbent workers. People who have jobs, who are supporting their families, who are paying their bills today, but may not be able to continue to do so unless they get the skills they need to compete in a new workforce. So we are devoting our time, ourselves very much to understanding that path ahead and what our role within that transition is. Because this issue is really right in the bullseye of who we are at Goodwill and what we're trying to achieve. So what do we know? We know that many people need to acquire core skills, digital skills, other academic foundations, often basic skills to help them operate effectively in the workplace. And while many employers are training employees and applicants to meet specific talent needs, people may not have enough foundational knowledge to be able to step into that training successfully. So these foundational skills may need to be acquired elsewhere, and they're the price of entry. We also know that training needs to be geared to adult learners if we're going to equip incumbent workers. And that means a lot of different things. First, it means how we instruct people. Adults respond well to hands-on practical training. They seek relevancy. They're goal-oriented. They want to connect the dots between their education and the job that they're going for. Adults also have many competing demands, and it often causes scheduling difficulty, child care issues, and sometimes financial constraints. And they often come into the learning environment with varying levels of confidence. And as a result, they often need coaching to support them through their journey. Getting all of this right is often the key to success. And so we have to understand that whole picture. Well, what else do we know? We know that jobs are local. So good things happen when employers, educators, service providers, and lawmakers work together on the ground with an understanding of the needs of the local population to ensure that they receive relevant skills and support that lead to real opportunities for real people where they live. We also know that billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, are being invested to support training and education programs without sufficient results. Whether it's student loans for educational programs that are not delivering the goods for students or employers, or workforce development funding that is falling short on results, there are clear opportunities for us to redeploy this massive pool of funds much more productively. And now is the time, I think, to take a step back and ask, how can funding be realigned to ensure that our families and our neighbors can acquire the skills that they need to fuel our economic future and to put themselves on a path to flourish in a rapidly changing economy? Now, there are a lot of bright spots, many of them. On the policy side, think tanks, foundations, many knowledgeable experts are dedicating themselves to understanding the need and recommending policy solutions in many different areas, such as employer incentives, credentialing, occupational licensing, and of course, better educational models. There are plenty of great ideas on the table to support our policy makers. Now we need people to start taking action. Businesses are stepping up to the plate. One of our closest partners, Walmart, is setting the pace in many ways. Walmart has already provided over 1 million employees with expansive training for Walmart jobs through Walmart Academy. They're also offering $1-a-day college programs to support employees who want to expand their skills further and may even want to move in jobs beyond Walmart for the good of their future, right? They're giving them a path forward wherever that may lead. Indeed is partnering with Goodwill to advance their commitment to help 1 million job seekers across the world find employment by 2024. Our partnership will focus on helping job seekers assess their skills, present their capabilities to employers effectively, and actually connect with employers at hiring events. And in fact, last week at our most recent event, 40% of the people walked away with a job. And Google's digital, And Google's digital initiative that we just heard on the video has a goal of helping 1.2 million people expand their digital skills and employment opportunities. And so we see these examples really across our economy, which is, I think, incredibly encouraging. Another thing, communities continue forward with innovative and creative partnerships. We are embedded in communities across the country. We see many of these partnerships. We participate in many of them. They're with governments, with educators, with employers, with prisons, and many others that are helping people advance their career based on opportunities in those communities, needs, people, relevant jobs where they live. And in addition, we have many targeted programs in our own network with very specific focuses that are giving us a great window into what's working and how we need to adapt. We have 26 adult high schools called Excel Centers. In fact, one of them is just down the road here in Washington. And they prepare students with both a high school degree and a credential. And the graduates are showing significantly higher wages, they're going on to higher degrees, and even their children are demonstrating improved academic performance. The Digital Career Accelerator that you heard about has led to nearly 70,000 jobs in the first 18 months of its rollout. And because it provides up to 5 levels of attainment, right, going from very basic skills all the way up to coding and cybersecurity skills, it gives a pathway for people to continue up that trajectory, which is specifically what you heard about in the video. And then through our collaborations with employers and community colleges, last year we granted over 38,000 credentials, providing people with skills targeted for employment. And finally, I should throw in there, because of what you just heard from the panel, our reentry programs are showing great success as well. And in our early stage DOL programs, we're seeing single-digit recidivism rates in the first year. And we're committed to understanding those successes much more deeply so that we can expand the impact we're having in helping people as they come home. So those are some of the success stories that we're working on to understand better and to build upon. We continue to learn from each of these initiatives so that we can refine and advance what works. But while we see many successful models that we can build on, the response today is fragmented. It is not holistic often, and it needs to be scalable. And if the experts are right, we are going to need to expand our efforts to expand our impact, be able to address this issue because of the significant scale. So I'm sure most of us would all agree that America needs to continue to innovate and advance technologically to maintain its leadership in a competitive global economy. But the primary fuel for maintaining that leadership is talent. And by tapping into the talent that surrounds us every day, we can develop our workforce to meet the needs of employers and create better pathways for Americans to adapt and thrive. Our people are our most strategic assets, and our investments need to reflect that. So I open up my comments today by showing you a story about how a life can be transformed in just 1 year. Over the next year, we at Goodwill will be collaborating with our 157 affiliates across North America to determine more specifically what our response must be to ensure that we leverage our network, our skills, the millions of human touch points we see every year to understand what's working so that we can deliver the greatest results and help people move ahead in their lives. Now, this room is filled with leaders, with influencers from businesses and chambers of commerce, state, federal agencies, associations, foundations, educational organizations. We're kind of all in this mix. And you all have remarkable opportunities to advance this important work where you are, whether it's whom you're hiring, how you invest in your employees, what policies you're working to advance, the partnerships you're building, or the programs you're funding. So I ask myself, what can we accomplish together in just 1 year? Because in the words of Chelsea Rucker, I hope that we can find many more people who have the opportunity to shoot for the stars. Thank you.
going to stand here.
35 minutes.
Stand here.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready? I'll go on the side.
There we go.
You have to do it.
Bright lights, huh?
Awesome. So welcome everyone. I'm super excited to be moderating this panel on technology and skills and the skills gap. To introduce myself, my name is Erica Pandy. I'm a reporter with Axios, where I cover the future of work and how tech is changing businesses and cities and societies. I cover a lot of companies, including 2 that are up on the stage. And this panel comes at a critical moment. Future of work is such an important topic. Technology is innovating faster than ever, and often businesses and public policy is lagging behind a little bit. And there are a lot of real skills gaps in the workforce, but there's also a lot of communication breakdown. And the panelists I have here with me today have done a lot of work to try to bridge some of those gaps and try to move us forward into the future of work. So I have Gayatri Agnew from Walmart, Kelly Bailey from MC, Micah Bell from FedEx, and Lisa Lutz from Solid. And I'll pose the first question to them and let them sort of go down the line and explain how they come at this critical issue. And we've been talking a little bit backstage, and we've been talking about how a skills gap is really a popular term these days, and it often means a gap in terms of what workers know and what employers need, but it can also mean a communications breakdown between employers and workers when it comes to hiring. All of you have worked to close these gaps in some capacity, and I'd love to hear from you, what are the crucial gaps that you and your organization see today, and what are you doing to address them? I'll start with you, Gayatri.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Erica, and good morning, everyone, and thank you to the U.S. Chamber for having us here today. How many of you are on your phone? Totally cool if you are. Totally cool if you are. Not insulting. Like literally everyone in the room should put their hand up because I see you. I can see you. It's totally fine that you are. But imagine if you couldn't be. Imagine if either you didn't know how to use it, you didn't have a data plan that would allow you to actually connect to all of the things you guys are connecting to, or imagine if you just weren't familiar with the technology that you all are probably holding in your hands today. So the skills gap that I and that Walmart is most concerned about is the core digital skills gap in the US today. And that's because everything we do, and you guys just demonstrated this for me this morning, everything we do rests in many cases in the palm of our hand. And if you didn't have that, what would that mean you didn't have access to? It would perhaps mean that you couldn't apply for a job. It would perhaps mean that you couldn't communicate with friends or family. It would perhaps mean that you couldn't help your kids with their homework, get online and check their grades, or even reserve a pavilion for your son's 5th birthday party. It's meaningful, and it's a huge gap. And to me, it's the gap that underscores all of the other gaps, which I'll talk about a little bit today. But Walmart's really proud to be partnering with dozens of organizations, many of whom are in this room today, to launch an organization called Digital Us. Because us together are the ones in the US who will fix this problem, and without A, identifying it as a massive problem, and B, making a commitment to fix it, we can't do anything. And so I do want a quick infomercial to go to the website joindigitalus.org. All of us. This isn't a Walmart thing, it's an American thing. And we need to start working on it. So the first is the digital skills gap, because it all starts there. All of the high quality training programs and the work-based learning training programs and entry into community college programs many of us will probably talk about today, they all start with having core access to digital skills. But the other gap that Walmart's really concerned about, and I'll share, so I work in walmart.org, which is the philanthropic arm of the Fortune 1. We employ 1.2 million US workers and 2.2 million workers across the globe. So we know a thing or two about what it means to recruit and retain talent, and we see these patterns in the talent that we recruit and retain in the US. We see this digital skills gap on the front line as an employer, and then I see it as a philanthropist trying to address social issues. So the first and foremost is the digital skills gap, but another gap I want to call out this morning is actually the opportunity gap. Right? So even if you can get online and you can find that perfect job and you have gone through that training online or in person and you've found the perfect job, are you going to be able to access that job? Or will the barriers in your personal community, personal life, social network, et cetera, prevent you from doing so? Does the employer you're seeking to work with actually know the talents and the unique skills that you could bring to that job? And I would argue that today, our translation process, and to your point about communication, of here's Gayatri's resume, and this is where she went to school, and this is who she knows, is a wildly flawed way to find talent, right? What we really need to be doing is, what is she capable of doing? What are the unique skills that she has? And so Walmart and Walmart.org have been working really hard to invest in initiatives like T3, like JDX, like the work that the US Chamber is doing to try to bridge some of these communication gaps so that we can close the opportunity gap. And I'll share more about that, but I feel like the clock is ticking at me. Sorry, it's very big up here.
No problem. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Bailey with MZ. I'm the Director of Strategy for our higher education group. And I think most of you are probably sitting there wondering, what is MZ? And that's okay. We are a labor market analytics firm. We're actually owned by the nonprofit Strata Education Network, so I thought I'd at least let you all know that, so you know who we are first of all. And in terms of like the skills gap, I would say our organization's mission is really to use data to drive economic prosperity. And in order to do that, that really requires us to work and understand people looking for work looking for people, and education trying to train those people looking for work. We tend to, although there are definitive skills gaps, we analyze that data all the time, we've really found in working with this that it's the common language gaps that are most difficult. Educators not understanding what employers are looking for and how to actually create programs that are new and current. People really not understanding how their education and their work history equates to the skills that those employers are looking for. There's like a lot going on where in the past, the way we've talked within these three groups were in this language that just wasn't understandable. Even skills, and I've been doing this for way too long, even skills is not new, but the way we've approached it has been difficult because we've really tried to fit it into sort of the traditional structures that you guys might have heard talked about in this room already, like SOC codes, SIP codes, all the things that we struggle to communicate between. So we've kind of approached this in a very different way. About a month and a half ago, well, I should say it was a 2.5-year process, so don't think that this just, we announced it a month and a half ago, was our MZ Skills. We worked on a skills library that would be a very dynamic and organic way to read skills in the hundreds of millions of job postings that we analyze, also resumes and social profiles of people, really trying to understand how could we get to the root of the problem, being this language barrier, so that we could actually solve what the skills gaps actually are. And we announced that, so selfless plug, that's available on skills.mzdata.com, free access via API for anyone to use. We really hope that it can be something that it also includes machine readable tags. I know Cheryl talked about that this morning. It's super important in terms of scale. We all wish that all of the great employers out there, all of the great educators could sit down in a room and have that discussion and figure it all out. But the problem is that discussion that happens today is all of a sudden things will change next year. Things will change in 3 years. Things will change in 5 years. It moves very quickly. And in order for us to scale the concepts that we all talk about, the initiatives that we're working on with JDX, like you mentioned, we have to have this sort of underlying foundation for us to be able to talk about that. So that's really what, in terms of gap, we first wanted to approach the communication gap before we tried to solve for skills gap.
Great. So thank you for being here. My name is Micah Bell. I am the Director of Talent Strategy for FedEx Services. You know, kind of to this subject, one of the things I want to touch on was not just the skills gap, but I'd probably say from our corporate lens, which is really why I think some of this exists today. So from the corporate side, you really see businesses popping up almost every day. And with readable technology that's out there, it really takes very little for a lot of people to have to go invent, but you can go and use things that are available to you today and really spin up a company very quickly. Over a year and a half, a lot of these small companies really turn into what we call market disruptors. And once a market disruptor emerges, most large companies, or really any company, kind of takes a step back and decides whether or not they're going to continue down the same direction or they're going to pivot and go another direction. And every time we do that, we really say, okay, what skill sets do we need internal to our company to really compete in this market? Which skill sets do we already have expertise? Which skill sets do we need to go out and upskill our own workforce? And really, which skill sets do we need to go out into the market and buy? And really, by the time that happens and you've got some new market disruptor that's in a totally different discipline, we really go out to the market and we are hoping that there are professionals that are out there that have expertise in this space, because by the time that that's the case, we really have very little time to go out and start talking with professional learning systems about curriculum or really upskilling people at that point. We need expertise to walk into the next day for companies like FedEx to really help us be successful. One of the things that FedEx is very focused on, we always say we focus on connecting people with possibilities. And that's not just from a package perspective, but really, from the several years that I was over the recruiting arm and talent acquisition, it was really, we noticed that when people apply for a job, it's not just the job that they want, they really apply for the job for the possibilities that job is going to unlock for them. And so understanding the skill sets that they have and understanding what that journey is really what we're about, and how do we enable somebody to come in with these opportunities. And so from that, we've really kind of, I would say, seen three gaps. There's the gap from a curriculum learning perspective of how do we get people up to speed and skilled very quickly by the time that market disruptor becomes a force. There's really the gap in how we educate our students or our workforce today that, hey, there are some emerging skill sets, there are some emerging technologies you need to know. And really, kind of to some of the points before, there's a gap in just our workforce today and being able to go out to a career site or look at a company and interpret the things that are on their page and say, okay, based on what I've done in my life, I think I would be very successful at that role. And so we've been very focused on how we address that with multiple of the companies in this room, obviously the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and a variety of advisory boards with a lot of our universities for how do we influence what we see coming in the future.
Awesome. Good. Good morning. My name is Lisa Lutz. I am president of a company called Solid, and like Kelly, I don't have the advantage of name recognition for my company, so I'll give you just a sort of a brief overview of what we do. We specialize in translating military training and experience into civilian occupations and civilian credentials. We do this in a number of ways, and we support all of the military services and DoD as well as some other government agencies. But we look at it from both a policy perspective, and we do policy research and analysis to support that, but we also look at it from a technology perspective. And that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about here today. But why is this important? Why is the military important to this conversation? We were talking with some folks yesterday, and if you think about it, the military is actually the largest employer in the United States. But not only is it the largest employer, it's also probably the largest provider of structured workplace learning in the United States. So you've got the DoD and the military services kind of serving on both sides of the equation. What I liked about the way you framed the question, Erica, was that you said, is it a real skills gap or is there a communication gap? And I think the other folks have hit on this as well, but I do believe, at least as it relates to the military, it truly is a communication gap. It's about the ability to translate the high quality training and experience that service members receive into civilian terminology that's understood by employers. The Society for Human Resource Management did a study a while back, and they basically were polling HR providers to say, do you want to hire the military? And 60% or more said, yes, we really want to hire the military because we know they bring to the table a lot of soft skills. They've got the leadership, the communication, drug-free, those kinds of things. But what they don't understand so much are the technical skills, and they've got a tremendous amount of technical skills. Again, the military invests tens of thousands of dollars in training each service member, state-of-the-art training. So what we want to do is be able to translate the work that's being done in the military, the training that they're receiving, into, again, a taxonomy or a standard that all people can understand in both the military and the civilian workforce. So a couple of things that we've been working on and that we've been involved with some of the chamber initiatives, including, again, the Job Data Exchange and the T3 Innovation Network, was to look how we can use things like data standards, competency frameworks, comprehensive learner records, and all of the technology that's behind that to better illustrate that the skills that the military service member and veterans have are really on par with their civilian counterparts.
Thanks so much, Lisa. I think I want to ask my next question based on something you just said. I think I'd like to hear, what's the good news? Well, you guys have identified some pretty massive, larger-than-life problems. What kind of technological innovation have you seen at your organization or other organization that seems to be working for workers, basically, and helping them either upskill or connect to the right employers, or any of these three gaps that you mentioned, Micah? What is actually out there that's working?
Sure.
And I'll throw it to any of you.
Yeah, I'll kick it off and start. One of the things we've been looking at, as we talk about some of the skill gaps and kind of something I just talked about gap in general, was a lot of people don't realize, from my experience, that they have an aptitude to do something and they might not have known it. So, it's as a father, I've got a little girl. She's very young, and it's very interesting for the two boys who live across the street, the differences in what our garages look like. So my garage has a pink little electric car, and it's got my daughter's chalk, and it's got some other stuff like that in it. As where my neighbor with his two boys, everything in there is some form of gadget, building blocks, and all of this for what I would consider more of a technology, STEM focused, vastly different than my daughter. Fast forward that to today, FedEx is also partners with companies like UScience, and we've been working with a local high school on the outskirts of Memphis. And what we've been doing is we've been going into the school and we've been giving them tests, or assessments to really say or really understand what the students actually have an aptitude to do, and try to compare that with things that they are socializing they actually have a desire to do. And one of our focuses really in the technology space, we've had a serious shortage from software developers. The majority of young women that we see coming through school don't raise their hand and say, I am dying to go into a STEM-related field, and I really want to be a software developer. But with some of those partnerships, what we've realized is a vast majority of them really have strong aptitude to be very successful in that space. And so we at FedEx have been sending people to local schools like Carville High School, and sending similar people to the demographics and saying, hey, here's people who are like you that are very successful and have very great careers, and let us go in and help talk you through that journey. And it seems to be working very well.
So I think one of the greatest assets, not just that Walmart has, but that we have as a nation right now when it comes to innovation and upskilling, is the fact that there are 7 million plus open roles and 6 million-ish unemployed people. And just these data alone will force us all to be more innovative, to look to our own talent pools and internally upskill or reskill the workers that are already employed. So Walmart's entire strategy, Walmart.org's entire philanthropic strategy around trying to unlock economic mobility for frontline workers is focused on workers, people who are already working. And our belief is that if you can give folks the tools they need to learn while they are also earning, while they're also working, it's a lot of what Steve talked about earlier this morning, and it's an incredibly powerful idea. Most Americans can't afford to pause work to learn. And so one of the things that I'm most excited about that's happening right now in this country is the integration of work and learning. I think a wonderful example of that for Walmart is the fact that over the last 3 years, we've built something called the Walmart Academies. And these are co-located training or school facilities physically in 200 of our stores. And we've to date provided over 1 million instances of training and trained well over 500,000 of our own workers. And I think this is a recognition of two things. One, it's a recognition that irrespective of the job you have today, your human potential and your connection to a brand or a company makes you a good candidate for a future role with that company. And second, that nationally, we need to totally revamp what it means to be lifelong learners. And companies have got to be on the forefront of that. We can't just say to educators, do better. We have to do it together. And so I think Walmart Academies are a recognition of company ownership to upskill our own associates. But we've just now started running some pilots where we're bringing outside educators into our retail space to provide training and education to our associates. So a simple example of that is teaching a CPR class inside a Walmart Academy, right? And to me, that's a great example of just pulling down the silos between this is where you go to learn and this is where you go to work. And the reality is part of closing this gap that we're talking about is recognizing that most of you are at work today, but you're also learning, right? Like it's a continuous process, and the more powerful that system is, not just for those in the room today, but for every worker, the stronger this nation will be when it comes to talent.
And Lisa and Kelly, you both talked about using technology to quite literally translate skills into, from what the educator is saying, from what the worker is saying to what the employer is saying. What does that look like for a layperson?
Well, the best way that I can describe it, I find data is always hard to understand. I'm a visual person, so I'm going to, at least the way MZ approaches skills, I'm going to describe it like this. Some of you out there that I know have actually seen a graphic that we've put together for this, but skills are and we're reading skills just again, organically how they're happening within job postings, resumes, and social profiles. Think of skills in your mind like a universe. The actual skills are the stars in that universe, and the constellations are when you see groupings of skills to create a role. You'll hear me specifically use the role as opposed to a job title, because sometimes the job titles don't really match. If anyone's ever heard of a software developer, at one organization, that might mean 8 different things. Across organizations, goodness, you don't even know how many different definitions of that there could be. But when you read skills in this way, instead of defining it as it means this and it rolls up to this job, we define it by, in this universe, the relationship between the other skills. Now imagine if people could understand themselves in terms of their own constellation in this universe, if jobs could, we're working with JDX to help them better signal out the skills that they need for different roles, again, software developer 1 being that perfect example. They could find the roles that they're seeking in this universe of skills. And then educators, my goodness, if they could fit themselves right into that universe of skills, all of a sudden, those overlaps that you start to see, it's really easy in terms of just going back to upskilling and reskilling on how this communication happens. You can all of a sudden see, if I'm over here and I want to be over here, what's that going to take? The data beyond figuring out your steps to get there, because not everyone's step is going to be like this. It's more right? But then if you see roles that overlap, that's a smaller step. Maybe that doesn't require so much education. I think in terms of understanding this in a way that sort of we've approached it, it allows us then to see these changes happen. So as people shift in this universe of skills, as employers, what they're looking for in the market, you see new skills pop up, new emerging roles pop up. All of a sudden you see it happen and how that can affect you and how you can make decisions across all of those different groups that I've talked about, the people people, the employers, the educators, it really changes the way that you approach, like Gayatri said, like lifelong learning. It's not just a one and done thing anymore. Throughout your process, throughout your crazy career path, what are the little things that you need to do to move yourself throughout this? So that's kind of the way we look at here at MZ how to approach like that, I guess, defining in the rough sense of skills and how to communicate.
So I'll pick up on that, and I don't think I'm going to be quite as pictorial as you are. I like the stars and the universe and the constellations. I'm going to bring it down to a little bit more of a geeky level and think about the technology as it relates to data standards. Some of you may be familiar with data standards. I think most people are familiar with standards in general. There's safety standards, there's product standards. So if you get your computer mouse out and the battery's dead, you look at it, it says, I need a AAA battery. What am I going to do? I go to the drawer and I pull out a AAA battery. It doesn't matter if it's Duracell or if it's Energizer, they both are going to work because there are standards around those products. So the standards around data are basically intended to give you sort of a taxonomy of how you describe the data and the metadata. If you think about online travel sites like Expedia or Travelocity, are they actually going out and collecting all of this data from each one of the hotels, the rental car agencies, the airlines? No, those different industries have captured their data with certain tags so that it can be read more readily. And that's what the Job Data Exchange and some of the other initiatives that are currently underway are trying to capture as well. To be able to describe jobs, to describe competencies, and to describe credentials using a common language. And thinking about that as it relates to the military, why is that important? It goes back to that whole concept of translating. So if the military is part of these initiatives that are working to develop these common languages, then they can take into account the unique facets of military training and experience. So when we're developing technology solutions for the military, we're looking at ways where we can provide that common thread using taxonomies and linked data. I will leave you with just a thought that I found kind of I was thinking about this morning in terms of standards. I work very closely with the American National Standards Institute on personnel certification standards. You may not know this, but there is such a thing as a World Standards Day. In fact, it was on October 14th. And
nerdiest holiday ever.
There you go. Hallmark opportunity. I went to an event that ANSI hosted on World Standards Day a couple of years ago, and we sat in a room like this, and we all raised our drinks to standards, and I thought, oh my gosh.
I think, so, down the line, we've talked about some really, really cool tools and innovations of technology transforming the talent marketplace today. I do want to make sure we have time for a really important question, which is about access. And you've talked about this, Gayatri, a little bit, but, what kind of diversity and inclusion considerations should we make as we integrate tech even further into the recruitment process and into the employment process, into the education process, to make sure everybody is taking advantage of what's happening? And I'll open it up to all of you.
That's such an important question, and I'll start. So at Walmart.org, we think of all of the work we do with a lens toward equity. And the way we ask that question is, who's going to benefit from this work, or who's going to take advantage of this work, and are the outcomes of those who engage in these initiatives, programs, or use this technology going to be equitable irrespective of who they are, right? So is the experience of an older woman going to be the same as the experience of a younger Latinx man? And that's incredibly hard to measure. It's hard for our partners that we provide philanthropic support to measure. It's hard for us to measure. But that's the North Star against which we are working on these projects. And two of the things I would highlight that we've really found to be critical. One, and all of us in this room know this, it matters who's in leadership of the organizations that we're providing support to, by which I mean the composition of their board, the composition of their senior staff, and in the case of a lot of the innovative technology that we and other organizations are investing in, it matters how it was invented and who invented it and who the founder of it is. And we forget that part and go straight to, was there equitable use of a product? product, but we forget to actually ask who was it invented for, right? Which population was it designed to serve? And so stepping way back and asking some of these design questions upstream is incredibly critical. The other piece is that inequitable access isn't a new thing. It's not. A lot of organizations in this room work on critical poverty alleviation in the US, and you can tell me right now which groups are going to be left behind in the digital revolution, right? It's adult learners that don't have a high school diploma. It's older workers. It's communities of color. And that's not new, but the infusion of the importance of technology as part of the path to greater economic opportunity is what makes the focus on this digital gap for learners and workers so critical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'll tack onto that a little bit too. So, really at FedEx, what I think has been a great focus in enabling, that journey and opportunity for people is really just ensuring that we've got pathways into FedEx that we can enable people to reach those possibilities within the company. And so when I say that, from partnerships in hiring our heroes, with our veterans, to really opportunity youth, to hiring students who graduate from high school and may go through boot camps, or really what we talk for non-traditional pathways, everybody gets educated and continues to learn in various different ways. I even, as I mentioned my daughter earlier, at night when she can't go to sleep, she sits on my wife's lap and she can navigate from the home screen to her pictures, and she likes to thumb through all the pictures. Mm-hmm. And it's pictures of her, it's pictures of animals, it's pictures of colors, it's pictures of all that stuff. And for a 1.5-year-old, what's very interesting is I dropped her off at daycare, before I flew here, and the teacher was talking about moving her to the next room, where she'll start to learn her colors and her numbers. But it was kind of funny because when I brought her in, I asked her which table she wanted to sit at, and she goes, "I want to sit at the blue one." And so, as lifelong learners, technology really has enabled us to be skilled on a day-to-day basis and continue to learn. And the apps and the iPhones, we really have more employable skills than most people understand. And so really at FedEx, we've tried to say, what pathways do we have for those who go the non-traditional pathway, or for veterans, to really give them an opportunity to come into FedEx and open up that possibility for them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I can, I'll just add one part, because I talk about economic prosperity for all people. I think just really kind of pointing out that some of the different technologies, at least that we're trying to drive to help support this, is really around that issue of understanding how you fit into that circle, how it's easier for you to make decisions, to really get those people, those employers, those educators working more closely together. And it really doesn't matter who that person is, but it's a personalized pathway based on them, based on their history, based on their education, and how they fit into this that I think here is really important.
Mm-hmm. And
so I'll just say very briefly, but so in some of the work that we're doing with the military, the Lumina Foundation, much like Walmart and FedEx, also has an equity imperative, and we're doing some work for them where we're looking at developing military to civilian occupational pathways and using technology to do that. But they've asked that we really concentrate on what they've identified as their equity populations. And so one of the things that we've worked with DoD to do is to look at the characteristics of service members according to different military occupational areas, and then target the ones that have a pretty high representation of service members who are in those equity populations. The goal being to make sure that they're getting the same opportunities as some of their counterparts for attaining credentials while they're in the military and for getting jobs when they leave the military. So it's an important point, and I think I'm glad you raised that, Erica.
we have just a couple minutes left, so I want to super quick go down the line and just tell us either one thing you talked about today or that you haven't mentioned yet that makes you hopeful about the future of work. And I'll start
Personalized learning is what makes me hopeful about the future of work and learning. The equity challenges we just talked about are so much easier to tackle when we can personalize learning to the individual needs of each learner. And that makes me hopeful for the future.
I have to echo the personalized learning, but I also want to say that it's really, again, being someone, I think we all have, like we've known each other for a long time, doing this work for this long, it's really the changes that we can see happening that are making this more approachable. Like we used to say this was the pipe dream, that concept of personalized learning, being able to take all of these data-driven aspects and create something. But now we're all sitting in this room, we're all talking about it. The last few days, we've had groups together working on these major initiatives. Like we're really at a point where we can see this be a real, true thing. And I think that makes me really excited about this.
Yeah, and personalized learning and really being able to meet a student where they are is probably one of the things that I'm most passionate about. So I'll take that and really kind of echo on what I think technology today has really come such a long way that, kind of as we've been matching candidates with jobs, there's what we call our eHarmony for jobs, but the machine learning and AI that's out there to allow a candidate to come in and really upload their skills and say, this is who I am and what I can do. And now it's on an employer to say, okay, now where do you best fit?
Absolutely.
And I think technology is now at a place we can do that.
Yeah, I'll carry through on that theme, Micah, and I agree very much. I'm really excited about technology. I think back at how we've done our work for over the past 20 years or so as we're working to map military occupations to civilian jobs and civilian credentials, and we've got a lot of analysts, and the analysts are doing, side-by-side comparisons of words, and technology is making that so much easier now. We have recently developed an application for the military called MilGears, and it basically will allow a service member to upload their military documentation. Some of you might have heard of a joint service transcript or an electronic training jacket. The tool then parses that information, and it looks at all of the learning that's occurred in the military, not just the formal training that they've received in the schoolhouse or the voluntary education opportunities, degree programs that they might have participated in, but it looks at the on-the-job training that they're doing, and it's turning that around and putting it into competency statements that can then be matched to jobs and credential requirements, and that's all about technology. And some of the things that are going on right now with the T3 Innovation Network and others seem a little bit aspirational, but we were talking this morning, and I said, at some point, the concept of a World Wide Web was aspirational, and so I think it's very exciting to be on the ground floor with some of these initiatives.
Great to end on such a hopeful note. Thank you so much, and please join me in thanking our awesome panelists.
Hello, everyone. Help wanted, too many jobs and not enough workers in most states. This was the recent headline that was highlighting what we all know too well. Hi, my name is Sharon Bonney. I'm the CEO for the Coalition on Adult-Based Education, and I'm here to talk with you today about the ways that we can creatively address the issues that are hampering economic expansion in 39+ states. As we all know, there are currently 6.6 million jobs that are unfilled, with a potential for 7.1 million jobs in 2020. With this in mind, legislators and employers are exploring new employment sources to fill their labor needs. Okay. I'd like to take a look here at some astounding national figures. 88 million adults have low English skills or less than a high school education. 30 million adults don't even have their high school diploma. Yet all colleges and 63% of all U.S. jobs require education beyond high school. 20% of adults that have their high school diploma do not even have beginning literacy skills. In other words, they were pushed along in a system, right? 28 million adults lack the digital literacy skills they need to operate a computer well. I wonder what that means for our bottom line. So we know that we have quite a challenge before us. And we also know that low-skilled adults have many other challenges. They're 2 times as likely to be unemployed, 3 times as likely to be in poverty, 4 times as likely to be in poor health, and 8 times as likely to be incarcerated. And we know there are 43 million working age adults that lack the basic skills that they need for the best paying jobs. Makes you just wonder, what can we do and how can we solve these issues? Well, I'd like to talk with you today about adult basic education. Adult basic education provides the services that are needed to tackle this huge issue. We provide numeracy, literacy, workforce readiness skills, digital literacy, and a lot of wraparound services. And our programs do this on a shoestring budget. Many of our programs are severely underfunded, and our teachers make only about 80% of what teachers in elementary and secondary ed made. Our programs operate with about $200 to $800 per adult learner versus $10,000 in elementary and secondary ed. So you can see that we've got some real funding issues here. And this is who we're working with. We are working with the homeless and runaways, foster care, those that have aged out of foster care, single parents, migrant and seasonal farm workers, long-term unemployed, those who've been unemployed for 27 consecutive weeks or more, English language learners, 943,000, extremely impoverished low-income adults, learning disabilities, and those that are ex-offenders that are seeking re-entry into the system. So you can see right there, there's just some serious barriers, right, that we're dealing with, that we're fighting against. Our program is non-compulsory. Those that come to our program do so because they want to change their life. They want to get up and out of poverty and into family-sustaining jobs. This right here shows the age of those that come in. So typically, the majority of them are from 19 to 54. We've got about 1.1 million in there. And you can just see there's a strong emphasis on the 25 to 44-year-olds that are coming through. That's because there's a lot of high school dropouts that come to us. And we provide the services that they need so that they can get into the workforce. This right here shows there's more than 2,000 programs across the country, and we are providing services in every state. This is really exciting because we have more than a 70% success rate in our programs. So working with that population that I just mentioned and having a 70% success rate, it's really exciting. We're very proud of that. So what is in it for you, the employer? There's a wonderful return on investment in adult education that's undeniable. First of all, the adult ed graduate can typically earn close to $10,000 more per year once they have that high school diploma. And the economy is impacted as well. For every 400,000 adults who earn a high school diploma, we gain $2.5 billion back in tax revenue and reduced expenses. And when you do the math, that's a little over $6,000 per person. And on top of that, the estimated value to our economy in reduced costs for public support programs for low-skilled, low-literate adults is over $200 billion annually. And these are not my figures. These are figures that have come out in a recent report. As one of my colleagues says, when it comes to government programs, you can medicate, you can incarcerate, or you can educate. So consider this. While adult education provides so much more than just the high school equivalency, it is certainly a milestone. Studies show that 47% of GED recipients go on to higher education and have a 90% persistence rate. You want to talk about grit, right? So they're getting into colleges and they're persisting. Adult ed learners want to persist. They want to fight for a better future for themselves and their families. And in my role as CEO, I'd like to talk with you a little bit about their stories. In 2017, COABE, together with the National Association for the State Directors of Adult Education, launched a public awareness campaign called Educate and Elevate. This went on to be picked up by Success Files with Rob Lowe and was pushed out to 143 million viewers nationwide via Fox News and PBS. The campaign won 6 International Davies Awards. And it has really helped us uplift the wonderful stories of our adult learners. You can check them out at educateandelevate.org, but I'm going to share just a couple of them right now. So Dr. Richard Carmona, who is the 17th Surgeon General of the U.S., was a homeless runaway at 13 years old. He had a mouthful of cavities, and he was really in a difficult situation. He came through one of our adult ed programs. He went into the military, and he went on to become a Green Beret. He went on to become a doctor, a firefighter, a police officer, and then finally the 17th Surgeon General of the U.S. And of course, we have Story Musgrave, the famed astronaut, who flew 5 solo missions to the moon. He's another one who came through one of our adult ed programs, got his GED, went on to get 2 doctorates, went on to really make something of himself. He owns 3 different companies. But there's so much more. There's Joseph Perez, who now works in the House of Representatives. He's worked in the White House, and he's also worked for Secretary Betsy DeVos. There's Nita Anasari, a single mother, who went through our adult ed program and is now the coordinator of technology programs for one of the cutting-edge digital literacy programs in California. And there are many, many more. There are financial advisors, CNAs, small business owners, authors, teachers, and much more. If I had time, I would share them all with you. But our goal in adult education is to unlock their potential, and we are doing it one learner at a time. We are that talent pipeline that can help fill your jobs. So my organization, the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, represents the 55,000 adult educators that serve the 1.5 million adult learners across the country. We hold the largest adult ed conference in the world, bringing together more than 2,000 of our members each year. We also have a virtual conference. We have 50-plus webinars for more than 22,000 registrants annually, and we publish a thematic research to practice journal. As well, we have an advocacy arm that reaches out to legislators to stave off funding cuts. We've had more than 500 visits with legislators, and we've had more than 118,000 connections from the field to legislators. We also have more than 100 partners, and we're always looking for more partners. So I wanted to mention a partnership that we have that we're really proud of and excited about, and that's Digital Us. You may have recalled that I mentioned there's 28 million adults in this country that do not have the skills to operate a computer, yet are already working on them every day. Well, Digital Us is a national coalition of organizations working together on a 10-year project to ensure that all of us here in the U.S. have the foundational digital skills that we need to thrive and work and in life. We hope to prioritize closing that digital gap, align and scale effective practices, and engage policymakers and funders to advance much-needed interventions. So in closing, I just want to highlight a few of our national level workforce partnerships. But before I do, I want to mention that there are literally thousands of local partnerships taking place. And I mention that because of all the employers here. At the local level, this is a great way to interface. So we have what's called integrated education, where the adult ed programs can work with the local employers and make sure that when these adult ed students come through, these adult ed learners that have all this grit that want to work, that they can come out and they can be working in your companies. Well, at the national level, our organization is delighted to work with Amazon. We're helping to fill their seasonal needs and non-seasonal needs. As well, we're working with Google, and we're in the process of implementing boot camps across the country for our adult educators so that our adult ed learners have the state-of-the-art applied digital skills. And we're also working with Skills USA. Skills USA is a beautiful partner. They have a Career Essentials Credential, which is an industry-approved soft skills job readiness program. So my message out to you all is that COABE is the leader in the field here, and we want to partner with you. We want to get to be able to fill your jobs, and we look forward to talking with you in the near future. Thank you so much.
We will now take a short networking break. Please make use of the adjoining room and the networking pods in the Lee Anderson Center out the back door. The program will resume promptly in 15 minutes.
all it is 8 letters, why is it so hard to say? If all it is 8 letters, why am I in my own way? Why do I pull you close and then ask you for space? If all it is 8 letters, why is it so hard to say? If all it is 8 letters, when I close my eyes, it's you there, it's only you. When I close my eyes, if all it is 8 letters, when I close my eyes, it's you there, my mind. When I close my eyes, if all it is 8 letters.
I will always remember the day you kissed my lips, light as a feather. And it went just like this. No, it's never been better than the summer of 2002. We were only 11, but acting like grown-ups, like we are in the present. Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is forever and never. Well, I guess that was true. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing off the top of both our lungs. Now we're under the covers. Fast forward to 18, we are more than lovers. Yeah, we are all we need when we're holding each other. I'm taken back to 2002. Yeah, dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing off the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love. On the day we fell in love. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. Oh, now, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love. 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 Love, love.
We go together, better than birds of a feather, you and me. We change the weather, yeah. I'm feeling heat in December when you found me. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And baby, you know it's obvious, I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah, any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you, about you, about you. And you're making the typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Don't complicate it. Yeah. cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, and maybe you know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you, about you, about you. And you're making the typical me break my typical rules. It is true, I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. On top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, and maybe you know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you, about you, about you. And you're making the typical me break my typical rules. It is true, I'm a sucker for you. I'm a sucker for you. We painted a picture, broke the rules in the summer rain. 20 years later, we'd have a big house in LA. Seems like our future is on the line from my mistake. I can't let this fade away. And now we find it hard to sleep. And though your body's next to me, I still got far to go. I'm hanging on to hope. Say those words you don't believe. You turn around and look at me. I still got far to go. You're hanging on to hope. So good that I don't deserve it. So close that it's almost perfect. To be lying in your arms, even though I broke your heart. So hard for the chance to fix this. I'm wrapped up in your forgiveness, and without you I am nothing. But I feel like somebody with you. Somebody with you. Somebody with you. And without you I am nothing. But I feel like somebody with you. Searching, looking for ways we can repair all of this hurting. 'Cause you know deep down I care. You gotta listen when I tell you I'll be there. Oh, please don't let us disappear. Say those words you don't believe. You turn around and look at me. I still got far to go. You're hanging on a hope. So good that I don't deserve it. So close that it's almost perfect. To be lying in your arms, even though I broke your heart. So hard for the chance to fix this. I'm wrapped up in your forgiveness, and without you I am nothing. But I feel like somebody with you. Na 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 na, yeah. Na 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 na, yeah. Na 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 na, yeah. Somebody with you. Na 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 na, yeah. Na 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 na, yeah. Na 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 na, yeah. So good that I don't deserve it. So close that it's almost perfect. To be lying in your arms, even though I broke your heart. So hard for the chance to fix this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats for our next session. Please take your seats. Our program is beginning. Yeah, you can go ahead and leave it out.
My soccer game on. Guess I'll just. So skills-based hiring. I have to admit, when I started to think about this concept, I thought about it as a really potentially a very big threat to higher education and to what colleges do. And as a higher education reporter, that really got my attention. Hi, I'm Goldie Blumenstick. I started to delve into this topic a little bit for the Chronicle in the past year as I've been working on issues related to career-ready education. One of the reasons it got my attention is the fact that it's out there. We've done some digging around with some studies on this topic, and we've learned that 23% of HR directors now say that they value an education credential less than they valued other job qualifications. Just over the past 5 years, that's changed. 62% of employers have adopted some form of skills-based hiring in a way that de-emphasizes degree in some ways. They've not given up on the degree, but they're de-emphasizing it. And 39% of people in HR now believe that some pre-hire assessments will pose a significant challenge to the value of college degrees within 3 years. That's a short time frame for a change like this in what's happening in the world. So I'm really delighted today to have the opportunity to discuss these issues with my fellow panelists, Joanne, Kieran, and Alex. And Alex, I'm going to start off right with you you've got the perspective from the Society of Human Resource Management. Why is this trend happening? What's happening in the work market right now?
I think the big driver, and it's a real pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Goldie, for the question and the invite. But when I think of this, I think the real driver that we're seeing when it really relates to competency-based hiring, skills-based hiring, is the time to fill, right? If you ask what's really motivating an individual HR director to get to the point where they are looking at alternative options, it's how do I mitigate the talent shortages that my organization has, and what do I do specifically to help me identify or predict better than what I have been in the past. Too often what we've seen is that organizations are really focused primarily on biodata that is indicative of or predictive of some form of performance, and rather not looking at a skills-based approach. And so I see a real movement as we're headed this way. The other thing that is a real leading indicator in my mind as I think about this is what small to mid-sized enterprises are saying, or what small to mid-sized organizations are saying, because you gave the global statistic around 62 or 63%, but the laggards tend to be the small to mid-sized businesses in some cases, and we're seeing that over the course of the past 5 years, just from our data, it's jumped from just under 10% to nearly double that. Almost 22% of small businesses are actually taking advantage of some form of skills-based hiring practice.
And these are the companies that don't have like these vast resources in front of them, yet they're still doing it.
Exactly.
I think it might reflect some questions about the value of the degree, and I hope we can talk about that a little bit more along the way as well. Joanne, how does this change the role of the college in the course of the context? You represent Western Governors University, which is not a very traditional kind of college, but nonetheless, you're still in that world of higher ed. How does it? What does it do to the whole paradigm of higher ed?
Well, at Western Governors, we're really interested in the question of how we can help students achieve. We've always said achieve their dreams of a degree and workplace success, and I think that begs the question of if the dream is no longer of a degree, then what are we helping them achieve? There's a couple things that it changes for us. One is that we need to start to understand what we're offering students in terms of what they need in order to get hired. And so we have started to really emphasize the building of our curriculum based on skills and understanding the skills that we are assessing. We are primarily an assessor of competency because we are a competency-based institution, but it also—
You're not an educator. I mean, you don't teach.
We do teach, but we teach when there's a gap. So we don't assume the gap. We allow the students and we mentor the students to help determine when they are ready to be assessed for competency. And if we determine that there is a gap and they're not ready to be assessed, then that's when we teach.
Most colleges don't work that way. What does this mean for the rest of higher ed? I mean, most colleges see their mission as teaching.
They see their mission as teaching, and I think in most cases it is. Of course, it's also research and some other things as well, service. But I think what is really different about the way we've approached it is that a typical institution, a class or a course, is approached as a guild. You have a professor or you have a group of professors who manage the entire course experience from start to finish. We approach the student experience as a team of specialists who specialize in everything from the beginning to the end of that experience, with the end being the assessment, the beginning being the placement, and then the mentoring and learning that takes place in the middle, handled by people who specialize in each of those areas.
Kieran, at General Assembly, you are very focused on skills. Obviously, that you don't stay in business if you don't provide those kind of skills. What's the connection? How do you make these connections with employers? And how do you know what they want?
I think in a straightforward way we ask. So there's two main things we do. One is we have standards boards that actually inform our curriculum across each of our topic areas, which are web development, data science, product management, user experience design, and business. And then the other thing we do is all of our teachers are more on the practitioner side rather than the research side. So that infuses a certain, right at the source of where the information is coming from, a sense of, and I think it sort of harks back to what Steve from Goodwill said, but I think adults really, when they're learning, they want to understand the goal, they want to understand the application of it, and what they can do with it in terms of creating. And so it's complex coordination, but the concept itself is very straightforward.
So as I think about this, I've now learned the new phrase, don't call it a boot camp anymore, call it a tech skills boot camp, right? Not a coding boot camp.
Works for me.
What, good enough? But it's, your curriculum's it's relatively narrow compared to what a major research university does. What you do, is it in any way even applicable to what a college would want to do if a college or some other kind of educational organization wanted to focus more on teaching skills and connecting with employers on skills? I mean, you've got a narrow base. They've got a broader brief.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think from our perspective as a young company, we've focused on the areas where there's the most labour market demand, and therefore there's the best chance for us to have a sustainable business around those areas. But if you think about, I think what we all talk about, it's that skills are changing, the demands of the labour force are changing, and so there is so much room in the market for providers to actually be adapting their curriculum, and I don't think there's any university out there that isn't sunsetting programs and introducing new ones in response to either employer demand or popular demand from their student base.
So this system, and where we're talking about an approach where the hiring isn't just done based on some notion of a degree out there, but something a little bit more specific, some specific kind of skill. It does rely on better signals, relies on better assessments. Yeah. Are we there yet?
I believe that the puzzle pieces are there, but we haven't put them together yet. We know that the technology can help us to better understand skills, to better understand what is a trusted assessment. of somebody's competence or skills and what is more on the lines of self-report or other report. I believe that we are at a point where we can start to understand our curriculum and understand it in smaller packaging.
We being WGU, or we being the world at large here?
We being the world of education and work. And I believe that we are seeing an increased interest and commitment to figuring out how the different ways we talk about these things can come together. And I don't necessarily believe that we all need to agree that there's only one way to talk about skills, but I do think we need to figure out how to tag to each other's ways so that we can understand them.
I'd argue, just as Joanna is saying, really, that the core missing piece is that missing piece around the lexicon. And it's not lexicon as in we say it all the same way, we measure it all the same way. It's really, what do we do to identify or tag those different pieces and assess them in a variety of different ways, right?
Do we really have to test yet? I mean, you're an expert in this area. I mean, what we're talking about is testing people for skills. I mean, you can test if people can code, but is that really what you want to use when you're hiring, or don't you hire for something
I would
more?
argue we do have. I mean, I'll give you a stat that really stands out in my mind. If you look at some recent work done by Credential Engine, there's 730,000 different credentials that tout themselves as competency-based or really focused in some way on skills-based hiring or skills-based proficiency. And what I would indicate is we probably have too many ways to assess. And that's what we're really running into, is not enough high-quality assessments, too many assessments that exist out there, and then on top of that, I'd also argue that we don't have the end user's perspective on that assessment, right? Much of it is trying to retrofit an assessment that exists out there to a different problem rather than trying to go ahead and identify what it is that the end user really needs out of a specific assessment. And I say that as a measurement professional, 20 years, where I assure you I have no friends, because going into measurement assures you you have no friends, right? I design tests for a living.
What is it? What makes a good assessment?
At the end of the day,
without having to repeat your PhD twice. Yeah.
No. At the end of the day, the number one thing that makes an assessment valuable is whether or not you can predict or identify something for a valid use case. And that's the piece that we keep running into when we think about a measurement, is we try to think about what's valid from a legal perspective rather than thinking about what's valid from this particular use case and how I want to develop it, or how I want to assess someone's skills in a given scenario.
And I might just add on that. So a passion of mine for the last 5 years at GA has been, I actually started our assessments team, and I completely agree with the concept that there's too many assessments out there, there's so many measures, and actually we spend a lot of time defining what skills matter with our employer set base, and then designing the assessment instruments. What we find difficult is not that part. The difficult part is actually the adoption on the employer side. And so how do you actually go from having 730,000 credentials to having the few that are relied upon at any scale? If you can't get that scale, then all the recruiters in the room are like, there's no way I'm paying attention to all those measures. I need to understand shorthand. I'm a busy person, what I can trust. And I think one of the things that started to help is actually involving those employers in the creation process of those assessments. That ensures that you at least have adoption from that subset, and then they can, I think, evangelize it with a lot more credibility than I can to their peers. But I think this conversation around competencies needs to evolve, I think, not just from defining and validating, but to what is the effort around adoption and coalescing around standards.
And really, what you're describing in my mind is a design thinking problem, right? It's let's build this with the design in mind and have all the perspectives in it. And to me, adoption, that's the first step in any kind of adoption. And so I couldn't agree more with Karen's perspective.
Yeah, it does seem like we still have this signal to noise problem out there in the market, similar to the problem that I hear sometimes about college degrees. No one knows what the college degree means, because there's 4,000 accredited colleges, and every degree means something different. 730,000 credentials seems like an exponentially more dangerous problem for us at this point.
I would say our approach to that design thinking problem, because you're right, is to try and deeply understand the pieces that we're bringing together, and make sure, because it is true, and I work with assessment professionals and consider them my friends. So I think there's hope for that. They're very lucky, is that what you said?
I said they're very lucky.
Of course, the predictability of the assessment is an important part, but from an equity perspective and being able to really truly move to skills-driven hiring and skills-driven training and learning, I think one thing that's important is that people need to understand how they're being assessed, and they need to be able to tell their own story as well. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that we're working on understanding, because we realize that while there is a future that is machine readable, that will allow us to surface and I think help us bring signal through the noise, it's going to be some time before we don't need human-read understandings of those assessments, those accomplishments, and that ability to match my story with your skills gap.
Mm-hmm. So this got me, it's reminding me of this very depressing report that came out this week from the Georgetown Center on Education and the Workforce that talked about employment levels of people who have good jobs, and it seems like at whatever education level people are at, whites tend to get more good jobs than minority members, Hispanics and blacks. Is there any evidence, not just hope, that skills-based hiring will really put more equity into this system?
I would argue that it is a real lever that might help us with that particular issue. I would say, though, that the bigger lever is actually skills-based learning and skills-based education. In my mind, too much of the emphasis is put on assessments that cause some form of differential treatment or differential scoring, and I'd argue that the piece that it really is the lever that has the potential to make a huge difference is competency-based and skills-based kind of learning and development, right? And so I'll share with you that in my view, what we see as an assessment professional is that the assessments are tied too heavily to what an individual can read in many cases. And I would argue that skills-based assessment does need to evolve in that regard, but I'd also say that an individual's learning path is a much bigger predictor of what their capability is than actually the assessment itself.
And maybe just one quick thing to add to that, I think, Alex, the point there is that like the assessment's one point of the funnel to actually get into those roles, and you're really saying, let's look at the whole funnel of how I get to wherever that next destination is.
Without question.
And I think that is something we're really interested in, and it's one of the reasons we are laying our curriculum over this foundation of skills, because once we've done that, if we can understand what the employer is looking for, and if we can understand what the student is bringing to us, whether they're bringing it from General Assembly, from the work that they've done in other places, or education they've gotten somewhere else, and we can then start to, in a machine way, see those pathways, we can open a lot of doors and windows for people who don't necessarily know they're there.
I guess I'm still stuck on this, brother, for a second, because we've already these studies are showing that education levels don't really make a difference when we're talking about discrimination in hiring. There's still discrimination in hiring. Is there anything in the skills-based hiring system that would sort of overcome that?
I think so. Just make sure I understand the question there, Goldie. It's like, how does this tool actually help with the goal around diversity and inclusion, right?
Yes, if it's...
And so from our experience, it absolutely has the potential. I think what we haven't yet seen is the real systemic change that actually it could unlock. And I think because in the hiring process, there are many, many factors, right? There is, I think for most hiring teams, a resource constraint. There's a shorthand of how they're used to doing things. And I think the ability, again, coming back to the adoption of these tools, particularly early in the process, in terms of even selecting the first pool of candidates get a first round interview, making sure that that comes from a much longer tail of resumes, and potentially using assessments to create a starting point. But then that comes back to Alex's point around making sure you seed the pool. So I think it's one critical part of the system, but I don't think, at least I haven't yet observed the results that would show that this is the answer.
So part of a holistic thing. What about, do the employers really know what skills they want, and how are they at communicating them?
So my experience with that is that on the recruiting side, it's secondhand. They're hearing it from actually the hiring manager or the hiring manager's boss. And so if you get that person and their peers in a room, they can actually very quickly get to the nuts and bolts of what they're looking for in a specific role. You have to then replicate that exercise across many roles in order to then have an impact on the hiring practices and the ability to explain to people what are the skills you're going to need. And importantly, if you do have the skills, what's your upside of acquiring them and what sort of role will you get? And I think laying out that pathway, I think there's a lot of people doing good work in that area, but doing that in a way that's clear and crisp and can be synthesized is really important work.
I would agree with that. And I would say, in terms of are the employers sending good signals, I think when we have the time to sit down and talk about it, yes. But what we are finding is lacking in the labor market data and the labor, or maybe not lacking, but just lacking somewhere. And we have not been able to fully extract from labor market data, from job postings and those sorts of things, is the context. Because the ability to apply a skill to a context, I think, is there's some alchemy there. Mm-hmm. And that's what we're not very good at describing yet, and we're not very good at assessing for necessarily, mm-hmm. and we're not very good at communicating. That's, mm-hmm. I think, the context piece, and leveling. How competent, how was it? Goodwill was talking about the five levels of experience. I think there's a lot of double in those details.
Mm-hmm. I'd also go ahead and say that this is an area where, to some degree, it's almost an issue of translation. Yes. And I'm not to use a movie analogy, but it makes me think back to Office Space when they're trying to figure out what Tom Zibikowski does. Well, he translates what the customer wants to what the engineers need to build. And the first thing that stands out in my mind is immediately a hiring manager or a supervisor will say, this is what I need, these are the skills that I need. Mm-hmm. And the recruiter and the HR professional will go and try to build those things about, build a skill set that reflects that and build a job description for them that reflects that. What ends up happening, though, is immediately when you put those skills in place and you're thinking about leveling, what ends up happening is they're immediately looking at years of experience as the way to proxy for leveling. And it is done rampantly, and it ends up killing a lot of what we end up finding in terms of proficiency and true leveling. Good.
What else is missing? And I mean, we could talk. We need better assessments. Mm-hmm. We probably need clearer signals. We probably need some better definitions coming from each side. What else? I mean, let's say skills-based hiring is a desirable outcome in our market right now. Can you? What's missing in the system?
Well, I think if we're aiming to find untapped talent, one thing that we can do on the learning side is make sure that the learning opportunities that we are giving people is giving them evidence, because just saying I have the skill on a transcript is not the only evidence you're going to need. I mean, that might get you into the pool, but it's not going to get you through the interview. Mm-hmm. It's the portfolio that's going to get you through the interview. It's the story about, well, no, maybe I haven't done that for 20 years in a Fortune 500 or 100 company, but I have had the opportunity to apply this in this context in my learning experience, and I believe I could bring that to you in your context as an employer.
So do we need a tool to do that? I hear a lot of noise about click-through resumes, colleges are doing e-portfolios and things like that. But I also hear that people get hired after a resume gets scanned for about 2 seconds or maybe by a machine. How do we sort of balance these two things?
There's a variety of different tools out there that I think are somewhat effective. I just wouldn't rely on them solely. In my mind, I think to Joanne's point earlier, there's a piece that you just can't take out from a human perspective as far as those things are concerned. And when I think about that, what I think about is specifically if we were thinking about tools that are good at weeding out specific types of skills or identifying specific types of skills, I think that there are a variety out there that are really good at that. But I think the piece that's still missing is when we think about that end user, how is the end user going to disentangle that data and say, this is what I can do with it, or this is what I can present my hiring manager.
Whether that's an employer, whether that's a student, or whether it's someone putting together a training program.
Without question.
Yeah, if I could just add on that, I would say what's missing is actually, I think in this relationship between employers and potential employees, the power here is with the employers. And I think the first perspective of an employer is, we're special, we're looking for differentiated skills, we've got our own assessment, we're going to do our thing, and so if you're going to apply to me, the currency I'm looking for is you to demonstrate it in this way, and another company in the same space will do a slightly different way. They're not actually coalescing, or they're not incented to coalesce around a common standard. And so you got the thing that you would have had in Europe a few decades ago. You cross the border, the currency you had doesn't work at the shop across the border to buy some chocolate because they don't recognize that. So if you're not actually coming to a common standard around the skills that matter, and multiple employers saying that is transferable in terms of the currency of how you measure that skill, then all of the tools will end up being anemically used, and you actually won't have, you won't be able to capture the potential of competency-based hiring.
I'm thinking about the role of the university in all this, because at some level, competency-based hiring does seem like in some way an indictment of just hiring based on a BA, right? We're going to use the BA as the screen, we're going to use the AA as the screen. But I do think that universities are now still in this mix and they're not going away. So what's the message for universities out of all this? They're not going to necessarily all teach to skills. They're going to still continue to do a little bit of what they're doing before. Are there some approaches that they should be doing to sort of help students tease out the expertise that they've been developing along the way?
I'd argue there's a step forward that's relatively easy. So in my mind, there's a gap in the market in terms of the university serving as that translator of skills. To some degree, I think that that's something that can still be offered both as a purveyor of assessments, skills-based assessments, as well as a purveyor of just those translation skills. And I think universities, whether they're the top tier 1 research programs, or they're the tier 4 ones, I think there's an opportunity for them to really fill that gap that no one has really taken a stab at well to this point.
Yeah, and I think to be fair, there are a number of states. I know Texas is one of them because I was there when it was announced, that have asked colleges and universities to make transparent the skills that are inherent in their degrees, to sort of open up the box a little bit so that we can see in. That seems only fair. And I think the other thing, we talked a little bit about, okay, technical skills may be a little bit easier to define and understand and assess, but we know from reports in the literature and what we're seeing that there are a large number of skills which are variously defined: human skills and soft skills and employability skills and 21st century skills, and you can kind of put your label on it. We know that those are things that come with maturity, with experience, and with education, and it would behoove education, I think, to better understand how they develop those skills and enable their graduates to talk about it.
I think this challenge of helping students talk about it seems like an area where colleges are starting to pay attention, but not necessarily have developed all the right tools or nomenclature to go on. I think we're going to hop onto some questions coming from the app here. There's a question that says, can you talk about the move from hiring for experience to competency-based hiring for capability? Basically this thing we were highlighting before, where people just sort of think about experience but not skills.
I think just taking a stab at it here with some of the data that we've seen over the years, we run this research that looks specifically with hiring managers as well as HR directors, and it speaks to what challenges are the biggest skills challenges that they see every 5 years. And in our most recent one, HR 2020, what we found was that there was a jump in the number of employers who are trying non-traditional hiring practices. And what I mean by that is not just the competency-based hiring practice that we're talking about here today, but even some hiring practices like, we're just going to bring you in if you're breathing and you have a pulse and you don't seem to be a mutant of some sort. But what we see is that they're providing jobs, and then at some point they're also providing competency-based skills learning after that pre-employment hire or that initial hire, and saying at the 6-month mark, we're going to determine whether or not you want to be part of this organization, whether or not we want you to be part of this organization. In my mind, that's a move that is much more akin to, something that is reminiscent of a talent shortage situation. And when I think of that, it makes me cringe a little bit as an industrial organizational psychologist, because I immediately think about bad hiring decisions and how those affect enterprises across the board as well as individuals. The other thing that stands out to me, though, is we're seeing this movement towards this competency-based kind of approach in the hiring, but that's really designed with more mitigated risk. And where I see it most effective is when employers are actually going straight to their educational institutions or those groups that would be the validator of skills and saying, this is what I need. This is exactly what I need. And I think that there are institutions that do that really well and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and provide you with a pool that comes from here. Whether or not you hire them is a separate issue, but this is where we'll go ahead and do that assessment component for you. WGU is one example of that. And I think that what we're seeing more of is that type of approach. Now, I'll share with you that the only thing that really is an issue with that in particular in my mind is smaller organizations, smaller enterprises just don't have the time to do that and don't have the resources to do that. And that's where it becomes a real issue in my mind.
We talk about skills-based hiring, really the advantages of it. The arguments for it are very much equity-based. I also wonder, though, whether when we're talking about going back to this notion of 730,000 credentials out there, and when we understand that not everybody is coming to this experience of looking for jobs and even developing the experience, they don't necessarily have they haven't been prepared for it properly. If we're thinking from the equity lens, does skills-based hiring put people from lower income backgrounds and from disadvantaged communities, does it put them at a disadvantage in this whole market? Because you have to know this game too. I mean, it's like the higher ed game, but a different game.
It's that storytelling piece again, no matter how it's told. And I think back to our very first panel, there are a tremendous number of skills that you obtain whether your business is sanctioned or not. And I think that one of the things we really do need to help people understand is where their talents and where their skills lie and what they can develop, so that they can see the space between where they are and
who does that though? And I mean, I know in a college it's the Career Center office. If you're not in a college, and hopefully it's a Career Center office, increasingly it is, but what if you're not in a college?
I think at this point in time, there just isn't a good solution for that. And there's a tangible example from the real world that speaks to this, and it's really transitioning veterans. They're at a disadvantage when it comes to translating the skills that they have and the skills assessments that they've gone through to enter to really hit the civilian workforce. And we see it time and time again where it's actually creating a scenario. Now, there are smaller startups that really offer some form of kind of translation approach or really offer some sort of tools associated with helping do this, but I've seen it in one-off situations as opposed to really being truly successful. So there's another gap in the market if you were to look at it.
And it's a little shocking because nobody understands the skills they teach better than the military.
Right. And there is the military transcript that is
documented, but universities understand what they're teaching at the course level, and the military understands what they're teaching at the MOS level, and for some reason, they're too big and too small at the same time.
I mean, I know there's been some efforts to coordinate that military transcript more directly into college credit, and I guess Google's trying to do it for the job market because you can plug in your ratings from military, and Google will tell you what it is. But it does seem like if you're not in the military, if you're just a person trying to get ahead, there's not really, you need to count on a lot of social service agencies and a lot of other organizations to kind of help you tell your story.
Well, and that's why we're really interested in these pathways and understanding both the curriculum and the employment so that we can kind of, turn the lights on.
Okay, I see we have a question here about my I'm not going to call it my favorite topic, but the topic that flummoxes me the most, blockchain. I never know what to do about blockchain. I can't decide if it's a big deal or not. But how far off do you see blockchain coming into the picture to validate skills and competencies? How important? Is it just a thing?
I can take a crack at that.
Does this matter?
I think there's a risk with the topic like blockchain that it's so buzzy that it could actually confuse the problem we're trying to solve collectively. And I think that, hey, maybe there is an issue where people are saying, I've got this credential, but they don't. But I think that like the issue of trust and whether or not someone actually has that currency to spend, I don't think is probably the core problem or the biggest problem that we need to solve right now. So based on that, I would hope that we're a while away from needing blockchain in the credentialing space.
And yet, I will add to that, Kieran. So I head up SHRM's competency-based credentialing program, and I would argue that about 5 out of every 8 calls that I get from a vendor is to sell me blockchain as a way to verify our credentials. And so I'd argue it's already here. Now, to me, the bigger issue is the matter of trust and whether or not we actually have true public trust in that regard. But it is something that is coming and cannot fight at this point.
But I guess my point is there's a lot of different ways to validate whether someone has a credential. Blockchain's one mechanism, and maybe for some credentials more than others, but I'm not sure that is like the #1 most burning issue, and then blockchain is one of many ways to solve it.
No, I'd agree with you. In fact, when I look at some of the data that we have just from HR professionals and recruiters in particular, many of them are not as interested in blockchain, and they almost fear it to some degree.
Well, that might be a harsh lesson for some of the people in the room who are developing blockchain technology right now. But I think, but it's an important one to surface, because if that becomes a red herring in this discussion, if it's not the question of no one doubts you that you really took the class, but whether you actually learned the material, that's sort of the difference, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
All right, I think we have time for one quick question. Is job profiling a good tool for skills-based hiring? Oh, this is a long question. To identify needed competencies for a given job, to develop, oh man, I'm not following this question.
It's the circle, right?
Okay.
It's
job profiling, and then
from the job to the training to the learner to the job to the training to the learner.
Right.
It's always a good idea to explain what you're looking for when you put out a job.
I'll never forget my advisor in grad school said to me, there's no truer edict when it comes to any kind of problem involving data or information. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, from everything I've heard along the way, the description of the job is the place to start, and if it's not specific enough, most of them are not. And then that's really where, that could probably save a lot more time in this process as well. Yeah. Oh, great. You guys, Joanne, Kieran, Alex, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Oh boy.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our panel, Access to Opportunity, Diversity and Equity in the Workplace. My name is Katie Clary. I'm an associate editor at HR Dive. Thank you so much for coming to this panel. It really means a lot to us, and thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for hosting all of us today. It's really our pleasure and honor to be here. I'd like to first take a moment to introduce to you the panelists today. On my left, we have Will Avila. He is the founder and CEO of Clean Decisions, which is right here in Washington, D.C. And then we have Andrea Reel. She's the Social Impact Manager at Best Buy Signature Programs. And lastly, we have Naria Santalucia. She's the Senior Director of Skills and Employability at Microsoft Philanthropies. So this panel is on diversity and equity. And before we get into this, I want to take a moment to define our terms. I cover this issue frequently. I've been at HR Dive for about a year and a half. And when we approach diversity and equity, there are a lot of different topics you can talk about, even within this sphere. So Will, if you could start us out with sort of defining diversity, what could it look like for an organization to pursue diversity among their workforce?
Yeah. First of all, thank you all for having me here today. So diversity in the workforce, I think, is something that every company should include, and how we include that. The company that I started only works with returned citizens, men and women coming out of incarceration, just like myself. So when the hiring process is totally different, one of the first questions I ask is, have you ever been to jail? Once that question is out the way the person feels, like the pressure of being in jail and the pressure of like saying that I've been convicted of a crime, I'm not going to get this job, totally leaves the room, and they can be themselves. And I feel like when you open up that door to be themselves, they become who they think they believe in. They believe in themselves, they believe in the company, they believe in their work ethic. And I think that's the biggest thing for us in Clean Decisions, is creating that diverse place. We work with a lot of underrepresented communities, and being a part of that community, helping them create generational wealth, helping them get a job, and not only a job, but career. And now we're including housing in the mix, so you have a safe haven to actually create your life. So
great. Andrea, could you take a moment and tell us a little bit about, in your experience, what does it look like to pursue equity in the workplace?
Yeah, I think it's super important to not just consider diversity when you are looking at who will be the people that represent your company in the workforce, in their interactions with customers, but also how you are enabling populations that have been traditionally underrepresented or have traditionally faced barriers to entry into the workforce to achieve entry. And so for us, what it looks like for equity is really making sure that we are being intentionally inclusive, that we are intentionally bringing people in, and then providing a workplace that would make people from underrepresented populations, backgrounds, histories, proud to work for Best Buy.
Great. And Naria, could you sort of follow up to both of those definitions and talk about why this is such an important thing to talk about, to pursue, to include in business goals? Why is this such an important thing?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel. I think that just to pick up, diversity is, for me, making sure that all of the different kind of status groups, ethnic groups are represented. Equity is the ability and the moment that we need to be intentional to make sure that people that have been left behind are elevated and have the same ability to have the opportunity for a decision. Why is that so important? If we don't have diversity and equity, it means that there are going to be thousands of people on the planet, in this country, that cannot fully unlock their potential. And I really think that we need to think about creating this cradle to equity continuum, meaning not just equity as in making sure that there are equitable practices, but equity as in capital and power and decision making, and the more people that we can continue through that pipeline and get them to the seat where they are in charge of who's hired, in charge of what business practices we follow, in charge of the voices that we hear from, that's when we'll truly have an equitable community, and it's very, very important.
Great. So you mentioned this importance of intentionality. For the three of you, what has it looked like to pursue these things in your workforce, in your businesses? What has that intentionality manifested itself as in your experiences?
I think the big thing when you are looking at being intentional in your hiring practices, intentional in your workplace experience, intentional in the way that you bring people in the way that you represent your communities, that really ends up looking like reflecting the community that you're serving. And I think, Naria said really well, making sure that continuum exists all throughout the leadership pipeline. So making sure that people making decisions are representing those communities, making sure that the people that are empowered in those roles are also representing. So really it comes down to looking around, assessing sort of where you're at, and then making sure that any voices that are missing from the conversations are enabled and empowered to be in those rooms.
Great. And
Just to jump in here, so at Microsoft, our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And the every, I think, is really, really important. And from the philanthropies perspective, we actually try to think about, the access component, who has the opportunity to be on the trajectory. So a lot of the investments that we make are around making sure, for example, a great one is Reboot Representation, which is an effort launched by Pivotal and Melinda Gates to double the number of women who are Latinx, Native, and African American to achieve an advanced computing degree. So investments like that really make sure we're opening up the communities and the opportunities that are available. And then it's about kind of opening the access, and then once they get to the company, how do we have inclusive practices? How do we make sure that voices are welcome? We have kind of 3 different principles at Microsoft that we really further, which we believe is the basis of inclusive practice. They are practicing awareness, exercising curiosity, and demonstrating courage. And all of this is really important to what Andrea mentioned, is that it comes from the CEO. So I'm very new in role at Microsoft. I've only been there for 3 months. And my first week, I was able to go to this very large convening, and our CEO got up on stage and he talked about covering and allyship. And I was just really blown away as somebody new to the company to be like, wow, this isn't just lip service. It's about the directive from the CEO that then is adopted by all of us to make sure that when we do open the doors to hire for people that may not be necessarily reflected, that they are feeling welcome, that they don't have to cover, and that there are allies in the room to help them along as well.
Yeah, I also like to pick up about the CEO, how you mentioned the CEO. So I myself, when I'm doing the interviews for people coming into Clean Decisions, a little bit of background about myself. My mom had abandoned us, and my father was a vicious alcoholic back then when I was growing up. So I joined the gangs quick. That's all I knew. That was my family. And then by the age of 16, I went to federal prison. And then for the next 12 years, I was in and out of prison. So when I think about my road to where I'm at today, it's what have I done to change, and the mindset that I've changed. My mindset has changed a lot, and even more when my son came to this world. Now he's 5 years old, and the company is 5 years old, so you can see how that transition went down. So I had to find a way, because he was going to ask for food, chicken nuggets in particular. But definitely in 2013, when I was on the bus coming back from a federal institution, my last one, I had nowhere to go. I had no home. I had no mentor. I had no positive person in my life, peer. What I ended up doing is living in our Motel 6. And I only had $150 on that train ride from federal prison. And I was like, well, this is going to end in 2 days. So I asked the security guard to let me sleep in the lobby, and he let me do that while I was trying to look for work. So when men and women come to Clean Decisions, I just, I let them know that, I understand the struggle, I understand what obstacles are you're going to face. And, I haven't overcome all of the barriers in life, and I'm here because God has put me here for a reason. I believe so, and put you here for a reason. So how do we work together? Once that is alleviated from the conversation, people tend to open up and they tell me the problems, tell me the issues, and that's why I think Clean Decisions has grown to where it's grown now with 20 full-time employees, and helping them not only get a job but then start a career, housing, and thinking about wealth for the future and planning. So I think it all comes down from how do you include that, and just the main thing I believe Clean Decisions does and provides unconditional love and support, and I think that's why we receive such loyal employees and team members, families, brothers and sisters. So.
It's amazing. One thing I'm hearing a lot about is, we haven't mentioned the word yet, but pipeline. A lot of what goes into creating a diverse workforce before you can even get to equitable practices is getting the people in. So what does it look like for the 3 of you to build that talent pipeline, but build it in a way that doesn't just pull in the normal people who are getting pulled in, people who have been able to go to college, people who have come from traditional backgrounds? What does it look like to bring in everybody?
I'll be glad to start. So we at Best Buy have really started to integrate a lot of the work that we do in the social impact space with our talent acquisition and HR partners to ensure that the pipeline that we're building into Best Buy represents the communities that we're serving. By integrating those two worlds and being able to work with the underserved and underrepresented populations that we work with in the community side, have an access and pipeline into Best Buy is incredibly important. We've also started to work with some of our talent acquisition partners in some scholarship and internship and mentorship programs for people at colleges, at HBCUs, at traditionally Latino colleges, being able to bring in folks that represent different backgrounds through some of that work, both in the community side and then as it represents into the business side. And I think the other big thing, and it sort of touches on a little bit of what Naria was saying earlier, is making sure that that representation exists within the company. So our CEO is one of only 25 female CEOs in the Fortune 500. We have our board of directors is over 50% female and 50% people of color. So being able to really show people that are coming in that this is going to be an equitable place to work allows us to tap into some of those talent pipelines in ways that are really authentic and genuine to the company's mission.
And I think similarly, to your question, I think that the pipeline is so vast and there are so many places where it is very, very leaky, right? And so I think we have multiple strategies. One of the ones not necessarily a different type of pathway in, but one of the programs that Microsoft Philanthropy stands up every year is a program called TEALS. And we have a big charge within the company, not only just on the direct service side, but also on policy. And we've been working around the country with our partners at Code.org to make sure computer science counts in every state as a math or science credit, because that means that everybody would have access. And then within that, we have this program called TEALS, where we actually go into this year 620 classrooms, 620 schools and almost 900 classrooms. And we actually put an industry volunteer, not just from Microsoft, but many of the companies I'm sure represented here, to work alongside with the teacher who probably doesn't have a computer science background, but we volunteer to every day co-teach with them and get them to the point where they could have an AP computer science class. More than half of those schools are Title I schools. Many of them are rural. We remote in volunteers. If anybody wants to volunteer, I could tell you more about that as well. But why that's really important is that we're trying to work to make sure that the computer science classroom, which has historically been underrepresented for women and for people of color and people from rural areas, make sure that that classroom looks like the school, that looks like the community. We hope that those young people will then go on and continue to pursue a computer science degree or whatever other degree in computing or not in computing and become successful. There's that strategy, but then also we have different pathways into the company itself that we have now been really focusing on and thinking about, including our military veterans, including, I saw from General Assembly, like other types of quote unquote boot camps or non-traditional training programs. Maybe you don't have the 4-year degree, but how do we get you into the company? And so we have that program called LEAP that does that. We also look to think about new technologists, like are there young people that are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds? Can we bring them in as a fellow between your first and second year of college, with the outcome being you're going to have an internship at Microsoft the next summer? That program has been hugely successful, and 80% have converted into interns, which has a huge percentage of getting a job offer in the end. I think you have to kind of think about all those different strategies because there are so many different pipelines and ways in, and it's obviously we don't have the answer yet, and we're still working on it as well. And I know that lots of people in the room have tried these efforts. I think that we can all continue to do them piece. Best Buy will, we will, all of us will. We need to think about an overarching strategy, I think, as well on a policy kind of platform to really highlight this issue and provide incentives for all of us to do this together.
Yeah, when I think of pipeline, I think of like how do you get there in the first place? I think to get to like Best Buy or Microsoft or any company and working with the community that come from and serve, I was worried about, are they going to show up on time? Are they going to get the job done? So I believe that Clean Decisions is that middle ground before you even get to that company where it's like we work a lot with healing the trauma that you faced during prison or in your past and your childhood. And when we work with that and focus on that, so when you join Clean Decisions and when you become a member of Clean Decisions, how do we work with you like that? Is your management team is your navigator. That's like your brother or your sister that's going to help you and transition you back into prison. So we understand when you can't make it to work. We understand the way of thinking, like, oh, is it worth it to go to work today? Oh, I don't care about life. I never did. People just going to tell me what to do all the time. I don't really need this money. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to get nowhere anyway. So I believe before we even get to Best Buy, Microsoft, or any company, we have to heal that trauma. And I believe Clean Decisions is doing that because we have gotten success. Like one guy, Uncle Bill, I call him Uncle Bill, but he did 35 years in prison. So when he did those 35 years, he came out thinking, I really don't know what to do, but he did want to be an entrepreneur. So we paired him up with a mentor, and me and him discussed a lot of entrepreneurship. And now he's got his basic business license in landscaping, wants to do River Smart, and also doing gardens, basecapes, and rain gardens. But it was a transition to get to where he's at today. And I think that's where Clean Decisions stands as like that pipeline to get you to a point where you can go to any job and say, it's worth it. I'm going to work on my future. I'm going to work on my career versus like, I just got out of jail. I just want to get some money to eat. And I think we have to focus on that first and that struggle to make sure that you understand that and you're able to overcome that obstacle, and especially the mindset of just like negative thinking. Because, I mean, it's once you get accustomed to the prison life, it becomes a little easy, but when you come out into society, it's just a whole different ball game, and it's like, what am I going to do? I need some help, I need some support. So I believe Clean Decisions is helping you transition that place in your life where you can be, you have the courage and the will to jump out there to one of these jobs that can land your career.
So this brings up a really interesting point, I think, because I think what you're describing for maybe a more traditional business out there really is this concept of equity. Because what you're doing, at least what it sounds like from what you're telling me, is you're looking at these backgrounds, you're anticipating or hearing from people, you're looking at the barriers they may have to success within your business, and you're helping them directly address those head on so that they can see success and that so you can see success through them as well. When we're talking about equity, what are some ways that you have been able to do this, Naria and Andrea, in your businesses as well? How have you been able to see these diverse people who are bringing different experiences into the workplace and help them take on some of the barriers that they may bring with them or that they may meet through your business, through the practices that are already there?
That's a great question.
Sorry, kind of loaded.
I think the first answer is I think all of us should, that there is so much that we need to do. So I'll just start by saying that. When Will was talking, actually, something that sparked in my mind is this, we always are, we're all talking about lifelong learning and this, continuous reskilling and upskilling. And something struck me that was like, oh, what about the employer's role in continuing the other foundational learning, not just the hard skills, but the skills on how to succeed, how to grow, how to, like you said, should we look at employers to wrap our employees with love, And I think that there may be something there, and I think that is operationalized through how you are reviewed. So, at Microsoft, we actually call out specifically not only what impact have you had for the business, but what impact have you had on diversity and inclusion? How have you made sure that there are voices in the room, that you're uplifting all people? That's I think one practice that you can really operationalize that. The other thing is just, maybe not as operationalizable, but I think there are 3 different things that all of us can do as just humans in our workplace. The first one is to really push to make sure that diversity and equity is a part of the business practice and part of the business bottom line. I've seen multiple times when people try to set up the diversity committee or like the special group on the side, and they have no power, no authority. You know, we talk about banning the box. Sometimes the worst thing is checking a box. And so I think that we need to really consider, like, when we're talking about equity and putting these voices forward, let's give them a real authentic voice, an authentic seat at the table. That's the first thing. The second thing is really, you know, be curious. There was that curiosity. Make sure you learn. These are all topics that are, you know, that is in the national dialogue, equity now. There's somebody in the morning had made that comment of, I'm reliving my trauma when I talk about this over and over again. So if you're not from a group that's traditionally targeted, if you're not from the minority, quote unquote, minority group, you know what? Try to learn yourself and don't necessarily rely on the person of color or the you know, person who is has a accessibility challenge to learn. Go learn yourself, you know, and then you can be a part of the dialogue in an authentic way as well. And the last thing is, it's just really, really important, because I've seen a lot of people start on their equity journey and then get super woke, get really mad at everybody, or alternatively, like, go in your shell and be like, forget it, I'm not gonna talk, I'm not even gonna talk about it anymore. You know, so like, show grace to yourself and to other people that are on the journey, because the journey is hard and it'll be like up and down. And if you can show grace and assume best intent from people, I think that will just help in general. I don't think I answered your question, but those.
That's okay.
You know, I think it's actually really interesting what you said a little bit about showing grace. That's exactly what I was thinking while you were talking, is that, you know, I think when you are trying to embark on a journey toward equity, toward removing barriers, you are bound to make mistakes. Yes. There's not a universal, here is how you achieve equity sort of plan that you can follow. And so I really think it is about being willing to admit, like, we aren't as equitable as we should be, but then giving yourself the grace to make mistakes as you try to get there, both just sort of enterprise-wide, but even at the sort of individual level, I think is really important. And then I think the other thing that is hugely important as you try to become a more equitable workplace or a more equitable company is really making sure that the leaders that have decisions over hiring, so at Best Buy, being a retail company, we have a headquarters and all of the work that happens there, but we also have 1,000 stores across the country, right? And those environments need to be equitable as well. So really making sure that local leaders that have the local power to make those decisions are understanding what that means, how to achieve that, and then again having grace, you know, with them as they try to make sure that that's happening within the four walls of their business as well.
So I hear both of you referring to this as a journey. You know, there's definitely a starting point. There may not be a perfect ending point. Do you have, the three of you, and I know, Naria, you already shared some great steps, some very tangible steps to take, but do you have any words of wisdom here before we take some questions for employers who may be at the beginning of their journey? You know, what are some great first steps to take, and what are some attitudes to take with you the whole way?
Yeah. I mean, I think for us, we sort of, our former CEO, Hubert Joly, and I think to your point earlier that it really does start from the top leadership, looked at all of us at a town hall and said, this company is too male, pale, and stale. We have to figure out how to break that barrier. And he said that as an old white man, so. But I think it's about that first sort of steps are really about being honest with yourself about where you are, and I think not getting defensive about where you are, like understanding you came to where you are for whatever reason that you got there, but how do you then move forward? And so being sort of in the willingness to be honest and not be defensive is really big. I think that top level leadership buy-in, we see it with Will's company, being the CEO and founder of his company, trying to be equitable all the way up to our companies, which are, you know, much larger, but really being able to be honest and and do that, and then really being understanding that it is a journey, I think is a really big thing. It's not a thing you're going to solve in one day. Can't boil the ocean. So it's about sort of making sure that you're continually taking steps forward and not being satisfied with whatever progress you've achieved.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, I believe in my journey, a lot of what I've learned is from the people I've met and the network that I've met. I think that's one of the biggest things to me thus far. So, just, shout out to New Profit, Unlock Futures, John Legend, and Free America for giving me a chance. And when I went through the Unlock Futures cohort, the first cohort, I got a chance to meet new people doing similar work in different states. So I think that was the biggest thing for me. It's just like when I first started, when I still am going today, it's just the network and meeting the new people, the new ideas, and also not trying to reinvent the wheel, but work together. I think a lot of the community organizations that we have now, the nonprofits that we have now are partnering up to heal the trauma and the emotional intelligence component. It's a big component we try to encourage and clean decisions. So it's always about the network, and the mentors is big for me. So yeah, appreciate it.
And do you have any advice for employers, even as large as these ladies' employers, who are trying to reach networks that you were coming out of when you were starting your business?
Yeah, my advice, I believe, is just like this shirt. I mean, for me, the small things really mean a lot, So like this shirt, it took us time to get, a logo on the shirt. So every time I put on this shirt, I got a couple, but every time I put on this shirt, I'm ironing it every morning. As you can see, the little crease, I iron it. I'm not the best to do that, but I feel so proud of what I've done with my life and what the men and women are doing with their lives and clean decisions. And when they wear the shirt, they feel proud. So, I mean, always remember like the first couple of steps when you wake up in the morning. I like to wake up at 5:15 and just acknowledge and be grateful for what I have, and just take that time to, really think about, wow, I was just in a jail cell about to get a bologna sandwich, and I'm going to be mad, but I'm going to eat it because I'm hungry. But coming from that place and to where I am now is like being able to iron a shirt that I helped create. It's impactful. So always remembering that, remember and acknowledging that, have more victories than failures. You have more victories than failures, and that for me is big. So that'll be mine.
I think we're going to go ahead and take a couple of questions. Looks like the first one we have queued up is, what do your companies look for in partnerships with community organizations that work with underrepresented communities?
I can start with that one. So from the philanthropy's perspective, as far as when we make investments in different nonprofit organizations and/or local chambers as well, I think that the most important thing is to really think about whether or not that entity has a proven track record with the communities that we're trying to serve. That there is the equity mindset, that they're able to develop and deliver programming for those groups. I mentioned that I was fairly new in role at Microsoft, but I come from a nonprofit organization. And time again, and I'm sure many of you who are from nonprofits or from the local chambers, you see this all the time, where you start shifting your strategy to focus to the funder. That is just the kiss of death. We have this saying at Microsoft that we say all the time, that the truth is in the field. You are the experts. You are closer to the communities that you are serving than any of us could ever be on the funding side. So trust your instinct, trust your community, come up with the solutions, have a great plan, and I promise that there will be funding that comes along with that from whoever that might be. So that would be kind of, what we think would be the hallmark of a best community partner, and then maybe a little bit of advice on what you could do. And I was supposed to give a shout out to the Metro Milwaukee Chamber of Commerce that actually participates with us in TEALS, and we co-fund that together in Milwaukee. So that's just a great example of a win-win. And they're listening in online, so.
I think as we think about for the work that we do, our community work focuses primarily on connecting underserved and underrepresented teen populations with access to technology, but not just here's a wonderful Microsoft-based computer, but here is how you use it. Here is a pipeline into a career. Here's training. Here's soft skill and emotional development to go with that. So really try to find organizations that are working in that space that are comfortable with not just teens who are terrifying, but also able to bridge that gap from sort of the teen technology interest space into a career. So I think a lot of it is along the same lines of what you just said about making sure that our mission is not becoming the mission of the organization, but that they're doing that work in a genuine way. And then I think the other big piece of that question was, how are we looking at organizations that are serving those underrepresented populations? And for us, it's extremely important that we're looking at organizations that are not only serving underrepresented populations, but represent underrepresented populations. So the leadership of those organizations represents the community. The way that they work within the community is genuine and comes from that area. It's sort of not enough to just be serving, but also to be really leading in the space of coming from the community.
Great. Well, yeah, I mean, when we partner up, man, we are looking for more community organizations. One of the key things we look for is that social emotional intelligence component, where the individual that comes into Clean Decisions, we got to understand, and a lot of people put this to the side when like I did when I first came out, that I just went through trauma. It was trauma. I'm traumatized from my experience in jail and prison, being awakened, being told what to do, like in this violent atmosphere. It's trauma. So we have to put that out there when we look for community organizations. We want to help heal that process. Like, we're not the professionals. We definitely will love any professional, advice on that, but we just try to make sure that you understand it's trauma. How do you heal and begin to heal? So that's what we look for in organizations.
Great. Next question. For companies pursuing equity hiring, is the primary motivator the impact on finding talent, or the importance of being altruistic and improving society? Or is it something else?
I can answer that. In brief, it's just, when it comes to Clean Decisions, for a long time I thought about it's just creating work and creating the labor. But what I learned is our niche is creating those navigators, those men and women that are going to be able to encourage others, teenagers or their children, not to go to jail in the first place. So I think when we want to improve society, we improve ourselves. And those men and women coming to Clean Decisions are going to be the messengers. So we are the ones creating the messengers for those underrepresented communities and those societies, those little components where, like, in Southeast DC, like Ward 8, Ward 7, Ward 6, where a lot of this goes on. You got to understand that you need somebody to, improve and help you, encourage you not to do these things in the first place. So that's when we look at what we do in Clean Decisions, is creating that mindset for the future.
I think in the best case, it should be both. I talked a little bit about can't just be checking the box. So in the hiring practice and making sure that there's a diverse pool of candidates, that the interview questions are not biased in some way, that the process isn't biased in some way, that the algorithms that are used to get resumes across the line aren't biased. Like, those things are all really important, and they're there within Microsoft the company, or in general, because it is, again, tied to the business, because we will develop better products and better services if we have multiple voices at the table. From a philanthropic perspective, we actually try really hard. We do not link it to hiring to Microsoft in general, but being platform agnostic and making sure that it is a societal play to improve opportunities for all groups. So I would say that our approach is both, and obviously, again, the bottom line is going to drive your company. So if the equity is built into your reason for business success, I think it'll just be more impactful and actually get sticky and take hold.
Yeah, I think for us, our Best Buy's purpose as a company is enriching lives through technology. So that might happen when you're in one of our stores purchasing a piece of technology, making your life better, but it also happens in the workplace. It also happens in the work that we do in the community. And so really knowing that it's not just about the sort of altruistic or sort of moral imperative to ensure that their workplace is an equitable place to be, but also understanding it does impact and affect the bottom line, both in terms of the way that we work with our customers and clients and the way that we serve our communities, I think is just, it's sort of inextricable, but they all contribute to each other.
Great. I think we're out of time, everyone, but thanks so much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We now need to clear the room for lunch setup. Please remove your belongings from the tabletops and make your way into the briefing center or the Lee Anderson rooms while the room is prepared for lunch service. Okay, very good. Can we make sure that that is... Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats for lunch.
There are so many incredible people out there. People with vision and drive and smarts. People with strong business plans and stronger hearts. Good. Because creating, starting, curing, and solving something, solving anything, is not easy. But it's so possible and doable. Because there's so much power out there, so much potential. It's all around us, and it's within us. All of us. Just waiting and ready to be unleashed. At Bank of America, we stand behind our partners who are working hard every day to make a difference in their world and ours. What would you like the power to do?
Tracy. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, well, we're going to get started with this afternoon's programming. I'm Jason Tishko, Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And what I'm here to talk to you about is our Talent Pipeline Management Initiative. You know, when we began back about 5 years ago in this very room, we had released a white paper. And this white paper offered a new vision for how we could address the skills gap. And what we had called for was to start leveraging lessons learned from supply chain management, but now apply them to human capital systems. And why? Because we know that we are in an economy that competes on talent, but employers were having a very difficult time finding the talent they needed to compete and succeed in today's economy. And at the time, we were tracking a wide variety of numbers, but we know over half of companies were unable to fill open vacancies. Those vacancies were staying open for longer periods of time than ever before. And we know that nearly half of companies were unable to take on new business, with the primary reason being they didn't have the human capital to do so. So we knew something needed to be done, and employers needed to play a role. But we needed to solve this employer engagement problem, because for too long, we were asking other people to solve this problem for us, and we were getting suboptimal results. Instead, we rolled our sleeves up and said we need to develop a solution based on industry's own best practices for how we could reimagine and reinvent employer leadership in the education and workforce space. So when we released this white paper in this very room, we said it's time to move towards a talent supply chain approach. And why that's important is it moves the employer from the advisor role to the end customer role. And we think that fundamentally changes what employer engagement and leadership looks like, how employers work together, organize their information, and then share that information with their preferred talent providers, whether they're hiring external talent or for promoting talent from within. We called it Talent Pipeline Management, or TPM for short. And at the time, we put out a call to action to say, we have this idea, we want to move beyond the metaphor, we want to actually start implementing talent supply chain practices. Who wants to learn with us? Who are the ready and the willing? And at the time, we had 7 networks stand up to say, we want to be part of this initial experiment. We want to learn with you, we want to learn with our peers, we want to actually explore what this talent supply chain movement is all about. And as we went through those pilots over the course of a year, we learned from them, and we continued to publish our learnings to the community. And from there, by the time we got around to 2016, we said, well, how do we scale this? You can't go from pilot to scale. What's the mechanism by which we get these talent supply chain practices in more people's hands, in front of employers more, and we get more people learning together? How do we build a network of TPM practitioners constantly learning and innovating together via this system? So we decided to create an academy of our own. We called it the TPM Academy, and we pilot tested it in 2016 with 3 cohorts, where we brought communities of practitioners together from chambers of commerce, economic development organizations, sector-based associations, and others. We had workforce boards there. And we said, let's implement this TPM system, an end-to-end talent management process. We produced a curriculum. We produced software tools that aggregated employer data that came directly from the source, that visualized it, that empowered employers to make better decisions about how they partner with organizations to source talent for the most critical occupations on which their competitiveness depends. Several years later, we have been proliferating these academies, and I'm happy to say that since the initial set of 7 pilots in 2015, we are now in 29 states and Canada, and we are growing. And we have trained over 250 organizations and practitioners around the country. So we are proliferating these talent supply chain practices. It's no longer a wonky idea in a white paper. It's no longer just this small network of pilot partners, but it is a growing movement. We're getting better every day. We just released yesterday the newest version of the TPM curriculum. We're always getting feedback from our peers on how we can shape it and make it better. And we know it works. We've kicked the tires on it. It's proven to be successful. We have a wide variety of case studies and stories that we're making available. And we want to make this bigger, better, faster. So we have a lot of ideas for how to do that. But we want to be able to also share with you some of that storytelling so you can understand how this TPM system in theory works. I'm good at providing that, but you want to hear from the practitioners. What I want to leave you with is a sense of when you think about the biggest workforce challenges of our times, I would suggest to you that hope is not a strategy, but TPM is. So with that, don't take it from me. I want you to learn from someone who's actually done this on the ground, who's implemented the system, what it has meant to them, how it's changed their thinking, and the kind of results it started to yield. So I would like at this point in time to welcome up to the stage our friends from Kentucky. We have Steve Rudolph from Baptist Health, who's going to tell his story.
All right, hi, y'all. So I'm from Louisville, and for those that aren't from Kentucky, that's Louisville or Louisville. But I'm from Louisville. But I also got a little Chicago. I mean, I've got 10 minutes to talk to you about, from an employer's perspective, what I think of TPM, and that's a big challenge. So I'm going to talk a little quickly. We got a couple slides that I want to go through, but hopefully I'm going to set the stage for you about what TPM is from an employer's perspective. So hopefully if we can get this to work. And I like this. When I started thinking about how am I going to communicate all this in 10 minutes, I'm like, there's no way, right? So I'm going to start off with what I want you to take away. There are 2.5 things I need you to take away with, right? First off, talent pipeline is not a talent funnel. Completely different things. And we've talked a lot about the pipeline, but I want to talk about this from an employer's perspective and why it's a little bit different. Number two, if I get to work. Workforce development is not worker development. Two different ideas. That's takeaway number one, takeaway number two. And the most important is the 0.5. And the 0.5 is the power is when you put those two things together. When you put talent, pipeline, and workforce development together, that's where the synergy is really there. And a lot of the speakers that you've had up on the stage already have talked about the power of needing everybody involved. You need the educators, you need government, you need the intermediaries, you need the employers, you need the educators. It's everybody working together to be able to make this work. So let me talk a little bit about how we started this in Kentucky. So first off, I serve as the chair of the Health Career Collaborative of Greater Louisville. And this is actually an organization that started off with the Kentucky Hospital Association and had morphed to something bigger. So we brought in other players, other healthcare partners. So we have Humana involved, we have long-term care facilities involved that are helping us do this. Then we partnered with Kentuckiana Works. Kentuckiana Works is our workforce investment board. Those two parties created something really cool, and that's the Kentucky Health Career Center. It was meant to be a one-stop for all healthcare careers and trying to figure out how we as a community can work together to be able to build a pipeline for healthcare. And we actually had a physical building, and we're in the process of morphing that and kind of going virtual, but we actually had a physical place that in Louisville, Kentucky, where we could go and say, if you want to figure out how to get a job in healthcare, go to the One Stop. Very powerful. And then along comes the Kentucky Chamber. We were having trouble trying to figure out how we're going to organize all this, and the beauty of the Kentucky Chamber and bringing in the TPM is it gave us the structure, right, to figure out how are we going to corral all this information, how are we going to corral the parties, how are we going to corral the data to get us to where we need. And that's where the power kind of starts. So let me take a step backwards. Let me talk a little bit about the traditional view of talent pipelines. Most employers, unfortunately, I think, start here, right? Post, pray, let's see who I get. More sophisticated employers are going to post, but they're also going to try to do a little bit of outreach. They get their favorite schools that they're going to go to. They have their kind of feeder pipelines that they may tap into. But the reality, this is how most employers, I think, view it. It's a really narrow view. And we all know that's not the real view of the world, right? It's a little more complicated than that. So if you take this and expand it out a little bit more, there's a bunch of employers out there. They're all doing the same thing. And in healthcare, our pipeline looks like this, right? We're just stealing from one another. We all keep talking about we need more nurses. I'm stealing from my competitor down the road. They're trying to figure out how to hire my nurses. We're not growing anymore. We're not solving the problem. We're just spinning the wheels and churning, right? We've got to figure out how to fix that. We do have partnerships with our education, so that's kind of a little bit more truer of a pipeline that's out there. But this is a little bit more real as to what we have to deal with, right? So when you take that and kind of turn it around a little bit, this is what the real talent supply looks like. It really is starting at the high school level, the post-secondary, and in Louisville, middle school. We're trying to introduce kids to the different career options that they have at middle school. Then they can go on to high school, and in Louisville we have academies where you have certain schools that are dedicated to certain programs, and there is a healthcare academy that if a kid wants to go into healthcare, they go to that high school. So we're starting to build our pipeline early on. And then down through there, you can see you get into the military and you get into the post-secondary, community-based, other employer staffing agency. We've talked a lot about ex-felons and how do we get them into the workplace. They all have a role. And the beauty of TPM is it finally gives us a structure to see all this together. and we're trying to build that out. That kind of leads down to the feeders jobs and eventually to the job you're trying to fill. But if you don't understand the pipeline, if you don't understand where your talent is coming from, you don't know where you can make improvements. So this is kind of what TPM in a nutshell is all about. Let me take this and turn it on its side a little bit. When you think about supply chain, how do you go from raw product to end product? That's all this is, right? It's taking that concept of how do we get the suppliers. Suppliers could be a school, could be an education partner, it could be a feeder position that you know is going to feed into your positions, but how do you go from there to the end of the employers, the end users that need to use the talent? And so one of the things that we're looking at in Kentucky is how is the supply chain working? Where is it not working? We all know we need more nurses. Employers are looking to nursing schools and say, produce more. Nursing schools are looking at employers saying, we can't because we don't have enough space. We don't have enough clinicians. We don't have enough clinical that we can send the students through and actually produce the nurses that you need. And so one of the cool things that is really happening right now in Kentucky is bringing those two discussions together. Previously it was this, right? They got to fix the problem. And the schools say, you got to fix the problem. This is an opportunity for everybody to kind of work together. So let me talk briefly about workforce development too. And I shamefully borrowed this from St. Louis, so I'll give them credit. But here's why I like this definition. So if you look at the definition of workforce development, it's initiatives that educate and train individuals to meet the needs of current and future business and industry in order to maintain a sustainable, competitive economic development. And then they contrast that with the way we used to think about it. Previous examples were focused on the needs of the individual. That's that worker development, right? How do we take someone, an ex-felon for example, how do we give them job training to get them a job? Very singular focused. But it goes on, the initiatives of the societal perspective, the bigger picture perspective, is really talking about the economic development for the entire region or for the entire state. That's kind of what TPM is all about as well. So I've highlighted some of the key words in here. Why I like these words, it really paints the picture of what this is all about. It's about a partnership between the educators, the employers, government, the intermediaries, so that we're all working together, we're all using the same language, we're all using the same numbers. That's a big challenge. We've got different numbers that are floating out there in order to get to this end goal of making sure we're all working towards the same objective. So the strategy in Kentucky is following the TPM model. So I don't know, those of you that are not familiar with this, I don't have time to kind of go into the details of this, but there are really 6 key steps or strategies that we need to achieve. We're kind of mixture of that strategy 2 and demand planning, and then we're kind of down here on the competency and credential requirements, and a little bit about the talent flow. So we kind of blended where we are, but that's by the nature of the conversations that we are having. So from an employer perspective, we have, I think about 20, 25 employers in the Louisville Collaborative that are having discussions about what do we want to focus on. And we're trying to focus on nursing, which that alone is pretty big to figure out how we're going to tackle it. But we all recognize we have that issue. So then we talked to the schools and we said, help us figure out how to answer this question. And that gets over there on the talent flows and trying to identify where we have that problem. So from there, here are the early results. And the cool thing is employers are starting to talk, right? We used to kind of talk high level, but now we're really talking about what do we need to coordinate on. And then we have the educators, and this is amazing. We had all the educators in a room talking together about what's the holdup, where's our problem? And then together, educators and employers could say, let's fix this. Because if one school goes out there and says, I need more clinicians, that's not going to solve it. But if you have all the schools in Louisville saying we all need clinicians, where are we going to get them from? Now we have an ability to attack it. And then you weave in government, the workforce enforcement boards, the chambers that are out there. We got all the parties that we need to the table having the discussion. And that's the really cool part. We're all now having this conversation, trying to figure out how we're going to solve this problem that's out there. So with that, I did it in 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So that is TPM. So, all right. Thank you.
Hello again. So thank you, Steve. We wanted to make sure that you got to hear about the difference TPM is making in a community like Kentucky, in a company like Baptist Health, and how it's changing their thinking about workforce development and activating new levels of employer leadership that's getting good results not only for the company, but for the learners and workers who are benefiting from that pathway. But that's one of hundreds of stories that are taking place. As I mentioned, we are now in 29 states. In Canada, we've expanded over 250 partnership organizations who have gone through the academy. We have spun out hundreds of employer collaboratives involving thousands of employers in just a handful of years, and we plan to go bigger, better, faster, and we're going to share more about that in a second. But I did want to make a couple announcements, some things we wanted to share with this community about what comes next for TPM. But the first thing we wanted to do, and it is my privilege to deliver this, is to acknowledge a set of practitioners who have really distinguished themselves. Because TPM is all about employer leadership and engagement, and we have some folks who have not only gone through the training, but who have really distinguished themselves as leaders in the TPM community, who have provided invaluable insight into how we need to shape the work. You know, this stuff doesn't come from top down high, it comes from the bottom up. It's about the peers learning together and feeding those learnings up so we could be good servants to them and organize a new set of implementation tools to support their work. And a lot of folks have gone and implemented this system, they learned from it, we've learned from them. They have contributed their learnings to the network. They have traveled around the country to meet with their peers. They have actually moved up to become instructors of the TPM Academy itself and are teaching their peers. And they have become representatives and spokesmen for the network. And we want, as we always say in TPM, once you go through the training, you're part of the family, and you're part of the family for life. And these are the folks who have really stepped up amongst, within a community of peers and, like I said, have distinguished themselves. So we are honored to now recognize what we're calling our first group of TPM fellows, who we want to formally designate and acknowledge, not only for their leadership that they've exhibited up to this point, but also for their efforts that are yet to come. Because these are the folks who we are going to continue to draw upon as we iterate upon the movement, as we improve the tools, and as we expand the movement. These will not be our only fellows, but we did want to take this opportunity to pause and say, as the movement grows, let's recognize this leadership, let's honor these individuals. So we have 13 fellows that we wanted to recognize today. 10 of the 13 are with us. 3 are not. I am going to read all of their names, and as I read their names in their organization, I would ask if they're in the room, if they wouldn't mind standing up and remain standing until I get through all the names. Peter Beard of the Greater Houston Partnership. Beth Davison of the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce. Tracy DeSanto, DTE Energy. Aaron Duckett, Mayor and Mayor. Kim Kuchenbrod, Vermilion Advantage. Jennifer Meller, Greater Phoenix Chamber. Joe Quick, Mayor and Mayor. Mary Ann Sheehan, Vermont Business Roundtable. Laura Smith, Buffalo Niagara Partnership. Josh Williams, Kentucky Chamber of Commerce. And 3 individuals who weren't able to join us today, but I do want to recognize them. Vicki Hogan of Vermilion Advantage, Sharon Miller of Consumers Energy, and Cami Welch of the Arvada Chamber of Commerce. Please join me in congratulating our first group of TPM Fellows. And also join me in wishing Peter Beard a happy birthday today. Happy birthday, Peter. So thank you. You know, we could talk a lot about, you know, the theoretical applications of talent supply chain principles and practices. We could talk about software tools that aggregate and visualize data, but at the end of the day, what TPM is about is the people. It's the network, it's the peers. They're what makes this a living, breathing thing, a growing movement. And without the work of the fellows and all of the practitioners who are part of the movement, this would be nothing but a white paper. So we can't thank them enough for their leadership, and we can't wait to see what they bring next to the network. So thank you, all of you. But we're not done just there. We do have, in fact, one more announcement to make, because we are always thinking about how we can iterate and improve on TPM. It is an evolving thing. We are constantly updating the academy, the curriculum, the tools, but we are also thinking about new strategic partnerships and how we might always be looking to go bigger, better, faster, and how we can actually more formalize this network and grow it and expand our reach and scope. So we have a lot of ideas for how to get that done, but we are starting to build bridges with new partnerships. And to talk a little bit more about that, I would like to invite to the stage Carolyn Cawley, President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and Abe Eshkenazi, CEO of the Association of Supply Chain Management. Thank you, Carol. Abe, thanks for doing this.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back after lunch, and congratulations to all of the fellows. I was standing in the back, and I think that the applause was just as loud for those fellows as it was for John Legend this morning. I don't know about you, but I texted pictures to my kids right away, and today I'm the cool mom. I'm sure you sent yours home as well. I'm Carolyn Cawley, and I'm president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. I'm a little shorter, I guess, than people who've been here before today. I wanted to tell you a little bit about the broader foundation and who we are and what we think and what we believe in. At the foundation, our mission is to educate the public on how business does well, does good, and prepares for the future. And so what that means in one sense is that we come to work every day thinking about the velocity of change going on around us, and it just seems like it's getting faster and faster, and that treadmill and speed is gaining momentum all the time. And we come in thinking that one sure thing through all of that is that business is part of the solution, and that we can be part of the solution. And so it's so wonderful to be here with you today. I think that you'll join me in acknowledging one thing that we really believe, one of those through lines, is that job creators are heroes. And it really means something to start a business and grow a business and hire someone and employ someone. And good things happen for families and communities when that happens. And the fact is, and I'll quote our CEO, Tom Donahue, is that we're living now in this terrible conundrum between what he calls people without jobs and jobs without people. And it's a nice, crisp way of talking about the challenge that TPM is seeking to address. But here at the Chamber, we represent 3 million members, big, medium, small, across industries, across geographies. And what we hear from people and owners and managers, CEOs every day is that I have jobs I can't fill. And you are living that every day. You know that better than those of us working mostly in this building. But that's what's driving the Talent Pipeline Management Initiative, and we couldn't do it without all of you. And I know that Jason went through a little bit of the history, but it's just so exciting year after year to be back in this room with you. But we're now ready for the next step, to take TPM, excuse me, to the next level. A new initiative that we're calling TPM Next. We're so pleased to announce it today. It's a partnership that we're doing with the Association of Supply Chain Management, real professionals in that field. And it's so important because it's recognition that this idea, as Jason said, that went from metaphor to gaining movement is being validated by people who have been practicing supply chain management principles for, decades. I don't know how old your organization is, nearly a century probably. Lots of professional credentials and licensing and lots of ways to prove that supply chain management principles can work in human talent. But what makes TPM different, and this is the part that I love about my job, is that it's human and it's about heart and lives and jobs and opportunities and the good things that come to communities when people are employed, the good things that come when employers have better, more skilled employees coming in, and when employees and workers have better pathways. It's just, when those things come together, it's a really great thing. So we've got a wonderful partner in ASCM, and I'll turn it over in a minute to Abe Eshkenazi to tell you a little bit more about his organization and how it really blends in with TPM. But I want to leave you with one last line. I'm going to quote another colleague of ours, actually my boss. She has a wonderful way of saying what success can look like, and that is that for so many people, some of the most beautiful words they'll ever hear are, "You got the job." And we think that's just a really nice way of saying it. It's a great sentiment, and it's really driving what we're doing behind the curriculum and behind the credentials and behind the academies. I think it's a shared sense of purpose that jobs are great, and we really want to help people have more of them. So thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Abe. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn, and thank you all for coming here today, because this is important for us in a lot of different respects. If you ask any employer in the world what their number one asset is, I'm hopeful that they will continue to tell you employees are their number one asset. The challenge that we have collectively, not only from the employer side, but from the academic as well as the association side, is where are those employees coming from? Number one, awareness. Are there and is there enough awareness of the opportunities that exists for the jobs in particular regions across the globe? And so our role as an organization is to work with companies and helping them design their supply chains. And that is where they source, where they manufacture, where they deliver, where they support across the globe. Obviously, that takes employees. And each of those functions within an organization has to be developed not only at a professional level, but at a recognition level for the contribution that they make to their organizations. So part of our role in helping organizations design their supply chains is identifying where are the resources, specifically the people, going to come from to sustain the success the organization has. And when we talk about sustainability, it comes in a lot of different dimensions, and it comes in a lot of different respects, from economic to ecological to ethical sustainability of an organization, and that takes people. So most of the clients that we work with are large multinationals that have disparate manufacturing and facilities all across the globe, and they're looking for consistency across their organization, not only in terms of their operations, but in terms of the knowledge management that they have within their organization. So when we assess a particular job function, we're taking a look at it from really the beginning, and that is from the K through 12 system. What are the competencies, what are the capabilities that individuals are gaining at that level, and then how do they matriculate up into a community college or a four-year institution or go directly into the workforce? Specifically, what are the skills necessary? So we work with employers to identify those skills, we codify them, develop them into learning programs. TPM is a great example of a codified body of knowledge that can be applied to not only employers but employees and the workforce collectively to identify what are the skills necessary for individuals not only to get a job but to keep a job and have a rewarding career opportunity for themselves. Getting a job is the first step. Obviously, employers are looking for academic institutions, specifically colleges and or community colleges or other resources for foundational knowledge. What we're seeing is that there's a significant gap between what employers are looking for and the competency and the capabilities that employees have when they get on the job. That the schools are not teaching the skills necessary for employees to be job ready. And this is where TPM and organizations such as APICS or ASCM can fill that void. But it's a public-private partnership. It cannot work without the employers communicating back to the academic institutions as well as the associations the skills necessary for these organizations and these individuals to be successful. So not only awareness, but the second step is recognition of the contribution that the individuals make to their organization. So first, getting a job is key. Second is recognizing them for the work and the contribution they make to their organization. But there's a gap in terms of the competencies that the individuals have when they get into a job function and what the employer is looking for. And this is where TPM can play a significant role to bridge the gap between what employers are looking for and the competencies employees have, and more importantly, to connect the employee to a rewarding career. And we talked a little bit before, as Steve shared a great opportunity on career paths. Having an individual get a job is important. More important is having them see that there's a career opportunity for them to continue and sustain that job for a long period of time, that it's not a short-term opportunity for them. And this is where we believe that TPM can make a significant difference for the employees and, more importantly, for the employers that are looking for job-ready and capable individuals. We're really excited about this partnership because it does move TPM to the next level and address a significant market gap. So we're trying to find an opportunity, we're trying to fill the opportunity between finding the employees that are capable and ready, and not only for a job, but more importantly for a career. And we believe this is where TPM can make a significant difference, not only for the economy, but for each of the companies that participate with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abe. So you'll all be hearing a lot more about TPM next in the months and weeks to come. We look forward to taking TPM online. We'll be exploring credentialing people who've been trained in the approaches and the methods, and it's just really taking things to a whole new level. So thank you for being part of it. Before I go, I wanted to just bookend some things that, that Jason talked about in his introduction and his history of TPM. And for those of you who've been with us for a few years, just think back for a minute to this room 5 years ago when TPM was an idea and a paper and a couple of pilots, a handful of 7 pilots. 3 years ago, we were in this room and we were talking about how to grow from the original 7 states to the 29 that we are in today. 2 years ago, we were in this room talking about how to grow beyond 100 partners. And today, we've got more than 250 partners involved, which is just tremendous. And I remember that last year, we were in this room talking about how to grow beyond the US. And as you know, today we're in Canada and we're getting a ton of inbound inquiries from people in Europe as well. So I just want you all to be proud of the last 5 years of building this together, and I really can't wait to see what we're going to be talking about next year at this time. And the last thing I want to do is, I know that you'll join me in a big round of applause for Cheryl and Jason and Jamie and their leadership in building this and taking it forward. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Michael Morella. I'm an editor at US News and World Report. I cover education and healthcare. And I'm excited to talk with these folks a little bit about apprenticeships and dig into some of the topics we've explored in the morning and we'll be talking about later in the day. So I want to introduce them and let them really have the spotlight. First up is Robert Hoffman, Executive Director of Accenture North America Government Relations. Thank you. And Daniel Sirota, Manager of Public Affairs at Aon. So you're here to talk about a really interesting case study of an apprenticeship program in Chicago, the Chicago Apprentice Network. So I want to hear about that, but first, Daniel, would you mind kind of talking a little bit about what brought you to and Aon to this in the first place? And then...
Sure, thanks, Michael. You know, the biggest thing that we had a retention problem in our entry-level positions. We needed to find a pathway for us to be able to keep individuals working longer but partnering with our local community colleges to being able to create a model that would fit the need of the business. Something where we took a good look at our entry-level positions and said, what really needs a 4-year degree, or could someone from a 2-year degree, associate's degree, fill those jobs and hire locally? Outside of Aon office building in Millennium Park in downtown Chicago is a community college, Harold Washington College. And we never hired anyone from there. So how do we bring a relationship with our local community college and bring these individuals in, but also solve a retention problem within our firm? So we created an apprenticeship program that really highlights 3 main areas of importance: HR, insurance, and IT. The overall goal: have these individuals working in jobs that may not require a 4-year degree of college to do so. And this created a great streamline for us to get talented, hungry, and driven individuals into our firm that we would have never have hired before. And this solves a business problem that we had within Aon. Our program is 2 years long. The first year is really focused on getting them used to Aon, still creating impact and doing the job at hand. And then year 2 is getting more to the nitty-gritty of insurance courses, accounting, business management, and getting embedded into our firm, where at the end of the 2 years, they're there full time and working at the same level as an individual as someone we would hire from a 4-year degree, and really creating impact. And it's created great cultural change when you're looking down the street and hiring from a pool that is 86% Black or Latino. It creates a new diverse pipeline for us to grow within our industry, our firm, and the main reason we want other companies to look at this model as a potential way to grow within their organizations as well. And Robert, maybe it'd be good if you want to talk a little bit about the Accenture story, and then we can talk about the collaboration there.
Sure, it's a different journey, but a very similar destination, which I think also made the network, the Chicago Apprenticeship Network, possible. But for us at Accenture, we had been doubling down on the challenges of skills development, for the better part of a decade, starting in 2010 through our cornerstone a community program called Skills to Succeed, where we work all over the world with not-for-profits. And from about 2011 to the end of 2018, we've worked to develop skills for 2.2 million people around the world, 500,000 here in the United States. So we've had firsthand knowledge of the challenges that not-for-profits and local colleges are facing at a macro level. But it wasn't until, actually, and it's a kind of an interesting story, one of our senior executives was at a breakfast with then Mayor Rahm Emanuel, and it was a group of business leaders, about 100, and Mayor Emanuel posed a question. He says, how many of you recruit from the local city colleges here in the Chicagoland area? How many people do you think raised their hand? 0. Yeah. So we thought, wait a minute, we've been at this from a macro standpoint. We'd also been doing a lot of research into the challenges of recruiting for jobs that may not require, 4-year degrees. So we looked inward and we thought, okay, where can we, make an impact? We too had a relationship with a city college in the Chicago area, Wilbur Wright College. So working with them, we developed an apprenticeship program, and where we focused on was where were the high demand skills jobs that we could address through a potential apprenticeship program. First place we saw was corporate IT, basically our internal IT functions, and that's where we dug in. So in our first year, we started with 5 apprenticeships, working with Wilbur Wright College. Following year 8. And then in our 3rd year, we had 27 apprentices, and we expanded and focused on IT in a customer-facing fashion. And it's been, absolutely tremendous. We're on track. It's not just in Chicago. At the same time we were working in Chicago, we also developed a program in San Antonio. And now we're on track to essentially train 450 individuals through apprenticeship programs in 20 cities across North America. It's been tremendous, and I'll tell you 2 reasons why. Well, make it 3, but I'll be quick.
Okay.
There are 3 Ds here that I think are important to think about. We have a skills deficit in this country. You know, it's great to have 3.5% unemployment, but the harsh reality is that there are a number of people, our labor participation rate is just not where it needs to be. And so we have people who are sitting on the bench. They're not in the game. And the reason why is because the skills don't match up to where the demand are. You can talk to anyone, the number of tech job openings is anywhere from 700,000 to 2 million. But we're not training people fast enough. And yet we have people who are in a position where they could contribute, but there's no pipeline for them. There's no opportunity for them. So can we reduce that skills deficit? We also have a digital divide. You've heard that phrase before, I'm sure, where the concern is that an innovation economy is leaving lots of people behind and opportunity behind. And then the last D is disruption, technology disruption, and how that's changing how we look at jobs. Our global CEO, Julie Sweet, thinks that apprenticeships, and rightfully so, and she's been the driving force of our apprenticeship program in North America. But with apprenticeships, we can address every one of those Ds. That divide, that deficit, and that disruption, and we're seeing that impact for us as well as for Aon.
So there's a lot to unpack there, and could you talk us a little bit about why you came together, why, working with city colleges, working with government, working with other employers, sort of take us through how you got to this network and its now 3-year track record.
Yeah, I think the mindset was if we can do it, other employers can do it too. And other employers probably have the same issue that we have. And apprenticeship is something where you have to keep the high qualityness of making sure it's career driven, but it can be customizable based on what your need and demand is to make it work. It gives you an opportunity to partner with your local community college to create jobs, J-O-B, which I think is so huge in our community college space where individuals are going to school, but they're not landing in career-oriented jobs. And we at Aon wanted to change the mindset of Chicago to start hiring individuals in the community college landscape. The network started with Aon and Accenture. We added Zurich Insurance, which is in Schaumburg, who partners with Harper College. In 2018, we added Walgreens and McDonald's as another great partners and great advocates in the retail side. In 2019, we added JP Morgan Chase, we added Rush University Hospital, we added, the list can go on, we're now at 26 employers, 520 apprentice roles going into 2020, and our goal, drum roll, end of 2020, 1,000 apprenticeships in Chicago. And we are going to work hard to get there. And we're encouraging employers to really take a look at their roles to see if there's opportunities to do so. Those are some of the employers that are on the list, but we have 26 employers that are partnering now with either their community college, their nonprofits, and other third-party providers to help create these types of jobs.
Let me just add just a couple of things. Keep in mind that all of this has happened in less than 2 years.
Correct.
Now, I think the important thing to note is that Daniel Sirota is the John Lennon of the Chicago Apprenticeship Network. Michael Chiappetta, my counterpart in Chicago, he's the Paul McCartney of the Chicago Apprenticeship Network, and I'm Ringo. But I think, one of the amazing lessons from the network experience that we've had so far is, there's nothing like success to breed interest and to breed, more desire for more of the same. And earlier this year, we launched an initiative through a number of partners, Chicago Apprenticeship Network, obviously, the Joyce Foundation, the Pritzker Trubert Foundation, the MacArthur Foundation, and a number of great companies like Salesforce.org, JP Morgan Chase, to launch Apprenticeship 2020 with the goal really of supercharging the work that we've done over the last couple of years. The goal being to add on more apprenticeships through building capacity. We have to demonstrate that what we're doing can be scaled. And so what this initiative is designed to do is let's invest more in the city colleges to build their capacity to support apprenticeships. And they're going to be, through this initiative, establishing an apprenticeship and workforce solutions office. And we can also fund some great partners like 1 Million Degrees, which is this tremendous nonprofit that's doing an enormous amount of support in the form of mentorships and pre-employment training. They've been tremendous. Let's help them build that capacity. So, I mean, so the secret is, and I'll divulge something, a little tidbit. We're actually working on some research we hope to release very soon. But I think what I can say is that we're just scratching the surface, I think. In fact, Harvard Business Review did an analysis, and they project that the number of core professions that can support apprenticeships is likely to triple from 27 to about 74. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means that it will create, according to Harvard Business Review, about 3.3 million additional apprenticeships for the national economy. So the potential is really, really there in Chicago and all across the country. That was a Ringo applause. You got a Lennon.
Okay, good.
But who's George Harrison in this?
We're always welcoming new members of the band.
Well, you talked about the secret, and what's interesting to me is that a lot of this is not secret. I mean, you're sharing this information in a playbook that you've put together for others, which offers some really great details and case studies of some of the programs you talked a little bit about.
And the big reason why we did that, we're not here to hide anything. This is a workforce strategy, and the reason we created this employer network is us as employers, we'll be blunt with you, and we'll tell you what works and what doesn't work. And it's something where those conversations between CHROs and CHROs, it helps, and it helps grow. And you know, the playbook that I think is in the app, you can click on it. It's something that we wanted to make it where if you wanted to start your own apprentice program, this is 1 to 50. This is how we got started. These are the roles we looked at. Learn about some of the apprentices that have been part of our program, their stories, their backgrounds. It will help you understand that there's a bigger picture here, and there's a way to be able to solve your workforce strategy of the future. And the legitimacy of it, that this is a workforce strategy, not a charity program. This is something that we see as a viable pipeline across the country. And for Aon, we're going to continue to look to scale in our other offices, but we're not rushing it. We want to make sure it's successful, and we want to make sure the roles are there for it to be viable. And another key thing on the Apprentice Network that I think is important is every quarter we host networking events at a different employer. To being able to give the opportunity not only for the apprentices to meet other apprentices, but for new employers to come in and really meet them. You want to talk about the best salesperson. Hear the story of some of the apprentices and what they're doing and the impact they're making on their firm. If you don't jump on it, I would be shocked, because that's what we have seen after every single one of these apprentice networking events, a new employer coming in. Our next one, if anyone's in Chicago or based in Chicago, is going to be at Journey Care in Glenview during National Apprenticeship Week. We want to be able to promote this and be able to get this out, and we hope other cities looks at this as a viable option to create their own networks and kind of grow it. And Accenture, Aon, and any of those partners are a resource, and we want to be helpful for anyone out there.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add, and it's a great summary, is all of this would not be possible. We are simply the drivers behind the dreamers. And the dreamers are, one of them right there is Julie Sweet, our global CEO at Accenture. Mr. Case, a great case at Aon. The Chicago Apprenticeship Network was their vision. And, but more importantly, that leadership buy-in from the very top is critical, and that's something that we do point out. And it's not just obviously in the C-suite, but also in the lines of business where we need to find where those on-demand jobs are. And for us at Accenture, I mean, we live the playbook every single day. I mean, it's, Julie Sweet is briefed and contributes on a regular basis. Our new chief executive for North America, Jimmy Etheridge, our regional lead, Pallavi Verma, who Daniel knows quite well. I mean, we are talking about this, every single day. And I talked before about the fact that we focused on IT internally and customer facing, but we're now actually broadening our apprenticeship reach and looking at apprenticeships for HR, for finance, and for marketing. It's a commitment that we're making, and I do want to just also reinforce another. I'm doing a lot of reinforcing of your great points.
Well, thank you.
I'm just an echo chamber for you. But seriously though, I think to Daniel's point about this is of interest. This isn't just simply doing right by the community. Doing right by the community is doing right for the community that is Accenture. And one of the benefits of breaking down these barriers is diversifying our employees. And we demonstrated through our own research that diversity and innovation move hand in hand. And this apprenticeship program is paying dividends for us in terms of diversifying our workforce and really driving our innovative capacity.
Well, we just have a couple minutes left, but I want to ask a question about some of the challenges. Or, you talked a little bit about changing the mindset and getting this multi-sector buy-in, which I'm sure is challenging but rewarding. Are there one or two big challenges that you think you've seen or you've overcome in Chicago that you would want to share with these folks?
I think it's education. It's really giving people an understanding of what it is and what the model is, both internally and externally. I think is something that, as Robert said, this has only been going on for 2 years. And we're really changing a way apprenticeship is looked at. As everyone knows in this room, blue collar is kind of the way it's been. It's now evolving into this white collar way of doing business. And this is something that it takes time to educate your own colleagues, but also externally, in changing the way people talk about workforce. Yeah, I think it's one that I see.
Yeah, and I think we talk about the pipeline, and how we channel people, to jobs. But I think even more important is again that community element. One of our apprentices, Loida Velate, she works internally in corporate IT. Went through our apprenticeship program. She was a casualty of the 2008 financial crisis. And really took a step back and assessed what she wanted to do. And so she decided to pursue an IT certificate at Wilbur Wright College. And she discovered our apprenticeship program, went through it. She's now working as a cybersecurity analyst. But more importantly, she went to 3 of her community college classmates and encouraged them to pursue apprenticeships. She's also a mentor at Girls Who Code. So that to me is the residual benefit. In other words, barriers, breaking down barriers, and in the hopes that that community enrichment of people who, not too long ago basically thought, there's no role for me in IT. The only road is through a 4-year college. Nope, lots of roads can lead to great, good skilling, high-paying jobs.
Yeah. Are there one or two takeaways for local chambers of commerce? This is a question from the audience who are looking to get something like this off the ground in their own communities.
Yeah, partner. Talk about this. Create this as a model to move forward. We are fortunate enough, the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce is in Chicago, as you can imagine, and they are looking to partner with small and mid-sized businesses on getting apprentice programs going. You've heard and seen a lot of the organizations that you are seeing are big. This also works for small and mid-sized businesses if you can get a partner like a chamber to help with the education and help with the streamline to create a cohort mentality, which I think is really critical, is getting a cohort of apprentices that know each other, that meet each other, and that can work together in the classroom to then reflect that back in the workplace for growth. And I think a great way for local chambers and chambers of commerce to get engaged is by having these conversations with your employer base of how this model can work for them and how it can grow.
Part of the reason why he's the Lennon and Michael Chiapettis the McCarthy is they'll go on the road, and in the spirit of the Beatles song Help, they'll help anyone.
Yes.
And we've had conversations, Bay Area Council, we've been helping them. They've been pursuing things, the Bay Area Council being in the San Francisco Bay Area. We're having similar conversations in St. Louis, in Los Angeles. It really is a matter of just sitting them down, showing them the playbook, showing that commitment, and then bringing people together, the nonprofits, the colleges, local governments. Again, success, the signs of success breed success.
Correct.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us today, and I want to thank Daniel and Robert, and thank you all.
Thank you for the time.
Good afternoon. Is anybody out there? Hey, it's great to be with you. My name is Ben Pring from Cognizant. I run Cognizant Center for the Future of Work. It's lovely to be here. I hope you're having a nice day. You've been in here since 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock this morning, listening to people talk about the future of work. It's the early afternoon session. Perhaps the lunchtime calories are kicking in a little bit. Your eyes are beginning to get a little droopy. You're feeling a little overwhelmed by everything you've heard. So what I'm going to do in my short, brief time with you is make this very simple. I'm going to try and reduce the source. There's a lot of important things going on in technology at the moment. This is the most important. This is the great story of our time. This is history in the making. This is what your kids are going to be studying in the future when they download chips into people's brains. And you get this, I'm sure. The robots aren't coming. They're here. Robots make cars. If you talk to Alexa or Siri, you're talking to machine learning, artificial intelligence. Perhaps you've seen the videos from Atlas at Boston Dynamics. This is not CGI. This is real. The robots are here. And perhaps you're using more and more sophisticated software, like the software from X.AI, a really cool company up in New York, which is scheduling meetings, software infusing its way into every kind of work stream, every workload, every process you do. This is real. This is happening now. 8 out of the top 10 hedge funds in America are algorithmically traded, no humans involved at all. Software is outperforming doctors in reading MRIs and X-rays. The work that used to take 2 weeks for a paralegal to do is being done by 2 hours now. And of course, we stand on the cusp of this incredible revolution in transportation, all based on this underlying technology. This is big stuff, people. And of course, it's a big story, and it's a scary story. If you're a techie, nerdy guy like me, live long and prosper. This is great. There's never been a better time to be alive. We are making science fiction real. But if you're an ordinary person, a civilian, a parent, a mid-level employee in a big company, this is scary stuff. And you've seen reports like this from Oxford University saying the robots, the machines, the AI is going to destroy employment as we know it. Scary stuff. Are you awake? You should be. Well, I'm here to tell you, again, I'm trying to reduce the source, that Oxford University are wrong. And I'm a Brit, so I can say that. This is our view of what's going to happen in the next 10 years. Not half of jobs going away, but probably 10% of jobs. And a lot of new jobs being created. And in the middle of this bell curve, the real action, the real opportunity for everybody in this room to take the work you do today and make it better. But of course, in this 10 years, in the next stretch of time ahead of us, there is going to be a huge amount of disruption and churn. And of course, that's what we're all thinking about when we open the newspaper, look at what's on the news. That's really the story that we see every day in front of us, this disruption as our world changes in material ways. Well, again, I'm trying to make this simple. There is only one real material way to deal with disruption, And it's to invent the future, to discover the future of your work. And that's what we write about at Cognizant Center for the Future of Work. All these big waves of technology and business change and societal demographic change, creating huge opportunity for all of us ahead. It's what we've written about in a new report that you'll find up on our website called From and To, everything you wanted to know about the future of your work, but were afraid to ask. And I just want to spend 2 or 3 minutes talking about some of these big waves, because these are important. These are the things we should be taking back to our companies, to our societies, to our communities, and getting more and more people involved in them. I'm going to talk about these 3, virtual reality, biotech, and next generation IT. I said AI is the great story of our time. Perhaps biotech is an even bigger story. The transition into the CRISPR generation, the CRISPR revolution, is extraordinary. Bill Gates was up at Harvard recently. A smart kid said to him, if you're going to drop out of Harvard today, what would you do, Bill? And he said, I'm going to go into biotech. So if you have any play in that, any interest in that, any skill set, this is a revolution that's going to change our world in an incredible way. Some people look at VR, they think this stuff looks kind of clunky, kind of ridiculous, kind of stupid. Perhaps you bought it for your kids on Christmas, and then by New Year's Eve, it's under the tree, left alone and unloved. I put it into this context. Perhaps you know who those people are. In the interest of time, I'll tell you. It's the Lumiere brothers, who invented the movies in the 1860s. Could the Lumiere brothers have imagined Iron Man? Of course not. Could they have imagined all the jobs, all the opportunity, all the joy, all the pleasure that fundamental core technology invented? Of course not. Well, that's the way to think about VR. We're creating a new platform, a new paradigm. Goldman Sachs think it's going to be bigger than TV within 10 years. The transitional technology, augmented reality, Tim Cook thinks is going to be bigger than VR. And perhaps some of you saw your kids playing this a few years ago and thought this was the decline and fall of Western civilization. Well, I started writing about cloud computing in Gartner over 20 years ago, and people used to laugh at that and thought that was stupid. But that's changed every one of your businesses in completely profound ways. And I think VR, AR is going to be even bigger than the cloud. Everything in the future, all the opportunity ahead of us, is predicated on the underlying technology. The first commercial computer just celebrated its 73rd birthday, and in that 73 years, we've gone from a cottage industry to an industry that employs almost 20% of the workforce around the world. In the next 50 years, the next 70 years, we're going to go from 20% of the working population to 50% of the working population. Perhaps some of you saw yesterday the announcement about Sycamore. Quantum computing supremacy generated by Google. Imagine what we can do with computers 100 million times faster than the ones we have today. And if you can't imagine that, you're in the wrong room, because this is the opportunity ahead of us. Of course, making this future secure is very important work. And Aaron Levy at Box said recently, if you want a job for the next 10 years, work in technology, and if you want a job for life, work in cybersecurity. So making that future secure is very important. This is what the future looks like. This is what we've got to grapple with. This is what we've written about in our report, 21 Jobs of the Future, where we speculated and created job descriptions for these new unimaginable jobs. That report came out a couple of years ago. It was very successful. We did it again, 21 more jobs. And I'm just going to tell you in 2 minutes about 3 of the jobs that we've written out of this list of 42, just to give you a sense of this. And again, this is all freely available up at Cognizant Center for the Future of Work. The first I'm going to mention is what we call an algorithm bias auditor. We don't want algorithms to rule our life without knowing how they came to decisions. The notion that we would have a mortgage application rejected and simply have no way of knowing why it was rejected is unacceptable. So we don't want black box technology. Explainable AI, again, is going to create huge opportunity going forward, because we want this technology to create a fair workforce. Similarly, we don't want to get into self-driving cars and not feel that they're safe. Again, from a policy perspective, from a technology perspective, from a management optimization perspective, this is a huge opportunity to build trust with machines to generate incredible growth. And you all know the phrase, we wanted flying cars and all we got was 140 characters. You know that one? Well, the flying cars are really coming now. Again, science fiction becoming non-science fact. Sergey Brin of Google fame, who has $56 billion burning a hole in his back pocket, spends no time working at Google or on Google at the moment at all. He spends all his time on this. Have you heard of Kitty Hawk? Check it out. Kitty Hawk are flying cars, which we'll all be using to get to Reagan very soon. So the new machines are new. We kind of know where this is going because we've seen this story before. We know that in the last 100 years, we emptied out the farms. We went from 80% of people working on the farm to 2%, creating more food, better food than ever, because we used machinery. Well, fast forward, in the next 50 years, we're going to empty out the cubicle farms. We're going to process more applications for a mortgage, for an insurance claim than ever before, with far fewer people, because the technology is going to do that work. So it leads to this existential question. The question that you're all grappling with, the question society is grappling with. Really the underlying theme of this conference. How do I beat the robots? So we write about this extensively at Cognizant Center for the Future of Work. But if I had to summarize it, which I do because I've only got 1 second left, into one slide, it's this. Don't be a bad robot. Lots of human work currently is basically people imitating machines. But now the real robots are showing up and doing that work better. The real solution is to be a good human being. I don't want to go to a robot doctor. I don't want to go to a robot lawyer. I don't want to have my kids taught by a robot teacher. I'm sure you don't either. But I want those professions to use the technology to give me and my kids and all of us a better human experience. Many people fear the machines. Many people are scared of this revolution. Don't be. Be an optimist. Because ultimately, it's only optimists that can lead. It's only optimists that can develop the future of our work. And that is the work ahead of us, injecting all its incredible technology into the important parts of our society to make them better. And in doing that, we've all got a lot of important work to do. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rick Seltzer, Projects Editor at Inside Higher Ed. And this panel is Maximizing In-House Talent, Upskilling That Works. There's a wonderful set of panelists today. From immediately to my left down, we have Plenio Ayala, President and CEO of Perscalis, which designs courses in response to employer needs to provide tuition-free training to workers for key technical roles. Andrew Dunkelman is Head of Education and Economic Opportunity at Google.org, which is Google's philanthropic organization. There he leads investments in computer science education, digital skills, and the future of work. Then finally is Tracy Tapany, co-president of Wyoming Machine Inc., a 55-employee sheet metal fabricator in Minnesota. She's involved in volunteer activities promoting math and science education, technical training, and manufacturing careers, and her company has an interesting partnership with the local community and technical college that I think we'll be hearing a little more about. So to start, I'd like to hear a little bit from each of you and make sure that everyone in the room understands the perspective you bring to this panel. Would you each mind telling us a little bit about how your enterprises are involved in upskilling?
Sure. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me, and certainly thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation for organizing this event. So I am in the talent development business, right? I run a not-for-profit that really believes that effective workforce development has to be done through the lens of the corporate sector. So everything that we do, the creation of curriculum, the design of program, is done in partnership with employers as they inform exactly what are the skill sets that we need to teach people in order for them to get jobs in the IT sector. And so that approach for us has allowed us to expand our model. We now train about 2,200 people a year in 11 cities across the country, with graduation rates upwards of 85, 88%, somewhere in that area, and we're placing folks at a similar wage, at a similar rate, I should say. But we're working with individuals from overlooked communities, individuals who are incredibly talented, super gritty. All they need is an opportunity, and we can, in a very short period of time, get them trained and into these middle-skilled positions earning good wages.
So I think the core insight for us that really motivates our work in upskilling has been this profound increase in digital skills that are required on the job. And you've heard that from other speakers this morning. I don't think anyone needs to be told it, but Brookings says that there's been about a 50% decline in the number of jobs that don't require many digital skills over the last 15 years. So for us, that has profound implications on not only our employees, but also our clients and those people who use Google all the time. And so what we've done is we've invested through a program called Grow with Google in equipping Americans with the needed digital skills to be successful in life and in their jobs. I think one interesting sort of trend that I've observed in this sector, just being involved for a few years now, is this move from companies not just focusing on their own workforce, although that's critical, and I do think there's been a huge increase in the number of dollars and hours that companies are spending in upskilling their workforces, but also looking beyond their walls to invest in the society as a whole. I think they see a market imperative in that. I think they see a marketing advantage. And so you see companies like ours making programs available like our IT support certificate, which is on Coursera, helping people to get into critical jobs in IT support. We've actually partnered with Perscolis on this effort. We have our machine learning crash course developed for Google engineers to get them ready in the fundamentals of machine learning, now available for free to anyone in the world who wants to use it. So I think among the many trends we can probably get into, that has been really interesting for me to observe, and certainly has been really critical to the efforts that we've done through Grow with Google and Google.org.
Tracy?
So from my perspective, as you already heard, we're a small sheet metal fabrication company, and I would consider many of the skills that are necessary in the type of business I own to be kind of traditional. But like Google, we also have new skills that people need to acquire because of changes in technology in our industry. So we've seen a lack of workers available doing traditional things like welding, running machining centers, and that's really how our interest in this thing that we now call upskilling developed. And so here we are in our small organization trying to run a small family-owned business, not being able to find the workers we need. I started to realize that there was sort of a trend going on in this when a few years ago I was invited to attend President Obama's Upskill America Summit, which kind of gave me a language and a way to think about what we were dealing with. But it really is, for us, a lot about taking our incumbent workforce, people that have been working for a long time, some that are new to the workforce, who really don't have an adequate set of skills, and trying to figure out how are we going to continue to advance them so that our business can grow and we can support the economy in our community, as well as provide good paying jobs for the people that live in the area.
And that last point that you made about who exactly you're training, I wonder plenty. I know that this is something you wanted to discuss, is which employees or prospective employees upskilling can affect.
Yeah, I think when you look at the definition of upskilling, it almost always includes just incumbent workers. And I would dare say that we probably need to broaden the population a bit. So I'm going to be a little bit provocative this afternoon. And so here's my thought, right? Right after the Great Recession hit, we started seeing a larger percentage of folks coming to us with some college either a 2-year degree or in some cases a 4-year degree. And as we did the analysis, we saw that they were actually getting degrees in skill sets that just weren't relevant in the space, right? And so they were having difficulty attaching themselves to the labor market. Over the last several years, we have seen a large percentage of those degrees being in the computer science area. And so what we've concluded is that the technology is changing so fast that it's not allowing colleges to be nimble enough to adapt to the requirements of the labor force. And so organizations like ours have identified these individuals that have skills already. They've got a tremendous a set of soft skills, right? They're highly motivated, they're tremendously gritty, perseverance is through the roof. They need to be upskilled to be able to get the right level of skills to become employed. And so in 16 weeks, we can get someone from point A to point B and get them right into a job relatively quickly. And so the reason I mention that is because if we talk about policy, it's incredibly important that that population is not excluded. Just because they've got a degree doesn't mean that they are ready to enter the workforce. And so we need to be mindful of that, and there needs to be an intentionality around creating last mile training to get these individuals into good paying jobs.
Should we view that as a failure of the college sector or something else?
Well, I think yes and no. I think it's good intentioned people are running these amazing institutions. I think the bureaucracy that we've created has inhibited them from being able to move fast enough, right? And so, one of the policy recommendations that I keep trying to make is, look, Department of Education, alleviate some of these restrictions. When a college wants to get a curriculum approved, it shouldn't take them a year to get them approved, because once it's done and it's approved, it's probably antiquated. And so I think it's a combination of things that have kept colleges from being able to move fast enough. But I think if that policy recommendation was adopted, I would see a lot more ability from colleges to be able to move fast enough to meet the demands of employers.
Tracy, you've done a lot of work with colleges. Can you talk about your experiences there a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to do that, and I'll do that quickly. But I want to add to what was just said, too. I think that part of the problem that we experience is that we are kind of in a society where skills are for some people and education is for other people. I do not believe that is true, and I think that we would all benefit from not talking about that or not thinking about that. Every human being needs to have skills in order to get a job, in order to get paid. I think a few years ago I saw that LinkedIn did a study of all the people that are on LinkedIn, and what they showed by that is the people that have the most skills, that list the most skills that they possess, are the people that make the most money. Every human being needs skills. So it's not educated people and skilled people. They need to come together. Even skilled people are educated. In terms of the partnership that we have with our local community and technical college, through a federal grant kind of started this process. But our technical college had access to some technology which is commonly referred to as interactive television. They were able to build a consortium with a number of schools throughout Minnesota and offer college credit courses remotely. So I have employees that work at Wyoming Machine who need some additional skills training, can benefit from getting a certificate of some sort, and they get to, while they're at work, go into a room with a large screen television that's interactive. It's a live course where they see an instructor. The instructor can see the employees that are participating in it. My employees can see other people that are participating remotely, but we're hosting live classes like that, because oftentimes for incumbent workers, if you've worked a 10-hour day in manufacturing or a 9-hour day in manufacturing, and you have a family to go home to and you want to participate in the life of your children and your family members or do whatever activities you do outside of work, I think it's a little bit hard to expect that people are going to drive 40 miles if they live in a rural area to go into a classroom in a community and technical college and spend a whole night in class, and sometimes multiple nights a week in class. So this technology has really made it possible for people to access classes a lot easier in a less intimidating environment where here they are at their work site that they go to every day. They feel comfortable. They have the support of their coworkers if they're not used to taking those kind of classes to help get them through what sometimes can be a really scary experience for people. So we have been able to get people college certificates based on taking those courses in a very cost-effective way.
Can I just maybe illustrate one point that I think both Plinio and Tracy's stories show me is I get frustrated a lot of times in these future of work conversations about the way we brand reskilling. And there's sort of this paradigm that reskilling means your skills deplete until, hey, it's time for a new career and I've got to go and take a new college course or Coursera certificate or whatever. It is certainly true for some people that it will be drastic. But I think by and large, most of us reskill every day, all the time. And so we need to match the kinds of credentials that are available with the nature of reskilling that happens, whether that's, there's been a conversation for years about badging, micro-credentials or whatever. But do you think we need to rethink how reskilling happens and recognize that all of us are going through this process every working day? There are 1 billion views of YouTube learning videos in every single day alone. And so I think reskilling is a really broad term, and sometimes it can be unhelpful because it suggests a certain thing that I think it not always is.
There's a certain level of destruction or negativity there, whereas I think it sounds like maybe you're emphasizing the upside to both the employer and the corporation.
Well, I think that's true. There's value to all of us kind of building our skills regularly, and it's a lot less scary, isn't it, if we're not saying, hey, it's time for you to reskill, but instead we're sort of continuously learning and growing and developing. To me, that's a heck of a lot more exciting than I got to look down the tunnel at a new college degree in a few years.
Is there a difficulty in any of your experiences in getting employees or prospective employees to look at it in that way that was just described?
I'm in the IT sector, and so part of what we teach our students is how to learn, right? And so once they adopt that sort of philosophy or way of doing, it's easy for them to understand what that means, right? In many cases in the IT sector, the more you learn, the more you're going to make, right? But I think to what Andrew's point, you're spot on. I think if we can get people into IT now, they're likely to figure out how to maneuver their way through all of the changes that will transpire over the next several years. And so my chances, or their chances, are really good because they're constantly learning and they've accepted that as part of the way of doing business.
And you're also equipping them with an important level of baseline professional skills that they need in order to even be in those environments to then pursue that kind of ongoing reskilling.
Exactly.
Now, one thing that's always very interesting to me is the idea of who foots the bill for this kind of a thing. Whose responsibility is it to pay for employee upskilling? Is there a model that should be applied across different sectors, across different geographies, or is it a little more variable?
I think that an employer plays a big role in helping to pay for that. But I also think that it has to be a partnership among government agencies as well and some support systems. In the particular area of Minnesota that I live or where my company is located, we have a high percentage of the population in some of the surrounding counties that is very poor. I think for Pine Technical and Community College, which is the college closest to us, like 85% of the population is Pell eligible. So we do need some supports from systems outside of ourselves, but in our particular case, we pay the person's hourly wage while they're taking the class. So they do that at work, and they're getting paid the same hourly wage they got paid if they were out on the shop floor making parts for me. So that's how we participate in that, but I do think it has to be a partnership between the businesses, the schools, and the community in order to make that happen.
Now, Tracy, if you're paying them the hourly wage and they're getting some sort of a skill, maybe a credential, does that make them more employable by other companies? How do you avoid training employees for your competitors?
I think it absolutely makes people more employable, but I will tell you that as an employer, that's what I want for my people. My employees, I have a tendency to look at that, and not everyone's going to agree with me. They are not indentured servants. They are people that may want to move to a different location. They may need to move to a different location. Thank you. Thanks for not saying I'm an idiot. I really appreciate it. People have all kinds of reasons why they need to move. My business may have difficulty at some point and they need to get a job someplace else. I want them to have a portable credentials so that they can show another employer that they're ready to come to work and that they can get a job if that's what they choose to do. I also find that taking that attitude with people allows them to trust me and know that I have their best interest at heart, and we don't generally see that people jump ship just because they got a certificate or a credential. They stay because they feel loyal, but they could leave if they want to, and I think that's a win-win situation.
Tracy, that's impressive. And I've got to say, unfortunately, the exception, right? That level of investment, that intentionality around it is tremendous. I would say, to your question, Rick, it's a combination of players who are responsible for this, certainly employers, certainly educational institutions, but I think it's time to hold government accountable, right? If you look at the investment in workforce development over the last 10 to 15 years, it has dropped significantly. And I think we can't be lulled under this guise that we have 3.5% unemployment. The truth is that we need to continue to skill our workers because the jobs are changing, the demands are different, and they will continue to change, and there will be a significant number of displaced workers if we're not willing to invest in those individuals now. We have an opportunity, the window is there, but we need to, as a nation, invest more dollars in retraining and workforce development in order to remain competitive as a country.
So you're advocating for more government spending and presumably more taxes at the Chamber of Commerce?
You guys want to answer that?
Andrew, I wonder, as the representative on stage of an organization with a scale that is far and beyond what anyone else on this stage has, and arguably rivals some small countries, some state governments, what are your thoughts on the question of resources and who should be funding?
Yeah. Well, I agree with Tracy's basic framing here, which is it requires all parties. I think if you want some data on this, WEF released a report, I believe it was last January, where they attempted with BCG to figure out what's it going to cost to reskill people through challenging job transitions. And I don't remember the data, so I'm just going to make it up, but it'll be directionally correct. So basically they said, like, private companies working in their best interest in a business as usual can profitably reskill about 30% of people. Private companies, if they change the way they look at things, if they bend the cost curve, if they do like a longer term ROI calculation, then you get up to like 60% of people. To close that gap, though, you still need government intervention. And so I think it requires all of these things. I think more companies should be investing in upskilling both in their own firms and in the market as a whole, particularly large companies like Google. And we made $1 billion commitment to this work when we launched Grow with Google in 2017. I think I'd like to see more companies stepping up and doing more of this. I think we do need different types of government funding. I'm not about to comment on tax policy, but I think we need different approaches to government financing for these things. We need to unlock new sources of capital. I'm excited about some of the early things like ISAs that people are talking about, and we need to change the cost curve because at the end of the day, we can't spend. I love many of these nonprofit models. Not yours. Yours is a lot cheaper than some of them out there, but $25,000, $30,000 to reskill somebody is simply not a tenable long-term solution. So I think we have to find out new cost models too.
To be fair, I kind of put the words on tax policy in your mouth, so please don't attribute that to him.
Please don't.
Are there specific models or specific ways to upskill workers that multiple employees can buy into, or employers, can buy into, that maybe are teaching a set of skills that can benefit either a whole sector or across sectors that you all would point to a set of practices that have been really effective?
I think the model that I shared about using the interactive television is an easy way to reach a lot of companies, small businesses, medium-sized businesses at an effective cost. But I think back to the question on policy and tax, I wouldn't necessarily say that we need to pay more taxes to do that. But I think in what I see is that some of the systems are still funding very heavily on the bricks and mortar of community and technical colleges, which, from a skill perspective in manufacturing, we rely heavily on that. And schools are incentive to have bodies in the school building sitting in a chair, and that's how they get their money from the state level. And I think that we haven't really kept pace in terms of funding with new technologies that are available to deliver training remotely. Even when you think about having to have machines to train people. Employers, I think, would be willing, in some cases, to have machines at their factories and plants to train people. But what we need schools and technical colleges to do is to teach our people theory. I'm great at showing somebody how to use a control on a machine or hold a tool and do all that kind of stuff, but what I can't teach you is the theory of some of that. And so schools are really effective at that, and I think there's partnerships and models that we can use, that we can bring this to a larger scale without simply asking people to pay higher taxes to do that.
I'm interested in how we can do more with the community college system, and in particular, kind of building on Tracy's point. So we've brought the IT support certificate to 100 community colleges, working with Jobs for the Future, and it's a really tough process. It's very manual. Every college takes its own approach to this, and so as we think, but what's funny is I often will sit down with community college leaders and in settings like this, and people say, well, employers don't want to work with us. And on the other hand, I sit down at Google and we're like, community colleges don't want to work with us. So where's that breakdown? There's a market breakdown there. I'm excited about models like I've just learned about PathStream that's trying to help companies translate these things into offerings through traditional education. So I feel like that as a technology person, there's a lot that technology can do to unlock better insights about labor market data, to help translate company priorities into new educational offerings. And to the extent that that's something we all can get around, that feels like an exciting area of growth.
Mm-hmm. Is there a point, though, at which it just needs to be brute resources? I know I keep coming back to this point, but I mean, you mentioned Google with a $1 billion commitment. I mean, Google made $30.7 billion in profit last year. That's for 100,000 employees. At some point, someone with resources is going to have to step in and say, as you have mentioned, across more than just our own company, say we're just going to put the manpower on the streets, or am I wrong in that assumption?
I mean, of course, it takes resources, and I would note that that billion is philanthropic. So there's also, if you add in the time and resources that are spent on these efforts, whether building products or marketing teams, it's far beyond that. So I think it's a pretty sizable commitment. I don't want to downplay that. I do think it takes money, but I would just go back to the earlier point about that money needs to come from a lot of different places. We need more companies stepping up. I think you've seen some of that. I mean, I look at the Walmart example this morning, and lots of big private companies are really dedicating a lot of resources to this question. I think you need new innovative financing mechanisms. I think we need more small businesses to be stepping up too. So I know it's a cop-out, and I wish I had a better answer, but I think it takes everyone, and hopefully that's why we're all here trying to address that.
And I don't want to minimize $1 billion either. It sure sounds nice.
Doesn't go to me.
We do have a question that I want to make sure that we get to, and that is, it's to Tracy, and it says, with your investment into your employees, do you find that your retention rates are higher?
Yes, I think that we do. Somebody asked me about this before we came in here to this panel, and I was saying that, when we're hiring new people, whether it's to increase staff or to replace someone who may have left the company for some reason or another, once they make it past the first couple of months, they know whether or not the culture is right for them. And I think that once people decide that with the investment that we're putting into them, and I think you can tell by the philosophy of how I think about people, they generally stay. So we're usually not trying to replace people that have already found their place in the company. It's usually that we're adding staff, or you have situations turnover related to people's retirements or moving to a different area or something like that. But we're not losing a lot of people just to our competitors.
I want to take a step back. We actually started out by talking about which slices of the labor market maybe upskilling can help with. I'm also curious whether there are parts within different companies that you see that have been maybe neglected. So we spent about kind of your frontline workers. What about management, or what about your kind of middle skilled positions? Are there areas there that you see being neglected or that you see real opportunity for?
I can maybe comment from Google. I think you've hit on an important point, which is that we see a need for reskilling at all levels. I think often there's a prevailing focus on frontline workers, which is for obvious reasons, and it's important. But also, when we look at something like the machine learning crash course, we've required all of our senior software engineers to go through this course because we know that machine learning is going to be the language of computer engineering going forward. So it happens at all levels. I guess I would say it is often easier actually to put things to create these sort of offerings in digital, which is part of the reason why we've done it. So maybe an area where I think we could be lacking is in really high quality resources and focus in whatever you want to call them, power skills, professional skills, so-called soft skills. I think that's an area we don't have as many resources. We haven't quite figured it out. And if I were running the show, I think I would like to invest a little bit more in that, because sometimes I think we focus more on what we can make tangible, and that's often those digital skills. I'd be curious to plenty of your thoughts on that, because obviously you combine both of those sides of the coin.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think the what we call soft skills is just as important. And when you talk to an employer, they'll say, if I get that, I can teach everything else. And so we do incorporate that into our program, knowing that people don't know what they don't know. If they've never worked before, or it's been a long time since they've been disconnected from the workforce, those skills are incredibly important and are very different now than they were 15, 20 years ago. And so incorporating that in any effective workforce development, I think, is incredibly important.
I think among the employees that are not frontline workers, some of the opportunities that you have with the technology that I mentioned earlier, many community and technical colleges offer something that has to do with customized training, where they'll develop training specific to an employer and bring it to you. But oftentimes in a smaller business, even customized training is extremely expensive, and you often don't have a ton of people to train, so it's hard to spread that cost out. With the training that I mentioned, we have joined together with other manufacturers in our community, sometimes had the technical college develop a customized training program, and then they delivered it through interactive television, where we split that cost with a number of employers. You didn't feel sort of a competitive thing or worry about trade secrets, because we weren't all sitting in the same place when we were doing that training. And so I think for a small employer, that kind of thing can work really effectively.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of the discussion here has been about career and technical colleges. In my job, I hear from a lot of liberal arts institutions, and they are all right now very concerned about tapping the adult market, whether that's students who never finished their four-year degrees or people who are in the workforce and providing certificates for them. Now, this is a sector of the higher ed market that has always held itself up as the liberal arts. We teach critical thinking. We teach a lot of these soft skills that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. So from each of your perspectives, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on whether there are things that those colleges, this group of four-year colleges, whether it's private colleges or public colleges, could do better to prepare students for the workplace, or to help you get employees better trained in those soft skills.
One of the things that I am really interested in, I have two young children who are both in college right now, and one of them is definitely at a liberal arts college. And I think that liberal arts colleges, I think every educational institution plays a role in the way that we need to educate people, so you're not going to hear me say that we don't need those things. But I do think that schools that are encouraging more young people to work while they're in college or do internships. I know that I have looked at colleges with my kids that are the cooperative model, where you're working, sometimes going to school. Sometimes there are so many young people that are leaving college who have never actually held a job. And any kind of job you do, I don't care if you worked at McDonald's or you worked at Subway or in the retail environment, you are using valuable skills. And if you find the right employer, they're going to look at whatever experience you got on the job. McDonald's, for example. McDonald's is an amazing process-oriented company. People learn about safety. They learn about how to deal with people. They learn about machines and equipment. And I can tell you, I have been successful in taking people that have left jobs at McDonald's and training them to be very successful in manufacturing. And so you have to look at what skills they get from work, and colleges need to do a better job of encouraging people to get real-world work experiences in whatever way they can while they're in college, so they're prepared to get out in the workforce when they're done.
Well, I'm a big believer in liberal arts education, and when I get asked about the future work, I always say two things. I don't know much, but I have a good, strong sense that Critical thinking and human skills plus digital skills are the equation that's going to drive the future. So I think investing in liberal arts education is a solid move, and I get frustrated sometimes when other tech people downplay that. I do think what I'd like to see, and one thing we've piloted at Google, is liberal arts colleges investing in digital fluency, because what we know is even in liberal arts occupations, whether it's if you need to be a historian or a social worker or any number of things that maybe are not traditionally digital, even these fields will be transformed by the rise of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And so we've actually piloted a program in a number of liberal arts colleges where we offer a 6-month boot camp to these students who have an interest in artificial intelligence and its applications to their education. And so I think I'd love to see more of that, experimenting on the edges with an introduction to digital fluency, as we call it. That doesn't mean that everyone needs to go into computer science engineering. I want to be crystal clear if I haven't already. But I think that partnership between liberal arts skills and digital skills is a powerful potion for success through the future of work.
So, I think they should be worried. I think that, using my daughter as an example, she left her college and said, "Dad, I want to be a nurse. I don't want to take this arts class." And so and nothing against arts majors if there's any in the audience. But the point there is that colleges need to rethink some of these degree programs to be more in line to what is expected in the workforce. In addition to that, I think that colleges need to get better at sharing with, and I don't know if they've got this muscle, and I think this is an area that we need to think about, what's trending, and be able to inform these graduates or these students of what's happening, where are the jobs going to be. If you do want to be a mathematician, how many mathematician jobs are there going to be out there, so that you know what you're getting into post-graduation. That's not happening now. And I think that's a big piece that needs to be included somehow. It's part of this life skills, right? If you're going to be this is the likelihood of you getting a job in that industry, leaving that college. And I think that will help inform that individual sort of decisions around what they do next. Does that make sense?
It's a really interesting observation. I've noticed a lot that the demand either from students or from colleges for students to go into certain programs is very misaligned with what the labor market is actually demanding, just in field of study. And I do wonder going forward, with the labor market changing so much, and while hopefully companies will be doing some reskilling and upskilling of their workers, I think that shakeout is going to be a really interesting process. I actually have high hopes that places can pivot, but I guess the time will tell. Is that where we're settling on that?
You know, I think that the time will tell, but I also think that sometimes there can be misunderstandings about what businesses are looking for. And I think about my own self when I graduated from college, which was a long time ago now. But I went into a leadership development program in a large national bank. And the bank, even at that time, was looking for people with all kinds of different majors because they knew that they had to have a diverse set of, education and thinking going on in the bank in order for it to be successful. So I was in a leadership development program, and I was a business major, but one of my colleagues in that program was a music major. And the bank could recognize that that was somehow going to be valuable to the, diversity that they wanted in thinking and decision making. So I think that if you're having skills and you're prepared to go to work, no matter what your major is, in this environment with very low unemployment, you can find a job. But if you don't recognize your skills and you don't have any prior work experience, it gets to be a little bit more challenging straight out of college.
Maybe I can just add, I think there's a little bit of a fiction that, if we just equipped students and colleges with better data about program outcomes and labor markets, we would get better outcomes. And of course at Google we love data and we're investing a lot in that. It has its limitations. At the end of the day, people make decisions about their careers because of what they've seen, supportive coaches and mentors. And so I think we also, yes, I agree with you, but the way we get there, I think, has to be a combination of supporting supporting colleges and equipping them with data, but also making sure we're investing in strong leaders, coaches, mentors, and role models for students.
I also think investing, we heard examples from the previous panel about how companies are injecting themselves into the community college, right? The work that Accenture and Aon are doing. I think community colleges or colleges that accept that and are able to work with these businesses, I think will produce better workers as a result. And so I'm encouraged by that and the discussion of employers. It's a business imperative, right? They need to develop talent. They need to figure out a way of doing it. And I think one of the best mechanisms out there is the college system.
Great. We're just about out of time, but I'd like each of you very quickly before we go to close on a high note for us and give one piece of advice to any one of these myriad players that we've seen. Employer, policymaker, colleges, that they could do to improve the opportunity for upskilling in the future.
I get to start. This is such a hard question. I think that one of the things we need to do is to find a way to get more small businesses involved in these conversations. Organizations like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, local Chamber of Commerce, has always tried to make sure that the voice of the small business is heard. But I think policymakers need to hear more from small businesses about our unique challenges, and they need to engage at all levels on this front. It's all hands on deck.
I'll give a piece of advice to my fellow philanthropists, which is to put less money into talking and more money into just doing. There are precious few people who are actually like doing out there, and there are a lot of venues where people are talking about what needs to be done. And gosh, I wish we just had more money going to people like you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. and along those lines, I think we know what works. There are very good examples of effective models out there, effective practices. To Andrew's point, let's invest in what works, and let's put those organizations, those practices, those models on a path to scale pretty significantly. Because I think you're right. I think all hands on deck, but all hands on deck right away.
Mm-hmm.
Please join me in thanking our panelists for a great conversation.
Hello everyone. I know it's been a long day and you're near the end of it, so hopefully some of you are still awake. Thank you for inviting me to today's conference. I want to begin by really thanking and applauding the Chamber for today's conference and all the work it's doing to support innovation and training and workforce development, to help people access jobs that pay a family-supporting wage, and to help those with barriers to employment enter the labor force. Because this topic is really near and dear to the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. In our role as part of the nation's central bank, we think a lot about how to pull more people into the workforce in order to grow our economy. So before I begin my remarks, I have to say these remarks are only going to reflect my opinions. They don't reflect an official position of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, the Federal Reserve System, or the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. But I know those of you laughing because you've heard Fed people speak before. But what I hope to do in my time is to get you to think and imagine the role finance could play in all the transformation and innovation that we've heard about today. We at the Atlanta Fed have been asking that question lately, because when we look out at the training ecosystem across the U.S., we see a lot of money being spent by individuals, by employers, by governments. But questions still remain about whether that money is being spent efficiently or effectively. I wish I could see heads nodding when I say that, but I assume you're nodding your heads. Workers bear a lot of risk in today's system, but they're willing to invest in themselves, we know, because student loans just keep growing. But we all agree that students don't have the information they need to make the best decisions regarding their training. And training programs are still, for the most part, paid for the proverbial butts and seats, rather than paid based on their track record of helping their students get a quality job. But there are good, high-quality trainers out there who do have great outcomes. It isn't all unscrupulous trainers trying to hoodwink employers and students. And employers, the employers who sit here in the room, Estimates say you're paying upwards of $500 billion for training, but most of that goes to higher skilled employees and isn't being spent on the frontline workers who could fill some of the middle skill job gaps. So we're left with a world in which workers are frustrated that a 40-hour week doesn't support their family. Employers are frustrated by the inability to hire workers with the right skills for the available jobs. Quality trainers are frustrated that they can't get funded to scale, and then us taxpayers are frustrated for how poorly our public dollars seem to be spent. So how do we escape this dystopian nightmare? It's not quite that bad, guys. It's not like The Handmaid's Tale, okay? But I do think one of the answers could be finance, because financial products can create incentives to drive behavior change and can also help shift risk between players in a system. So as you continue to examine the changes you're trying to create in the talent marketplace, I want you to consider if creating new financial arrangements between the players could actually help you improve outcomes, change the incentives, or better allocate risk between the 4 key stakeholders in the system: the individuals, the employers, the trainers, and the governments. And as you think about the what the financial arrangements should be or could be, I want you to also consider whether it makes sense to use finance instead of funding to pay for this innovation. How many of you have heard people talk about that distinction before? All right, not too many. Because we all know there is an increased demand for training in today's labor markets, and yet public funding has gone down over the years for workforce development, which suggests there may be a need to attract private capital into the system. And finance can be a really nice tool to help you bring private capital in. Today, a lot of workforce development is really oriented around funding. Pay me for a service, do not expect a return on capital. But could there be a benefit to a world in which more workforce development and training services shift towards financing, where some financial return is expected over time? Could that actually yield some social benefits, including promoting income gains for lower wage workers? That question of how to create financial products that generate both socially beneficial outcomes and that is really the focus of my work at the Fed. I'm actually not a workforce development. I study social financial markets and these so-called double bottom line strategies where you want financial and social returns. In the world of social finance, there are groups of investors who are looking for a social return, not just a financial return. Those investors can be philanthropy or government who are willing to take a lower financial return or a higher risk because social return is part of the upside. But they can also be corporations and employers, as the prior panel, I think, really highlighted nicely. So Andrew, it's not a full cop-out that you took. I'm gonna help rehabilitate that. In the world of social finance, we also think about different ways to try to quantify the financial returns of an investment. Some private investors want an interest payment or capital gains as their return. Other investors actually quantify savings as a return on investment if you can help them reduce an expense. Some investors want a really, really high yield, so think your traditional equity investors, and others are happy with a small but stable income stream, and that's where we bring in bond investors. So could the social finance world help support the transformations underway in the talent marketplace? Well, the Atlanta Fed, we think that was a good question to ask. So we brought together a group of experts in each of the fields, in the training and workforce world, in the social finance world, for a meeting called the Financial Innovations Roundtable back in April. And we co-hosted that meeting with the University of New Hampshire and the Board of Governors. And a number of people in this room were actually at that meeting. And they talked about the possibility of the two sectors working together more, given they both share an interest in improving economic outcomes for underserved communities. Well, because of that conversation, it has led the Atlanta Fed to devote more work to issues of funding and financing and workforce development. So we have a Center for Workforce and Economic Opportunity. You can check out its website at frba.org/QIO, and we've set up a page in a whole area of work we plan to do on this funding and financing question. You can read some of the stories from the conference there and start to get a better picture of how finance can help to support these transformations in the talent marketplace. But I'm going to review a few examples from our conference with you. So earlier I said workers are bearing too much risk in our student loan fueled training system. Well, what if you had a lender that was underwriting the student in a more responsible way? Well, that's what Freedom First Credit Union does. They're a credit union in Roanoke, Virginia that serves a mainly low-income population. And they provide credentialing loans to help workers get a truck driving license. They identified a high-quality trucking school and knew the incomes for graduates of that program were good. So they created an unsecured loan of about $4,500, paired it with financial education and budgeting classes to further bolster their borrowers' ability to repay the loans. The course takes 20 days, has a 91% job placement rate, and the student has 3 years to repay the loan so that the payments are affordable for them. If you talk to a lot of credit union execs, a lot of them have under $5,000 unsecured consumer loans. So this is a very scalable model. Some complain that trainers aren't incentivized to achieve outcomes. Well, what if you paid them for those outcomes? Well, that's what the state of Virginia does in their Workforce Credential Grant Program. They give pay-for-performance grants to community colleges for non-credit training programs that lead to an industry certification in an in-demand field. The student pays 1/3 of the cost of the training, so they have skin in the game, and the state pays a community college the next third when the student completes the course, but the last third when they actually pass that licensing exam. They saw completion rates of 97% in the program's first years, and the average cost to the student has just been $900. What if you have an effective training program already and you're trying to scale it? Well, if you have a public funding source for that, you could try social impact bonds, which Massachusetts has been playing around with Jewish Vocational Services. They worked with the organization Social Finance to raise $12.5 million from 40 social investors, and that has allowed JVS to expand one of its programs to 2,000 additional immigrants and refugees in Massachusetts. The state's going to pay back those investors only if the program achieves a set of agreed upon outcomes, which includes earnings growth for the participants. And the state took the extra step of using its administrative data to help track that wage growth, since we all know that once somebody graduates from a program, it's hard for the trainers to track that outcome. And if the scaling doesn't work, the social investors are the ones who bear that financial risk, not the taxpayer. So what if you're in a place where you don't have public dollars on hand, but you still want to scale? Could you get purely private capital to do it? Well, First Step Staffing in Atlanta has done that. They're a nonprofit that buys for-profit staffing firms, converts them to nonprofits by accessing financing from social investors. They reorient the staffing agency to support hard-to-employ populations like those with criminal backgrounds, homeless individuals, and vets. And the capital from some of their expansions has come from the Nonprofit Finance Fund, which itself is a nonprofit and a community development financial institution, or a CDFI. The reason I bother to explain to you what a CDFI is it's a Treasury-designated certification of financial institutions that really focus on serving low and moderate income or underserved communities, and they really specialize in helping develop these kind of social financial products. Freedom First is also a CDFI. So in closing, as you go about trying to create innovation and disruption, inspired by everything you're hearing at today's conference, I hope that in my brief remarks, I helped you better understand how funding and financing could be a tool in your toolbox. I know new models won't be adopted wholesale immediately. We're going to need demonstrations and testing of concepts and ideas, and I think that many of you in the room today are primed to do that and are already doing that. And it's also going to take partnership across sectors to create these financial products and build new service delivery models. As you consider if a financing strategy could work, think about the value creation that may be generated by a given training activity. Can you quantify that value creation? Because then someone in the social financial system might be able to help you finance it. So if a social finance person is looking at a training program, they may ask, is the employer going to make enough money to be willing to pay for the help? Or will an employee's salary increase in a predictable enough way that I can lend against the future income stream? And finally, they could even say, is society going to benefit perhaps from decreased incarceration rates or decreased public benefits usage? So maybe we can figure out a way for government to be the payer. But remember that the social financial system does not operate with private capital alone. It often requires public investors and philanthropic to achieve that double bottom line. And employers, you have balance sheet that you can deploy creatively to invest in the new training marketplace. And I was talking to Peter Beard earlier, and he says he has loads of examples, so go find him to talk about that. And not all challenges can really be tackled through a double bottom line. We have to admit that, even as I'm trying to get you to think about financing. Sometimes only a purely social investment is possible, which means philanthropy or government will need to be the payer, and a financing mindset won't really work. And really listening to Will talk this morning, I think really underscored that. Some of the supports people are in need are purely philanthropic. And finally, as you try to build new talent marketplaces, I invite you to reach out to us at the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta and at our Center for Workforce and Economic Opportunity, and let us know how we can be a thought partner in helping instigate these innovations in funding and financing and workforce development. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. We appreciate it. I know there's been a lot of panels today and a lot of speakers, but they just keep getting more and more interesting. So let's build on the previous speaker and talk a bit about the financing for different kinds of programs that we're seeing crop up all around the country. Let me briefly introduce our panelists. To my immediate left is Lacey McManus. She's the Vice President of Strategic Initiatives for Greater New Orleans, Inc. She coordinates between the GNO's workforce, education, environmental and resilience programs, and the realities of the local business environment in Southeast Louisiana. Prior to joining GNO, she was the Special Initiatives Manager at a nonprofit, the Center for Planning Excellence, and she sits on a number of boards locally, including that of the Jefferson Parish Chamber of Commerce. To her left is Melanie Sheet, who is Director of National Student and Employment Services at Universal Technical Institute, which has 12 campuses around the country. During her tenure, UTI has built partnerships with literally thousands of local employers who support and hire UTI graduates who are trained as transportation technicians. And to her left is Brooke Valle, the strategy officer for the San Diego Workforce Partnership. She oversees a variety of special projects there, from WIA Pay for Performance to immigrant and refugee services, all centered around the ideas of equity and mobility, income mobility. Prior to her arrival at the Workforce Partnership, she was a consultant with Deloitte, consulting to esteemed institutions, including our federal government, and also involved in Deloitte's Latin American operations. So thank you so much for joining us today. And so let's build a little bit on what Samira from the Atlanta Fed just shared and talk about some new and innovative ways of funding the kinds of programs that your organizations do. Maybe we can just go right down the line for starters, and then I promise we'll get more conversational after that. And so maybe you can each describe for us either your model altogether or a specific program that you want to call out and an innovative way that you're financing it.
Sure, so I'll kick us off. So at GNO Inc., as the Economic Development Alliance for the 10-parish Greater New Orleans region, our organizational budget is funded in large part by investors from the local business community. So business and industry pays into our model. We are actually an independent 501c6 organization, and we serve as the EDO for the 10 parishes, which is our equivalent of counties, in our region. So we receive a good bit of funding from philanthropy and from federal sources. That makes up about 30% of our budget. But in general, our model is that we report to business and industry in the region. That is our key audience. That is our key stakeholder group. We've taken that model and that mantra and perspective and aligned it with our workforce development efforts as well, most specifically around our program called GNOU, and that's what I'll really be speaking about today. GNOU is really very much in the model and in the line of everything we've been talking about today from a workforce development perspective. It is creating a platform for demand-driven curriculum development and program development in the greater New Orleans region, using GNO Inc. as the facilitator and the nexus between our higher ed community, our K-12 system, and then our business and industry partners and stakeholders as well. In the greater New Orleans area, we have 12 higher education institutions. 4 of those are community colleges, the rest are 4-year schools. They're a mix of private schools, public schools, HBCUs, all in various, I would say, states of development and evolution, with various strengths, programs, et cetera. It's a very dynamic landscape. And what we started recognizing at GNO Inc. was that we had an opportunity to catalyze the horsepower of these institutions and draw them in more deeply and in a more connected and effective way with our business and industry needs and concerns and the workforce challenges that we kept hearing repeatedly over and over again from those stakeholders, to really harness that power of those partners and ensure that we had a more robust workforce pipeline in our 6 industry sectors that we focus on. So, spoiler alert, my keys around financing probably aren't necessarily that innovative. In fact, I would say that the secret to them is that they are dead simple. It's really looking at the programs that are existing already at our 2-year and 4-year schools and ensuring that the programs that are already there, that already have funding allocated to them, are more effectively aligned with what our employers actually need by having direct demand-driven exchanges between those 2 stakeholder groups, firstly, and then secondly, working with our employer and our industry partners to build out demand-driven programs, at those institutions that are then sponsored in some cases by those partners to varying extents. And we can talk a little bit more about that as the panel goes on.
First, let me just say it's an honor and a privilege to be here at the Talent Forward Conference and on this panel with such wonderful folks doing wonderful things. And we certainly appreciate everything that you all are doing in terms of workforce development. To talk about our financing model, it probably would help just to give a little bit of information about Universal Technical Institute. So Universal Technical Institute is the leading provider of technical training for the transportation industry. We train students in a variety of programs, including auto and diesel, as well as collision repair. So we do a lot for the industry, and we are training for positions that certainly are in high demand, and our students are able to really work and go in the workforce and use those skills very quickly. We partner with over 30 well-respected, well-known transportation manufacturers, including BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Ford, GM, and more. And they really help and do a lot for us. They help to equip our schools. They provide training aids and vehicles. They participate in different discussions around curriculum. They certainly hire our graduates, and at times they're helping to fund their education. And with all of that being said, there's still a huge demand, as you're all aware, for our graduates and training for the transportation industry. And as such, we've been looking at and talking about different ways to meet those needs. And most recently, we've launched a program, an initiative that we're calling Early Employment. And we're really excited about it. It's in its initial stages, and we've worked at one of our campuses to launch it, and we'll be working at another campus shortly. So our first pilot occurred at our Avondale campus, which is in Arizona. And really what we did was work with employers to bring kind of employment to the front of the student life cycle. So early employment combines proven post-secondary skill education with on-the-job training. And we have employers who are investing in students from day one, and they may be investing in before they even start school. Students are able to enroll, to request to be part of this program as soon as they enroll in school, and the employers will screen and hire them. And these employers are offering competitive starting wages, they're offering flexible hours, knowing and understanding that students are more than just students. They're often dealing and helping with families and doing other things and supporting other folks. So they understand this need and they provide that flexible schedule for our students. So that's been fantastic. In addition, if the student does well and meets those criteria that the employer sets forth, they may be hired into a full-time position where those employers will not only provide an atmosphere where the students are immersed in a culture, but they'll also provide tuition reimbursement for the student-related expenses they incurred while they were attending school. So it's a fantastic way for our students really to understand and be part of the industry that they love from the onset of their program, and it's a great way for employers to invest in students from the very beginning and provide mentoring, on-the-job training, as well as support. And students are able to be immersed in a culture and be part of something that they truly love. In addition to early employment, some of the other things that we're working on from a creative financing standpoint would include what we would call sponsorship. So we have students who take various manufacturer-specific advanced training programs that they may have interest in. For example, again, it could be Ford, it could be Toyota, it could be Mopar, it could be GM. And what happens is we may find employers who have very specific needs, and they may need a Ford technician, they may need a Mopar technician. So they'll actually fund that part of the student's education. And beyond the funding of the program itself, they may also fund housing. So if a student who is at one of our campuses needs to take a program that's offered at another campus, they'll provide, again, as I mentioned, the housing for that. So looking at all different ways to support and meet the affordability concerns that our students have.
So I think this has just been an incredible day of dialogues, right, between the intersection of how we serve people with the education, governments, funders, and so just such a pleasure to be here as part of this panel. My organization is the Workforce Board for San Diego County, and so we are both a 501c3 and the federally designated board, which means we're charged with carrying out the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act in our community. And as we really think about our core business, we think about it as putting people into family-sustaining jobs, right? Getting them on that path into a good job is at the core of what we do, along with helping businesses grow in an inclusive way. For us, we want to see it be the double bottom line of the business's success and the individual's success as part of that organization. And so we know as a workforce board that oftentimes education, specifically credentials and skills, are key to unlocking that. And we focus on and we connect with people, particularly in this market today with such low unemployment rates, that really need a lot of supportive services. We see some 25,000 folks annually through our doors and realize that each one of them needs support to be on a path towards success. And so as we started to look at what people came into us for, we realized that education, access to education, removing that barrier of the cost of the credential was a key piece. And so we have long used our Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act and other funding. We have funding from some 44 different funding streams to help remove that barrier by paying for education for the individuals. But what we've seen over the years is many of those funding sources have trended down. And even pushing in and working closely with our community colleges, and even thinking about how could we use the funding that we had differently, we still had a gap. We see on average annually something like 2,000 to 2,500 people enroll for intensive services. Many of them are looking for access to that paid education. And when we started to look at what we actually had the financing to pay for, some years it was around 500. So you can see that huge gap of 1 in 4 where we actually had the funds. And so that caused us to say, how can we do this differently, right? How can we create a model that's not only going to address the needs that we have today of folks that need to get into the workforce, but it can also become self-sustaining so that we can address the needs of folks that are coming to us tomorrow. And so we started to look at this concept of renewable learning funds or income sharing agreements. And so in July of this year, we launched the first income share agreement fund we're aware of that's run and originated by a workforce board. Obviously, as a board, our fundamental mission isn't really the financing, it's helping get people into those good jobs. But because that was the gap, we felt the need to push in. And for us, this is really, it's a workforce program because we looked at not just what are the specific set of credentials that are needed, and for the pilot that we launched this year, we picked 4 programs that are in the tech space, although we're in an active procurement now and about to expand to others in healthcare and other fields. And so how do we couple that with all of those wraparound services that are necessary? And not just what might have traditionally been defined as a workforce wraparound services, but starting from the point of what does the person actually need to be successful, right? Is that transportation? Is it health from a mental health perspective? Is it the access to social capital and that sense of hope and really building a community? Is it transportation to get to an interview? Like, what do they actually need to be successful? And we began to structure a program that had not only high quality education that the employers said, University of California, San Diego's program we know, we love, we hire people out of. So we use those programs that were driven by market data and informed by employers, coupled with the things that we knew from doing the business of workforce to help make people successful. Giving them somebody who they're working directly with who was going to coach and consult them along the way, not just be focused on, from a compliance perspective, what needs to go into the system. And this is a transformational way to think about it, right? Our program is set up so that if the individual is making less than $40,000, they're not paying anything. The idea here is if the program hasn't fundamentally changed their lives, the risk should be borne by us as the institution. The risk should be borne by the educator. The payments to the educator are split up into multiple payments, one of which is tied to successful completion for the individual. Because instead of a model where we pay up front and pray that the individual is successful, we wanted a model that's incentivizing everyone to be aligned. We as the workforce board are doing the support for placement into internships and placement into jobs. So we're incentivized to get that person into a high-paying job, because ultimately if we don't, we won't have the funds coming back to support others. The institution is incentivized because if the person is not successfully completing, they're not receiving the payment. And so it really aligns the incentives around student success. And so now with the program launch, we have 75 or so students that are currently in programs. We're looking to expand into a number of other areas. And the data shows us that we should have an evergreen fund by 2025.
So many important points. Especially love the idea that support for these programs isn't just about the money, that there are other things that are needed by the people involved in these programs. I want to just remind the audience that if you have a question, you can use your Crowd Compass app and get your questions in, and we'll get them on the board up here, and we'll ask them of our panelists. In the meanwhile, at Quartz at Work, which is where I'm editor, and for those of you who aren't familiar, Quartz is a digital news site covering the global economy and global culture, and Quartz at Work is its edition all about the modern workplace. We cover kind of typical topics you might expect, like management and leadership, maybe some slightly less expected ones like the lives of working parents and productivity tips and hacks. And one of my favorite areas of coverage that we do is called The Purpose of Companies. And it's looking at how everyone from employees themselves to mission-driven small businesses to very large corporates now are changing the way that they are thinking about their sense of purpose and their interactions with societal issues. So it was with great interest that I took a look at what the chamber here had to say just earlier this week, on Tuesday, I believe, when they talked about Project Go. And so I wanted to ask our panelists a slightly more philosophical question about reskilling and upskilling and just skilling, workforce training in general, about who really bears responsibility for the financing of it. So Chamber President Suzanne Clark said this week, and I'll quote, "Businesses have an unmatched ability and therefore a profound responsibility to shape an evolving economy. In turn," she said, "policymakers have a duty to create a framework that promotes practical and reasonable solutions. And she notes that in today's polarized environment, businesses are being called upon to do even more to address socioeconomic challenges. So I wanted to ask each of you how you would evaluate that statement and how it's playing out at your organizations or not playing out, whether business is sort of rising to the occasion and chipping in their fair share as you see it, and whether policymakers are being forward-thinking enough right now about the job market to come so that we can really tackle these issues. I just laid a lot out on you guys, but feel free to jump in.
I'm happy to start, certainly.
Thank you,
that works for you guys.
We said we wouldn't go in a line.
Yes. So I think from probably what we talked about, you can easily see that we agree with Ms. Clark, certainly. We think business plays a huge piece in the funding that we make available to our students and the partnerships that we had. About 2 decades ago, we changed our model and our paradigm and actually made industry customer, which was really pretty transformational and revolutionary in looking at who we were going to serve. So with industry as the customer, right, there's so much that you can do. You can understand what those needs are. You can have participation in curriculum development, participation in just the programs themselves and what's being offered to the students. And the students truly become the beneficiaries of that. And that's what's exceptional, is that they're getting exactly what they need from the industry and from what employers are telling us. So I think that shift truly aligns with what she's saying, and I think we're certainly supportive and feel it makes a lot of sense.
I would add to that I think public institutions like mine can also help to coalition of willing businesses that might be smaller, mid-sized, and aren't necessarily able to tackle it on their own, but might have some shared challenges that gone after as a group, they can make some transformational change. I also think there is a role for the government to play in terms of some of the risk around the innovation. We do a lot of co-funding with businesses where they're paying for a portion and we're supplementing with a portion to be able to work through some of the initial risk and learning so that then the business is able to fully implement it as part of their program. And then on the government side, I would say where they can push in further is on the data front. When we think about what it really takes to serve individuals, the way that things tend to operate are in disparate, often siloed systems. So we think about workforce, and you heard about it on the panel this morning, outcomes are related to serving a justice-involved population. Recidivism is a workforce. Lowering that number is a workforce outcome. Thinking about people being in stable housing or immigrants able to convert their credentials are workforce outcomes. Or thinking about childcare and how we serve people as families in a 2-generational way, knowing that those kids are in high quality, affordable, matters from a workforce perspective. So I think where government can continue to lean in is how the systems can be connected and how there's interoperability and access. We want people to only have to tell their story once and be able to bring to bear the resources that they need to support them in their success.
So I would say it's more than just a responsibility. Businesses have a vested self-interest in being at the table, right? And I'm always so amazed when I sit around various meetings and various tables of very well-intentioned, passionate folks in the workforce development space who are constantly saying, oh, budgets are tight and business needs to step up. We need business to step up and we need business to chip in. There's never a conversation on how do we engage business so business can step up and business can chip in. And it always astounds me that there's this expectation out there that we're going to develop a workforce, we're going to develop a worker in a silo. In business and industry, you will gladly take what we give you because it is being presented to you. And it's just kind of astounding. It's like if somebody were to walk up to you and say, oh, I heard you needed a car. I'm going to get you a car and you're going to start paying a car note. That's not how we transact in this environment. And so why should workforce development be any different? From our position, it shouldn't be. And when you start treating business as the customer, it's not. We recently had, about 2 years ago, we had a local chocolate manufacturer approach us and say, look, we want to start an apprenticeship program around mechatronics. We've put in millions of dollars in new equipment into our plant, and we need a new skilled workforce to actually work these robots, work these machines. It's not the same labor force partners that we've had in the past. We know we have peers who are facing this challenge as well. We'd like to do a collective effort around this because really we only need about 2 apprentices per year. And we've talked to the community college and they say that they're down to provide the training, but not with only 2 apprentices per year. That doesn't make sense for us financially. It doesn't make sense for them. So as the EDO, through our GNOU program, we were able to go out and vet all of the other advanced manufacturers in the landscape. Admittedly, the full apprenticeship model that we were building from scratch was a bridge too far for many, but there were several who said, no, we're going to take this risk and we're going to jump on board, and having a trusted facilitator and intermediary like GNO Inc. gave them the confidence to dive in with us. And so just in August, we launched our first cohort of 9 mechatronics apprentices. We'll grow that to 20 next year and continue to scale in a repeated way. But when it comes to the finances and funding of that program, all of those companies are paying for everything for those apprentices. They've hired all of them as full-time employees with benefits. They're paying all of their educational needs. They're paying all of their school supplies. They're providing laptops. Everything that those apprentices need for the next 2 years is going to be provided by those companies because they literally built the program from scratch. They were at the table building out every component, and they're now having the workforce products that they need and that they wanted that were custom built for them. So funding doesn't become a challenge when you have companies and employers at the table from the get-go and from the outset. Money is a secondary issue at that point. It's making sure that all of the players are aligned and providing the appropriate training that's meeting their needs because they know that they have the needs. They are aware of it. You don't have to convince them of it, and you're not forcing a product they don't want upon them. So it shifts the conversation entirely.
So these are really good examples of success stories or stories of things where we think we can reasonably expect there to be success. But there's a really good question from the audience wanting to know, has there been any pushback or opposition to your finance innovation efforts within your communities? And if so, how have you addressed them? So I don't know if anyone will take a stab at that and maybe share some lessons learned.
Yeah, I can start. I can say that because financing isn't really at the heart of what a workforce board does, right? It took a lot of stakeholder education around why even move into this space. And part of that process really required thinking about how do you keep the student and sort of the protection of the student, making sure that everything that's set up is set up in the most consumer-friendly way possible at the center, and not allow the financing, the potential funder, to drive, but making sure that you've stayed core to what the mission and the why is of the program. And I think that helps people to understand that it's not a mission pivot in terms of the outcomes that we're trying to accomplish. It's a new mechanism to try to get there, and that the protection of the student stays at the center of the approach.
I would say, given that we're dealing in our GNOU model with 2-year schools and 4-year schools, on the 4-year higher ed side, there was certainly some initial pushback around, and it still is in some academic corners, frankly, around pushing our 4-year schools to become more vocational, pushing them into a community college model. There's definitely a bit of an academic ivory tower to contend with in that sense. And what we had to, and what we still continue to reiterate over and over again is we're not trying to get you to be anything other than an academic institution. We're simply asking you to be a more market relevant academic institution. And certainly the conversation that's happening nationally and locally in the New Orleans region as well around student debt and student loans. That is, I think, a very keen reminder to uplift to our 4-year schools around the imperative that they have and the responsibility they have to their students to be market relevant, given the debt that many of these young people are incurring going to those institutions.
There's another really good audience question, which is how do you change the narrative that it is the learner's responsibility to finance their own professional development? And Melanie, I wonder if you have any thoughts on that, given the way that you guys are
Took away the
now.
question. There's no more. Certainly, I think it starts with the industry partnership that we have, I think, for sure, in helping to explain and understand or share with students what that is. But I think it's incumbent upon us as well to talk about the opportunities that exist for our students in any of the settings that we have and the opportunities to engage with them when they're interested in school or when they enroll for school. There's a lot of different things that I've already mentioned, and we do additional support through industry and the partnerships that exist. We have over 4,700 employer locations that offer tuition reimbursement packages. Those packages may be for full tuition, they may be for relocation expenses, they could be for tools, different things that they're going to use in the workforce. And I think it really falls to us to help students really understand all of the different options that exist to them. They have to hear it, they have to see it, and our industry partners have to share that as well. So they see that there's more to it, that some of the affordability concerns that they have, those things and barriers that keep them from coming to school, especially in a field that is so highly in demand and so in need, I think really is just critical at this point in time.
And I would add that for us, the conversation has been around, it's a attraction and retention mechanism for the business. It's also a way to help many of them, at least what we see in our community, who are struggling with accessing a diverse workforce. In some cases, because maybe the way that they're approaching the hiring might not be aligned. In other cases, because we're not flowing enough folks into that pipeline in the local community. And so it's even led to conversations with businesses, not about just how do you consider alternative ways to finance the package of education with all the services, but conversations with unions about, we have high-paying jobs, but transportation is a consideration. So how can we use a similar model to remove that barrier? Or conversations with organizations who serve skilled immigrant and refugees, talented workers who've come into the U.S. who need to sit for an NCLEX nursing exam, take an English class, file one legal paper, and how could that be packaged? And so it's led into conversations with employers about how can we think really differently about how this is a barrier-busting mechanism, and how an employer could, as a retention mechanism, consider paying back a portion of that individual's income share as a way to incentivize, and as a job quality mechanism for the individual, right? As a reason to want to continue to stay and engage with the organization.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was having a conversation over breakfast with an employer on Tuesday morning talking about their retention and attraction issues. And one of the tidbits that he mentioned was, we have a $5,000 a year tuition reimbursement policy, and in the last 3 years of being in your community, no employee has ever taken us up on that. So, well, what if we flipped that? And what if we put that towards an apprenticeship model or some pre-employment training? If you already have the dollars allocated, why are we putting that on the employee on the back end? Why don't we put that on the front end and just shift that? Unfortunately, this employer was very receptive to that idea, and we're moving forward now with an apprenticeship model. But part of it, too, is having those interventions with the employers to say, look, you have some tools in your toolbox. Let's just get them working a little bit better for you and for your employees.
We have about 2 minutes left, so I want to wrap up with this. Just this morning, there was some new research out from Accenture and Tech NYC. I'm from New York, so I get a lot of surveys about New York City. 85% of companies in New York City say they plan to hire tech talent in 2020, and more than half of those companies plan to increase their tech hiring by at least 20%. But I have a question for the panelists, which is all of this reskilling and upskilling and skilling really just about tech? It does seem to be the main area of focus right now. But are there, and Lacey, you gave the example of the chocolate manufacturer, although it was really a tech-based need that they had working with their new high-end whizzy equipment. Yeah, robots. So can you guys talk to us a little bit about life beyond tech?
Yeah. So for us, we started with 4 fields in tech, but just as the entry point. It's sort of a big, hairy, audacious goal, but want to get to a $25 million
That's a very
fund
tech phrase, by the way.
where we can support individuals across all of the priority sectors in San Diego, which is inclusive in my community, as I'm sure many of yours, of healthcare. Education is a huge need for us, particularly bilingual teachers, right? In the life sciences. And so while we started in tech, we're actively in a procurement now to expand to a wide variety of programs. And the idea is looking at each of those programs and saying, how do we create a package of services to result in program success, but also work with the individually? It's a very one-to-one process of getting them to what they need for individual success.
You want me to go?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, obviously, we aren't totally tech, but there's certainly a tech component in everything that our students learn. Certainly the cars are more complex than they've ever been. The code is more complex than the Apollo's spaceship. So there's definitely tech component to it. But we certainly support, we've just launched programs related to CNC and welding. So really, I think anything related to skilled trades and skilled professions will be critical to look at in the same manner.
Yeah, and for us in the greater New Orleans area, oil and gas is certainly the foundational industry sector of our region and continues to be a massive employer and big player. And that's the craft trades and skills, which typically have a strong tradition and foundation of apprenticeship and employer-based education. So certainly continuing down that trajectory is something we're consistently focused on as well as healthcare, and then obviously, yes, tech.
Great. Well, thank you to my terrific panelists. I really appreciate it, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you for moderating.
Thank you.
Flag is nice.
It's gorgeous. Hello, thank you so much. It is so wonderful to be here, and we have a pretty good audience.
I'll say.
A lot of people who are here to listen to
you.
To you, Dennis, obviously, to Mr. McDonough here. And I just want to get straight to this report.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit, let's talk about the problem first,
Yeah.
and then we'll talk about the solutions.
Good.
So tell us about the skills gap,
Yes.
and tell us about digital literacy and just sort of where American businesses, small and large, are with that.
Good. So let me tell the story through a person whom we encountered in one of the workforce centers in Colorado. She had been cleaning houses for 20 years. She hurt her back, and she wanted to find a new job in an office as an administrative assistant. And if you were to rack up her skills or her capability to land a job in the way we traditionally do it, principally by pedigree, then you would think, as she did, that she wouldn't qualify for that kind of job. But then you stop for a second, you talk to her, and you think of the fact, here's a woman who built a business that had 20 clients. She never lost one. She raised 4 kids on her own, all of whom are in college, 2 now teachers, 1 in med school, 1 in ROTC. That she developed, obviously, skills around compliance, executive function, in terms of building and running a business. And maybe she needs some kind of training on particular digital skills, which is what our report talks about. But fact is, she's in a position to more than perform those functions and to have that job. So our goal at the Markle Foundation is to really focus on building a labor market that says employers, and this is happening, including with our Rework America Business Network, need to focus on the competencies and the skills they need rather than pedigree. We need educators and trainers to recognize that they need to help her start from where she is to get those few additional specific skills she needs, rather than force her to start from scratch, to drop out of the workforce, to go to college or to school. And then we need her to recognize that she's a massive asset. And so we're looking for work around the labor market, both in individual states, but also at the federal level, that says, A labor market focused on skills and competencies actually allows people then to trade in a very transparent way what they have, rather than operate in a system of pedigree, which is fundamentally inequitable for a lot of different reasons, be it inequality or race or access. And let's focus on skills and competency.
Because most Americans in the workforce have a high school education, maybe more, but they don't necessarily have a bachelor's degree, or they don't have a bachelor's degree, but they're coming to the table with a lot of skills, like the woman that you mentioned. So talking about the solution here, you mentioned the employee, you mentioned the employer. Why is it so important that employers tackle this? And we'll get to how in a moment, but what happens if they don't?
Well, I think it's a real competitiveness issue, and I think the room could actually, this is where we should probably listen to the room. What we know is that employers increasingly feel pain around specific skill sets, and that means competitiveness questions. And so in the first instance, we need employers to lead on this because they're the front lines of this question of employability and hiring. But second is right now here, and this is kind of something you witness every day. I think policymakers are currently, at least in Washington, not as much at the states, are debating about the size of the challenge rather than digging into answers to the challenge. And this is what I think Washington does when confronted with a challenge. It debates how big it is, who's responsible for it, rather than getting to work on solutions. And so what our work is designed to do at the Markle Foundation is to work by identifying practices in the field that are working, including among employers. And our Rework America Business Network has the biggest employers in the country, Walmart, Boeing, Stanley Black & Decker. And we're trying to get lessons from them and apply them then to state and federal policymaking decisions so that Washington can then get ahead of this challenge.
So this report makes the point, and in more detail, that I think is really important, that every job has this digital element that is increasing in each job. You looked at 715 jobs in this report.
Yep.
Just explain to us, I mean, what kind of jobs were you looking at? There's quite a range, and how are they being digitized?
So, we look at 715 jobs through ONET. And this is one of those terms I didn't know even when I worked in the government. So these guys all know it because this is the language the government forces on them. But we looked at these jobs, everything ranging from what you would think is traditionally maybe entry-level jobs to more advanced technological jobs like data engineers or software engineers. And interestingly, what we see from, if you look at home health aide to data scientist, everybody's reliant more and more on digital skills. But fact of the matter is, the pace of digitalization is happening more rapidly in areas like home health aide than even in areas like software engineer. So that is to say that everybody's becoming more reliant on digital skills, and and the pace of change is even greater in some of those traditionally more entry-level jobs. So that's point one. The pace of change is significant. Point two then is 80%, over 80% of what we call, or what Burning Glass calls middle-skilled jobs now rely on some form of digital skills. 84% of small businesses work off at least one digital platform. So that tells you that across the economy, businesses need people who can operate on those platforms, because it then becomes an efficiency question and a competitiveness question. So it's permeating the economy. The third point and the last point, which is I think throughout the day today, we've discussed, and I think a lot of us are worrying and thinking about, I know I used to talk with President Obama on our nightly walks about this question of, as the economy becomes more automated and as we incorporate more artificial intelligence, what's going to happen to work? But the fact is, this isn't like necessarily just these big changes like that. This is also just every job kind of across every sector requires a degree of digital skills capability. And that's what we're urging in this report, is that CHROs, business leaders are looking across everybody in their organizations and saying, what are the skills that they need and where are they getting them? And how are we then having data drive our understanding of how we're taking it up?
So then if we go back to the example of the person you spoke about in Colorado, a company that may say, that is the type of worker that I want, that is someone who's very productive and clearly brings a lot of skills that are transferable, even if they don't necessarily have the skill set. How can employers identify an employee like that and then operationalize this kind of data and match that person to skills that they need?
Well, so I think our first, what we're hearing from business leaders, including in the Rework America Business Network, is the first challenge is understanding precisely what skills you're looking for, rather than what is the pedigree that you want.
Not digital skills, but more broad
skills generally.
Yeah.
And recognize then within skills, digital skills and what we call employability digital skills. So interaction with technology, problem solving with technology, understanding the ethics of technology. So being able to recognize things like copyright and security questions around technology. Those are now, as one of our members from Sam's Club said, those used to be like desirable skills. Those are now table stakes skills to get to the table, right? So one of the challenges is, once you've identified those are the skills you need, is working with pilots and others in the economy to make sure that your people are up to speed on them. And again, across your organization, not just in IT, but across your organization. And then also pressing on policymakers and on educators to ensure that they're turning out people with those skills, so that our person at the Workforce Center in Colorado, who's got a massive set of skills, whose hunger alone demonstrates that this is somebody you want to hire, can go get those additional skills without having to exit the workforce, which is so often the case. We require people to push into established community college or established university system, when in fact we can do this in a much more targeted and cost-efficient way.
And how with employees who might be looking for a transition, for instance, but they might not even know of certain fields that they might get into if they had some skills to build on, obviously, like this very good foundation, for instance, this employee had. How do you bring them in to understand sort of what their options are or areas are of skills that they can acquire and then apply for a job?
Yeah, well, so what's interesting is there's an explosion of this HR IT, so human resources information technology. And so we've looked at this really carefully through what we call Skillful, which is a very operational platform that Marco runs in a very concrete way in Colorado and Indiana, working with the governors in each of those states, but also with employers and educators in each of those states. And we've looked at questions of whether job boards and other information technology operations are enough to get people to new training, through the training, and then from that training into new jobs. And we've done a lot of this work working, for example, with Microsoft. And what we've determined based on our experience is that as important as the HRIT systems are to success in that case, oftentimes the defining characteristic over and above that for a successful transition, as you say, is interaction with a human coach. So we've established through Colorado and Indiana, and then through our what we call our Skillful State Network of 27 governors, Republicans and Democrats across the country, career coaching corps of experienced coaches, be they people who work with Goodwill, whom you heard from earlier today, or people who work with Salvation Army or with workforce development boards, to make sure that those coaches have access to the kinds of data that you're talking about, which are what are the high growth jobs? What are the skills in those high growth jobs? Where can you get those high growth jobs? And making sure that those, in combination with HR, IT, give workers the access to the kinds of opportunities that they will so richly succeed at, and as a result, we'll continue to maintain our competitive advantage.
All right, Dennis, while I have you here, I would be remiss if I didn't ask about what we're seeing going on in the news. I know a lot of you are paying attention to what we're seeing in Syria. President Trump has pulled U.S. troops. And I want to talk to you about this because former White House Chief of Staff, but you came to that position as a key national security person in the White House. And so that was even the skill set that you brought as the Chief of Staff. You were very involved in that. You mentioned a walk that you had with, evening walks you'd have with President Obama. I remember a key one that you had with him coming to a decision on the red line over Syria, which was really a deciding factor. But as we see President Trump having pulled out U.S. troops from northern Syria and having them band together with the Kurds was initially the policy of the Obama administration. He has been blaming President Obama for doing nothing. I think the consensus out there of foreign policy experts does not support that, but the consensus of foreign policy experts has also not been particularly kind to the Obama administration. I wonder, as you look back, and obviously having the benefit of hindsight is one thing, but as you look back and that decision to, I'm not going to talk specifically about the red line, but more broadly to trust Russia to a degree in that. Is there anything you look back on and wish had been done differently?
Yeah, well, so, you can't help but take a hard look at the decisions you've made in positions like the ones we served in over time. And Syria and all the enormous suffering that we've witnessed in Syria has surely been an issue that has occupied my time as I've looked back at our time in, just across the street here. I think that we made the right decisions along the way to include a decision in 2014 and 2015 to work with our Kurdish allies against the very real threat of Islamic State, which had kidnapped and brutally murdered Americans, including journalists. And we thought it was really important for us to keep the pressure on them, working with our allies with a relatively small number of American troops to extinguish that threat. And fact is, the President Trump continued our strategy, and as a result was on the verge, but not yet there, in ending that threat. So I think it was the right decision to partner with the Kurds. I think it was the right decision for President Obama to stand up to President Erdogan countless times over these years to say, look, by the way, he was not threatening, he didn't just begin threatening to invade Syria. This has been a threat he's been making for years. And President Obama stood up to him for years to say that's a bad idea and we won't tolerate it. And the decision of President Trump to it appears, green light that invasion is a mistake because it reduces the pressure on ISIL, Islamic State. It gives a pathway for the Russians to exert even greater influence in Syria. And then it sends, troublingly, a very shaky signal to not just our allies among the Kurds, but our allies throughout the region, that somehow our staying power should be challenged, or could be challenged. Now, on your question about Russia, nobody that I've ever worked with or that's ever sat in that building, as near as I can tell until now, trusts the Russians. And the question that we faced in 2013 was whether starting another Middle East war with the insertion of many more troops than what we're talking about now in Syria was a good idea. And I think the president came to the conclusion, the right conclusion, that it wasn't. The question just is now, how do we protect our interests in Syria? And the decision to withdraw troops and withdraw our support for the Kurds, I think, puts us in a less dominant and a less strong position to do that. And so, do I look back and wonder about these decisions all the time? In this instance, however, I think we made the right one. I think it was in the national interest. And the decision of President Trump in the last couple of weeks to walk away from that is a mistake.
And finally, I've had a lot of Democratic presidential candidates who have come on my show, which is 1 to 2 p.m. on CNN, if you want to check it out. CNN right now. And, you know, when they come on, they have
I'm not running for president.
I know, but
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
When they come on, I ask them about Syria.
Yes.
And they describe what they see the problem is. They blame President Trump. And the question that they have a little more trouble with when I ask is, okay, but if you're going to be president, this is what you are dealing with. Every president, you know, whether it's a financial crisis or it's a war. I mean, in the case of President Obama, there are things they wish they didn't have to deal with, but that is just the reality of being president.
That's for sure.
So I say to them, okay, what are you going to do about it? So what challenges, what do they need to do about it? What challenges are they going to have?
Well,
if they do best President Trump, what challenges would they have coming in here in about a year or so?
Oh, you could, I mean, you can see a lot of different challenges. One I'll just put on the table, which is that when you're sworn in January, it's right at the start of the seasonal increase in migration from Central America to the United States. So it's very plausible to think that we could be confronted, a new president could be confronted with an immigration challenge. But on this question of Syria, I think the question, the opportunity that we had with the Kurds, which is why President Obama chose that option, was the leverage that a relatively small amount of United States troops in the region partnered with the Kurds allowed us to do three things. One, keep pressure on ISIL. Two, serve as a buffer between the Turks and Syria, the Turks having threatened literally since 2014 in phone calls with President Obama to invade Syria, and he saying at every moment, we won't countenance that, do not do that, and we held them off, right? So it served as leverage against the Turks. And then third, and importantly, it served as leverage on Assad and the Syrian government and its cronies, the Russians and the Iranians, because it was a lever to force a political resolution to the ongoing civil war in Syria. Right now, that's gone as a result of the president's decision. So your question might be, yeah, so it's gone, so what are you going to do about it?
That's my question.
And so there's a range of things that we should explore, and we will, but we ought to recognize, too, that our ability to work in that region is going to be dependent on our ability to work with partners, right? So yeah, we have to find new partners, right? And I think at the end of the day, as with almost every other crisis that President Trump has confronted, his instinct is to do something different than what President Obama did. And at the end of the day, he comes back and does a version of what we did. And I, for one, was quite impressed with HHS officials in the Trump administration earlier this week taking credit for success under the Affordable Care Act. So I think we'll probably see more of that over the next couple of years. And then at the end of the day, I feel very good about the Democrats' ability to handle a crisis in Syria, immigration crisis, standing up to Putin, and then ultimately standing up also to China.
Dennis, thank you so much for this conversation.
So good to see you.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it. Good to see
thanks
you.
for having us, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, good.
Yep.
Hi, this is K-12 Destination Career Academy Summer Experience National Job Shadow Week.
Job shadowing is a really important aspect of job seekers' path on getting to the job that they want. Job shadowing can show them the type of environments that they would be working in.
I got to take a tour, or behind the scenes you would say, to the towel company. It was super amazing. I got to meet great people.
With Destinations Career Academies, it's wonderful because, I mean, number one, you're getting students that are interested in certain fields. So to give them experience in different things earlier is just tremendous.
It's a good opportunity for you to explore your career and your college opportunities more so that you can pursue the career you want to be in.
Career and technical education gives students the opportunity to get their hands on training and learning starting in high school and carrying that forward to the post-secondary world.
Destinations Career Academies not only is giving these students the ability to explore these different industries earlier, which again, getting the early experience is key, and DCA is definitely doing that.
We first started meeting with Leilani Brown of K-12 earlier this year, and when she brought us this opportunity to partner on the Job Shadowing Week, we thought it was a perfect partnership with K-12 education. And we've been very excited to offer our connections and our support to K-12 during this week, and look forward to a long partnership.
We owe everything to K-12. You know, they're a much bigger fish than we are. To be able to see the potential of what we can do and be able to give us the resources and tools to serve them and to serve their students is a blessing and an honor.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Leilani Brown, and I am Senior Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and External Engagement for K-12. K-12 is the largest and leading online learning company serving kindergarten through 12th grade students in the United States. We have over 122,000 students enrolled in our programs in 70 partner schools, over 32 states, and more than 5,000 teachers. And I'm really proud to work for a company that is really transforming education, public education, and doing it at scale. Over the last year, and certainly over the last several years, I've had the opportunity to engage with a lot of people, many of them parents, and I myself am a parent. And I find that parents have two things in common, in fact. And they are these two things, and economically disadvantaged parents as well as well-to-do parents. I've even had the opportunity to chat with a billionaire. So we have these two things in common, and let me know if you agree. The first, that almost all parents, if not arguably all parents, want to create a greater set of opportunities for their kids than they themselves had. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads in the room. The second is, while parents are happy when their kids graduate from high school, and reasonably happy and proud when they graduate from college, they are over the moon when they get a job. Right? You can clap for that, right? And that is important to remember, because it's a signal not only that they've done something right and a set of circumstances were right, but also that they're ready to launch, and it's an indicator of self-sufficiency. One of the things that I think that is important to start talking about is what the high school experience is and what the middle school experience is. And it is an unfair and unreasonable expectation that we have our students enter life after high school, enter, survive, and even thrive with the same high school education that many of us had 20, 30, or 40 years ago. And high school hasn't changed much. And one of the things that we're doing at K-12 through Destinations Career Academy is really reimagining high school and providing a very different platform. And we recognize that the future of work starts right now. I want to talk about the talent gaps from a specific numerical perspective and share with you a few stats that really keep us up at night when we start thinking about it. Last year, we started to talk about new jobs being on the horizon, and we're really excited about that opportunity for us as a country. 55 million new jobs created by the year 2020. That's around the corner until the new decade. And 30% of those jobs, or roughly 16.5 million of those jobs, are new-collar jobs. Jobs that require some kind of high school diploma and some kind of credential or fast learning, but not necessarily a college degree. The other part of the talent gap conversation is the record numbers that are underscoring the work that we're doing. For one, last year, there were a record number 6 million job openings every single month. That has never happened before. We're also experiencing in this country a 6.5 million high-skilled or upskilled labor deficit. And that means we also have a surplus as it relates to middle skill and low skill workers. This is unrealized productivity and revenue for our companies in this country to the tune of $1.7 trillion. And when the Korn Ferry did this study in 2018, they studied 20 different geographies, and the United States was last. Now, you don't have to be a nerd like me. I'm a proud nerd, and I like white papers. But you don't have to be a nerd like me to appreciate this data, because this is in the headlines every single day. These are recent news articles, or at least they were published this summer, and we could start talking about one of our largest employers, Amazon, and they're coming to this area. They are actively spending $700 million to retrain a third of its workforce. I talked to an Amazon executive earlier today, and they shared that they are proactively training their workforce that will lose their jobs to automation in the warehouses, and training them in the warehouses in fields like healthcare. When Amazon posts that we have 30,000 jobs open right now, that's real information that we can use and look at as an indicator of the skills gap. When the National Association of Manufacturers is investing $10 million to attract new entrants to their sector, that is something to talk about. It makes the future of work to be a crisis right now. The McKinsey Global Institute in July 2019 issued a report talking about the future of work and people and places and how it affects the United States. There are disproportionate impacts that affect certain communities. And I started looking at who's affected. Young workers, ages 18 to 34, workers over the age of 50, and or Hispanics and African Americans, all of those. And the intersectionality of those is daunting. We started thinking about it, well, who is left, right? Who's left? And I also want to point out the changing landscape for higher ed. This is another underpinning for the work that we do and why it's really important. We have $1.5 trillion in college debt that exists today, and it's spread across 45 million Americans. And that number is growing every single year. We have actually decreasing college enrollments. For 8 consecutive years, it has decreased and is projected to continue to increase. And by the year, I think 2035, it's expected to decrease a total aggregate of 20%. And we have new collar hiring trends. So I define new collar as high school with some level of college of advanced learning, but not necessarily a college degree. And a number of companies no longer require college education in order to have a long-term, well-paying, meaningful job. Now, I will be the last person to say that you shouldn't go to college. I went to college. I have a son. He'll likely go to college. And I'm sure that a good majority of this room experience some level of career mobility and upward mobility as a result of their higher education. Actually, can I see a show of hands if you went to college, associate's degree, graduate degree, bachelor's degree? Let the record show, everybody, right? But I want us to consider this, and this is very, very important. If we're going to address the future of work, we have to stop stigmatizing the high school to career pathway. It is very, very important. There are a variety of ways to have a long-term, well-paying, meaningful job. There are earn and learn programs which allow a worker to earn very well-paying salaries and learn on the job and not incur debt. And there are a variety of people who have different starts. So I'm not indicting college, and we provide some college support and resources, but we recognize that one size does not fit all. So what are we doing at K-12? Well, we have a growing division of Destinations Career Academy, which is a set of secondary high school programs and curriculum to prepare workforce-ready graduates, whether their next destination is college or career or both. It is a high school diploma. It is also guided career exploration. And what I and my team do is we work with business and industry to create partnerships so that our students have exposure to the workplace. This is not, ladies and gentlemen, your grandfather's vocational education. We have an expanding national footprint. This year, we've enrolled 13,000 or more students in our Destination Career Academy programs across 20 different states. Thank you. We're really excited about that. That is breaking news, by the way. We just published that on Tuesday. We've also partnered with a fast-growing digital platform called Tallo, TALLO.com, and there are over 500,000 people on the Tallo platform connecting with 300 to 400 college and career partners. And it's a digital networking platform that differs from some of the others. Not saying that there's anything wrong with the others. For us, we consider the workplace to be our classroom, and it includes any number of these organizations. So we want to work with corporations and businesses, staffing firms that will assist us in placement, industry associations like the National Association of Manufacturers, like an agribusiness consortium that I've spoken to recently. We also want to work with workforce development agencies, and I heard some discussion when I was in the green room, and then finally nonprofit organizations. And the experiences need not have a very heavy operational lift. They can be something as simple as job shadowing, mentorship and guidance, both in person and virtual for our students, guest lecturing for our students, as well as helping us support industry recent and industry relevant education and curriculum. You can't be what you can't see and what you don't see. And we find that our partnerships with workplaces and employers really yields benefits for both sides. On the one hand, I would like you to think back to being 15 years old and the sense of wonder that you yourself had when you started to think about all of the possibilities. What I have found in my experience in working with our students is they have a sense of wonder when they think about the workplace and what they can be. Similarly, what I was most struck by this past summer when we ran our pilot program in Charleston and also Indianapolis was the sense of amazement, giving back, and wonder on the part of the employers and the employees who were serving as mentors. I remember a gentleman from Cummins who told a story about his own career outpacing his father's. And when the students asked him, "What do you think your father taught you about work?" and he shared the story about work ethic, there were tears in his eyes. And so it's a mutually beneficial relationship with our workplace employers and also our students. And it's really hard to break them up at the end of the day. This is a model where we all win. Employers, business, and industry have an access to a Generation Z pipeline that is ready and ambitious and trained for the workforce. And we're also providing access, exposure, and equity to those who are underrepresented. Some of the photos that you've seen here were taken by my team when we were in the field and working with our colleagues. And what I will also share is that I was also struck by the number of female students, women students, young women, who were exposed to fields where they were traditionally underrepresented. And I was also struck by the opportunity to do that at scale. and really address some of the other wage gaps that we might have. Here's how you can help. And I apologize for giving you an infomercial at the end of the day, but I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. Help us tell this story. Help us tell this story about how working with business and industry can really help to destigmatize high school to career opportunities and also broaden exposure for young people. Become a partner. I'm here, and/or you can reach me at K-12 and become a partner around workplace experiences for our students. We would love that, and we have students all over the country. And then finally, follow up with us regarding our Thought Leadership Initiative for Job Shadow Week 2020. You can go to jobshadowweek.com and you can register and receive information about how you yourself can implement a job shadowing program this summer, the week of July 13th, 2020, and expose young people to the world of work. Thank you.
All right, me again. You have stood with us for all day long, and we covered a ton of territory. We started at workforce, we dug in deep, we veered into foreign policy. I don't even know what to say about that. And then we ended with career readiness and a little bit of a dip into K-12, which I think is actually a really appropriate place to end, because while this conference is really primarily focused on sort of what we would traditionally think of as workforce and workforce development and skills training, we really think about when we think about workforce at the Chamber Foundation, we really do think about the entire pipeline, and we think about it from early education and childcare all the way through to lifelong learning. And so next year, we are going to host this conference, and we're going to expand, and we are going to dip into those areas. And so we would love to have all of you back again, and then some. Our colleagues and friends and partners who really dig deep into the earlier years will cover it all. And so because we're doing that, we need more days and we need more space. And so we will get back to you very, very shortly with dates and discount codes, and hopefully you'll join us hopefully around this time next year. I know that we're all anxious to just scoot next door and have a quick drink, and I hope everyone will stay and have continued good conversation. But I do just want to touch on a few people that I want to thank. First, I want to, obviously, our sponsors are huge, and we wouldn't get to have all of this, the great space and food and friendship without them. So I just really want to quickly acknowledge Accenture and Bank of America, Best Buy, the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, Cognizant, ETS, FedEx, FHI 360, Grow with Google, K-12, Pearson, Universal Technical Institute, Walmart, UScience, and Zovio. You are all just been such a pleasure to work with this year, and hope you'll come back and join us again next. A day like today really doesn't happen, obviously, without the sponsors, but also without the staff who works so hard for months and months and months. The entire Center for Education and Workforce team within the Chamber Foundation that I get the joy of coming to work with every day, as well as our foundation colleagues who have helped us, Hillary Crow especially for her leadership behind the scenes, our boss, Carolyn Colley, for her support of our work always. I want to thank Libby for every bit of torture that she has sustained over the last few months in putting this all together, every detail that went into the day and leading up to it, and Jamie Francis, of course, who drove the content and was right there, also involved in every single detail of today. Abby Hills for all of her work from the comm side on the collateral, the look and the feel. I'm incredibly grateful. We also could not have had a successful day without the support of our catering team, headed by Luis and Carlos, our event planner, Mary Margaret, our AV team led by Greg Kundolf, and our design team, especially Kristen Green. And to all of you, thank you for making this conference the one that you will travel across the country to attend, particularly our TPM National Learning Network members, our partners in this wonderful work. Last little bit of sort of housekeeping, our colleagues are going to hand out event surveys, and we hope that you'll fill them out. Really, we really do read every bit and try to take it into consideration and try to do better next year. It's critical for us. It helps us guide what we'll do next year. So thank you, and please join us next door for a drink.